Hello there, and please wind down as you listen to 6 hours of Naruto fanfiction, stories, and lore. The village believed the Yellow Flash died in the night of the Nine-Tailed attack. They were wrong. He was merely waiting to grow up anew. This is the story of Naruto, who inherited his father's genius and his godlike speed. What if Naruto was more like Minato? It started on a regular day when Naruto was 7 years old and hiding from villagers, after having pulled a prank, of course. When he finally thinks he shook them off, he finds a weird kunai stuck in the ground. He's in a forest area near where the famous Nine-Tailed attack occurred, so people don't generally go there, especially not when Naruto's around. He picks up the three-pronged kunai and realizes that there are weird markings on the handle. It looks kind of like sealing jutsu. You gotta remember, Naruto here isn't stupid. He's not a genius or insanely smart, but he's not actively dumb. So I'm just gonna have him be more like his dad. Which made him realize that 1. He's the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki, and 2. This looks like a powerful jutsu that was probably lost here either during training or during an actual battle. But since no one needs it anymore, Naruto just takes it home. Naruto over the next few days is fascinated by this kunai. It keeps sitting on his counter, and he looks at it from every angle, from every side, figuring out what are these markings. He doesn't understand. He thinks about going to Hiruzen to ask him, but he doesn't want to bother the old man, and he probably wouldn't know either. So Naruto decides to do the one thing that he generally doesn't like to do, and that's go to the library to read. He first goes to the sealing techniques, as he's seen similar markings as is in the kunai in some sealing techniques. But nothing really comes up. He's never seen these markings on a kunai, especially not a three-pronged one. It's weird. He decides that it must have been from someone famous or really powerful. So naturally, he goes to some scrolls and books covering the most powerful jutsus ever, and their users. In it are all 4 Hokage. But Naruto doesn't know much about the 4th. He knows that he fought the Nine-Taileds during its attack, and then, for whatever reason, sealed the beast into Naruto, and died after. So it's not like he can ask him. But when it comes to the jutsu listed under Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, there are some interesting ones. It's noted that he was indeed a sealing master, so maybe he has something to do with it. And he was famous for this technique called the Flying Raijin. It's explained that this Flying Raijin technique uses sealing techniques mixed with kunai throwing to create a space-time ninjutsu. This is it. It's exactly what I've been looking for, Naruto says. But then to the annoying part. Apparently this is an S-rank jutsu created by Tobirama Senju, the 2nd Hokage, and only ever used by the 4th Hokage, who perfected it. Not for a lack of trying either, it's just really hard. But Naruto was determined to make it work. He will try his best to use this technique, used by only Hokage, as he wants to be one himself. And so he tries his best deciphering these sealings and painting them himself on several kunai, some of which admittedly he stole. But alas, this is the price for power. Naruto was making progress, but it was hard. He's already spent half a year on this project and he hasn't really gotten anywhere. He'd figure out what some of the markings mean, and was getting a lot better at drawing them consistently and quickly, but it's not like he could do anything with it. His chakra control wasn't even accurate at all. In fact, in the academy, whilst he was okay academically, he couldn't do a single jutsu, not even the clone jutsu that was required to pass as a genin. Another year passed, and Naruto stopped doing these pranks altogether, and he actually got a lot quieter and more reserved. This Flying Raijin technique was taking up all of his free time, but truthfully, he was actually paying attention in the academy too. He was about middle of the group. He wasn't anything crazy, but he was good academically. Just, no chakra control. But he was finally making some progress on the Flying Raijin. He now understood the theory of how to use it, as well as the theory of how to pour chakra into this jutsu and what to do after. The only thing he needed now was to be able to properly use his chakra. That was the next hurdle. He tried understanding, why can't I use my chakra like everyone else? I'm not stupid. Then it dawned on him. The one thing that was separating him from everyone else was him being the Jinchuriki. He tried reading up on Jinchuriki, though there wasn't that much. He knew someone called Kushino Uzumaki was a Jinchuriki as well. Was he related to her? They were both Uzumaki after all. And before her, it was someone called Mito Uzumaki, so maybe it just runs in the family. But there wasn't much more after that. Being a Jinchuriki wasn't really a popular job, so people didn't generally like them. And no famous person was ever a Jinchuriki, so it's not like we know much about them. But Naruto decided he was going to be the first. If only he understood what it meant to be Jinchuriki. He knew there was a tailed beast sealed inside him, so maybe it was possible to communicate with this beast. He was slowly understanding how to sense chakra, even if he couldn't mold it yet. He knew that he, certainly as a Uzumaki, had chakra, but for some reason it wouldn't work. It wouldn't flow into his palms when he was trying to do a jutsu. So he understood that there's something blocking his chakra control. Something in his core, right where the tailed beast should be. So he tried his best to meditate and commune with the tailed beast. He was scared, but he needed to do this. He wanted the best chance he had at Hokage, so this was a necessary step. After passing out from exhaustion after a long session of trying to commune with a tailed beast who didn't respond, he woke up in a sewer in front of a giant prison cell. In it, a 9-tailed fox. I made it! Do you hear me? Naruto asked. Of course I hear you, boy. What do you want from me? Are you the one interfering with my chakra? If so, I need you to stop. I can't use any jutsu if you do. And I'm pretty sure if that gets me killed, that's your problem too. Huh. You're pretty smart for a little brat. Fine. So be it. Use your little chakra. But you won't get any help from me. Fine with me. Thanks, Foxy. What? But before the tailed beast was able to say anything else, Naruto disappeared. He was out of there. He was done. He got exactly what he wanted. Some of his chakra control. As soon as he woke up, he felt it. Chakra was flowing through all of his limbs. And when he tried it, he finally managed to use a clone jutsu. Now his graduation to Genin was already guaranteed. And this is when things really started picking up with speed. Naruto was finally able to actually practice the things he learned about. He practiced a lot of jutsu, but his focus was still on this flying Raijin thing. And with the kunai he'd spent a lot of time painting seals onto, he tried to test them out. Not on a special training ground, he just went out to a place where he thought he wouldn't be bothered or seen. And after a lot of trying, and puking when he fell into trees, he finally managed to teleport from one tree to the next. But there were still a lot of issues. It took him a lot of time to prepare one kunai, and he wasn't very accurate at throwing them either, and he couldn't do it very far distances. Furthermore, whilst he traveled fast, it wasn't really like teleportation yet. He was sure if he was up against a strong Chunin or even a Jonin, they would probably still be faster than him. But he kept practicing. He had 2.5 more years until he graduated from the academy, but he wouldn't need it. Now that he was able to use jutsu, and he spent even more time dedicated to his studies, he graduated in only half a year after that. He proved that he knew the clone jutsu, as well as any academics that he needed. He was his father's son after all, even if he wouldn't know it yet. Not just graduating early, but he also impressed all of the older shinobi. He'd showed off his flying Raijin a few times in spars, and that was really something. It wasn't taught to him, so a lot of people asked how he knew it, but Naruto never gave away his secret. He just said he studied hard on his own, and learned from some scroll. Naruto continued to train and improve his flying Raijin, but now there was something else that caught his eye. It was called the Rasengan, another one of Minato Namikaze's special moves. And if this one was so powerful, and he was able to do it, maybe he would also be able to do that one. And then, wouldn't he be just as strong as the last Hokage was? He had to know, so now he spent the next weeks and months practicing the Rasengan. It focused on forming chakra into a sphere. He wasn't that great at chakra control yet, but now that he was at least physically able to, things were going in the right direction. He placed a leaf on his palm and tried to make it spin without touching it. That was the one piece of advice that was in the scroll Naruto saw in the library. And he was able to do that, but nothing more really. He tried with a pebble and even a bigger rock, and he was kind of able to make them spin, but that didn't really translate into an actual chakra sphere that would be able to hurt an opponent. As Naruto graduated early, there weren't any Genin teams he could join, or Jonin teachers that would want to take him up alone, so he was kind of in limbo for now. But there was one person that was willing to take him under their arm. Someone who heard about this Naruto Uzumaki, who had suddenly got a lot stronger, a lot faster, and mastered one of the 4th Hokage's techniques. The man was Jiraiya of the Sannin, and mentor to the 4th Hokage. He found Naruto training in the woods, with his flying Raijin jumping from tree to tree, whilst trying to maintain a rock spinning in his palm. Was he dreaming? Jiraiya didn't see a kid, he saw Minato himself. Of course it wasn't really Minato, but it looked just like him, and he used the 2 signature jutsu that Minato did. He succeeded at one, and was trying to make progress at the other, but Jiraiya noticed that he was doing it all wrong. "Hey kid, come over here." "Huh? Who are you?" "I'm training here." Naruto was kinda annoyed whenever someone stopped him in his training, but for this one, it was worth it. Jiraiya showed him how to actually use the Rasengan, and tried using his method, first with the water balloon, then the rubber ball, and finally trying to truly maintain a Rasengan. And this one worked even better for Naruto. With his already limited training, he was able to do the water ball and rubber ball very quickly, and with that new understanding, he was actually able to maintain a proper Rasengan, pushed it into a tree, and the tree snapped in half. Naruto, not even 12 years old now, was already a powerhouse, certainly stronger than any Genin was expected to be. Jiraiya was incredibly proud of the boy and continued to mentor him, and Naruto appreciated it. Having someone who helped him train made his training a lot faster, and having someone so knowledgeable about a lot of different jutsu definitely came in handy for Naruto whenever he had any kind of question about it. And it finally got to the topic of the 4th Hokage. Naruto was very interested in, and Jiraiya was too. Jiraiya realized that Naruto wasn't stupid, so he just flat out told them, "Naruto, the 4th Hokage was your father." Is that so? Yeah, I kinda figured something like that. I figured we were related somehow. Naruto acted kinda nonchalant, but he was still caught off guard. This was his father. The one who he'd been trying to emulate all this time. The one with incredibly powerful jutsu. Made him very proud of his father, but also made him want to surpass him even more. Jiraiya agreed and saw Naruto take a new kind of motivation to his training. He tried to represent his clan, the Uzumaki and the Namikaze, realizing he was the last of both, at least that he knew of. Jiraiya mentioned that back in the day he met another Uzumaki kid, though wasn't likely to be alive anymore. They continued Naruto's training, and he focused especially on trying to mix the flying Raijin and the Rasengan. It allowed for really powerful combos, and Jiraiya taught him about the ways that Minato used it. Being able to take out large swaths of opponent with an incredible speed, as well as power behind the shots he needed. It eventually came time for the regular graduation of the Genin, and so Naruto was offered a team in one of the Jonin teams, with Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura. He didn't particularly get along with either of them, but he knew that Sasuke was quite good, and a prodigy, though he also knew about the shame that happened to the Uchiha clan a few years back, and knew that it weighed heavily on Sasuke. It was in the bell test that Kakashi realized how truly powerful Naruto was already being, and improving quickly. He was able to use the flying Raijin to even outspeed Kakashi at times. He still wasn't able to keep the bell, as Kakashi quickly got it back once Naruto took it from his hands. Naruto also tried his best to use teamwork, with the teammates he had, of course. Sasuke wasn't really trying to cooperate, and Sakura didn't have much to offer, but he tried, which allowed Kakashi to pass them. After the test, Kakashi talked to Naruto. "You're really powerful, kid. In fact, you remind me of someone. My mentor, really." "The 4th Hokage?" Naruto asked. How do you know?" "Jiraiya told me." I see. So you know then?" "I do. Minato Namikaze is my father," Naruto said. "And he was your sensei, isn't that right?" "Yes, it is." "Naruto, if you need anything, if you need training, ask me. I'll help you. A favor to my old sensei." Thanks, Kakashi-sensei, but I won't need it for now. I have a great Sani to teach me, and I love reading books. Over the next few months, whenever they weren't busy with a mission, Naruto was busy training. And in fact, he trained a lot with Jiraiya now, sparring with him. He couldn't really use the Rasengan as spars, as if either of them landed a hit, it would seriously injure the other. But he tried to use his flying Raijin in combat situations, flying around his opponent and hitting them in their back when they least expect it. And even though he was still less powerful than Jiraiya, naturally, he was catching up quick and was definitely above the power of a regular Chunin by now. After one of the sparring sessions had concluded, Jiraiya told him, "I see Minato in you, more and more every day, you know. Your mother too, but more so your father." Naruto learned a lot about his mom, but he was more so interested in his father. Of course he liked his mother, but his father was the 4th Hokage, and one of the most powerful shinobi of all time. He naturally wanted to learn about that. Finally, it was time for a secret mission, the Land of Waves. But I'm not going to go into too much detail here, mostly because it happens similar to canon, just that Naruto is a lot stronger here, and smarter, so he's not so worried about these situations, doesn't freeze up as much, but really uses flying Raijin to close distances fast, especially with Zabuza and Haku, which also allows him to defeat Haku quite easily, as she doesn't really have the speed advantage anymore. He's able to throw flying Raijin right into one of the mirrors and teleport right as Haku was about to switch between two mirrors, smashing her in the face. Finally, after everything's said and done, they return to their village, with their entire team having seen Naruto's incredible power, especially Sasuke, who's getting more and more jealous. He was supposed to be the prodigy of this team, and their entire class, but somehow Naruto graduated early and now is stronger than a Chunin? What the hell is going on? Before the Chunin exams, was determined to become a Chunin as fast as possible. Naturally, he didn't struggle much with the academics, and when it came to the Forest of Death, he told his two teammates to grab onto him and started teleporting, faster and faster, each to the next kunai. He'd mastered throwing them right as he was starting to teleport, which means that he could keep going as fast as possible. This allowed him to finish the Forest of Death exam and reach the tower in less than 3 minutes. No one had ever done it this fast, but alas, no one knew the flying Raijin during their Chunin days. So Naruto was out of the norm. This also means that there was no Orochimaru encounter, as there was never a fight between him and Sasuke and Naruto. Which also means no curse mark, which also means that Team 7 is in a perfect condition to do the preliminaries as well as go on to the finals. Orochimaru is annoyed, but he knows that there will be another chance at the final of the Chunin exams. There would be a month for training, in which Sasuke would be taken under Kakashi's wing. He needed this training, and Kakashi knew it. And Naruto would continue training with Jiraiya, perfecting his Rasengan as well as the mix with the flying Raijin. He spent a lot of time on these two jutsu, but they were just that good, especially when used in combination. But Jiraiya also gets an idea. Naruto is incredibly talented, arguably just as much as Minato himself, but he started training even earlier with flying Raijin and Rasengan. So what if he also started training earlier with his Sage and summoning? Minato never really used either, but maybe Naruto would if he was able to properly master them. And so Jiraiya decided that it would be best for Naruto to not only learn the Toad summoning, but also try his best at the Toad Sage mode. For the last 3 of the 4 training weeks, Naruto was in Mount Myoboku training his Sage mode, and he cut it really close. The tournament was about to start and they were about to cancel Naruto's match when he finally appeared, with some weird marking on his eyes. He used a flying Raijin to instantly teleport into the arena, so the match would start. Him against Neji Hyuga. But it wasn't really a fight. Naruto destroyed him. Before Neji was able to warm up to 64 palms, Naruto used one of his flying Raijin, cut right into Neji's blind spot, and pushed a Rasengan with his little chakra as he managed into his back. It still sent him flying, but it wouldn't break his bones or anything. It would just send him unconscious. And with that, in less than 15 seconds, the match was over, before Neji even was really able to activate his Byakugan powers. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki! And with that, the next match was called. Orochimaru in the stands, disguised as the Kazekage, was getting furious. This brat, who'd already stolen his Uchiha Vestal first time, was definitely Minato's child. He looked similar, And he was using the same abilities, the flying Raijin and the Rasengan. Minato had already annoyed him enough in the first life. Now his kid, this brat, was being just as annoying. Orochimaru decided it would take him upon himself to destroy Minato's legacy forever. The one who stole his dreams of becoming Hokage, who shunned him from the village, and so he changed his plan. Instead of fighting the Hokage, he would now fight this child. He still helped trap Hiruzen so he wouldn't cause issues, but then immediately went down to the arena where Naruto was still right after the battle and erected another barrier, sealing him and Naruto inside. There's no getting out, kid. This is it. You and Minato's legacy will die today. Naruto is now facing down a High Kage, arguably a Hokage level fighter. But you gotta remember, he himself is about Jonin up to Kage level. He has the Haishin, the Flying Raijin, and the Rasengan. And now he has an imperfect Sage Mode which he can also use. And so he starts accumulating some chakra. He knows it's faster, so he can take some time until Orochimaru decides to attack, and then use his Flying Raijin to escape. After having gathered some chakra, and now having the red paint around his eyes, signaling Sage Mode chakra, Orochimaru gets angry and decides to attack. Naruto notices a flaw in Orochimaru's plan. He still has one of the Flying Raijin that he used to fight Neji outside of the barrier, so he doesn't need to fight Orochimaru. He instantly attaches himself to the Flying Raijin and teleports out of there. Since the Flying Raijin is a space-time ninjutsu, it doesn't care whether there's a barrier in the middle. It only cares about the end destination, and that is freedom. Naruto successfully escaped Orochimaru's trap for now, but the war is still going on in Konoha, and Orochimaru isn't done yet. But that is going to be it for today's video. I hope you enjoyed. If you have any suggestions, comment them down below, and I'll see you in the next video. This part 2 of What If Naruto Was More Like Minato. The battle follows that Naruto, with his newfound freedom, goes to the Hokage watching box and notices that Hiruzen is in a trap. But he sees there are 4 enemy shinobi trying to keep him imprisoned. So immediately he goes to them and uses a Rasengan to get one corner. Immediately after that, the purple barrier starts to disintegrate, turning more and more transparent. In the meantime, Naruto takes out the other 3 shinobi, and so Hiruzen's free to go. Along with Kakashi and Might Guy, they now combine their strength and take on Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi, seeing his student exposed and Naruto safe, sheds his hesitation and instantly engages Orochimaru, launching a fire-style attack to push the Sannin back, effectively taking over the fight, and telling Naruto to handle the invading sand forces. Naruto, operating on high-speed logic, assesses the battlefield and says there's a massive, chaotic chakra spike moving away from the arena toward the forest of death. He identifies this as Gaara from the sand, and realizes that if the One Tail fully emerges, the village will be destroyed regardless of Orochimaru's fate. It would be the Nine Tails attack all over again. Naruto thinks and decides he knows that his father used the Flying Raijin to fully contain the Nine Tails attack, and though it killed him, this is only a One-Tailed, a much weaker tailed beast than a Nine-Tails, and so Naruto decides to take it upon himself to defend the village from the tailed beast. Naruto tells Kakashi to defend the Hokage while he hunts down the Jinchuriki, a command that surprises Kakashi, but is accepted nonetheless. Using the Flying Raijin, Naruto's at the fight between Gaara and Sasuke in almost an instant, which is good because Sasuke was about to get smacked by one of Shukaku's protruding hands. Sasuke now attempts to use his Chidori, but Gaara's Sanarm swats him aside fully. Before Sasuke can be crushed, Naruto intervenes and catches him, but he's still out cold. It's now on Naruto to defend the village from the one-tailed beast. Immediately he throws his Raishin markers so that he'll have full control over the fight, and immediately he tries to analyze weaknesses in Shukaku's body armor. He notices that a small face of the actual Gaara is still visible on Shukaku's chest, so that's likely where his actual body is. After fighting Shukaku for a while, he notices that whatever he does, the sand just regenerates, so he needs to go after the actual body of the human. Using a Flying Raijin, he gets right into Gaara's face before Shukaku is able to swat him away. And using some Sage Chakra, which he still has left, he puts a full power Chidori into Gaara's chest, or where his chest would be, he thinks. That's enough to jolt him awake and make him scream in pain, but also enough to disrupt Shukaku's control over Gaara, and thus the sand starts crumbling. But the fight isn't really over, because Shukaku, even whilst his power is failing him, is still very powerful and is trying to destroy the village. And thus, Naruto uses his flying Raijin technique. Similar to when Minato teleported Kurama's tail beast bomb, Naruto is now teleporting the excess sand, so it doesn't crush houses and other people. And thus, all that's left is Gaara at the end, with a lot of kunai thrown in the ground. Naruto is exhausted having used so much of his power in such a short time, but he was successful. No casualties, he protected Sasuke, and he defeated the one-tailed Jinchuriki while Siko was going berserk. Seeing as both Gaara and Sasuke are unconscious, he uses Flying Raijin to go to Shikamaru, picks him up, and then puts him where Gaara and Sasuke were fighting, and tells him to pay attention, as well as bring both to a hospital if he can. Such a drag, he complains, but as soon as he does, Naruto's already gone. Naruto now refocuses energy on the rest of the raid, or war, I guess, in Konoha. The Hokage is still safe, and Kakashi, Might Guy, and Hiruzen are still fighting Orochimaru, so that's fine. Naruto then decides to help out all the Chunin that are struggling against the Sand Ninja, as well as trying to protect civilians, and uses his advanced speed to teleport the opponents, as well as teleport his own citizens to safety. After 2 more hours of fighting, after everything's said and done, Orochimaru disappeared again. And the sand, lost. The Hidden Leaf village is safe again, and Naruto is crowned as a hero. He saved Hiruzen from sure destruction, destroyed the tailed beast Jinchuriki before he could ravage the city, as well as then saved a lot of civilians and their own shinobi. All the older shinobi who knew Minato himself were so proud that this shinobi was truly living up to his heritage, and especially Kakashi and Jiraiya could only think that this really was like Minato, using the Rasengan and his incredible speed to save so many lives and defeat so many opponents at once. It was incredible. And so, Naruto got the recognition he deserves. And also, of course, ranked up to Chunin, but that's probably underselling him at this point. He did what many Jonin couldn't do at this point, so people were already calling for him to become a Jonin at his young age. But for now, he'd likely be the strongest Chunin in the Hidden Leaf village, and he was fine with that. The rank itself wasn't really important. It was the recognition he wanted. Naruto deep down was happy, but he kinda wished that his parents were there to see it. He hoped that Minato and Kushina, of course, were proud of him in the afterlife and saw what he did, saw how hard he'd worked to achieve this goal, and if maybe he could still become the Hokage and make his dad proud. A few days after the village was now starting to be rebuilt after the battle, there was a big funeral for all the shinobi and civilians who'd lost their lives, though it was significantly less than in canon. Most notably, the Hokage survived. People were now calling Naruto not only a hero, but the second flash of the Hidden Leaf, the yellow flash of Konoha. Even those who didn't know that Naruto was Minato's child were definitely drawing some similarities between the two. They looked similar, and had exact same powers. The only real difference was their name. One was an Uzumaki, and the other a Namikaze. Hiruzen did some reflection and realized that he was way too old and past his prime to be Hokage. The Hokage needed to be good at politics, sure, and he was, but they also needed to be able to protect the village physically. And after this fight, he realized that it was past his time, and so he would try to see who the next Hokage would be. Everybody was busy wondering who the 5th Hokage was going to be, but Jiraiya already got the mission. Jiraiya and Hiruzen both agreed that it should be Tsunade, mostly after Jiraiya himself decided that he wouldn't want the job, even though it was offered to him first. And so Jiraiya, with Naruto's help, sought out Tsunade for her to become the next Hokage. This time, they would not actually meet Orochimaru on their way, because he was still reeling from his defeat last time, and trying to regain his forces, as well as coming with new ploys, because clearly the last ones didn't work, mostly because Naruto thwarted them. And so, with some simple convincing of Tsunade, as well as Naruto this time that he was hit by Tsunade, didn't actually get hit because he used his Flying Raijin, so he was extremely impressive, and reminded Tsunade of Minato, of course. That was the last straw she needed, and so she was convinced to become the next Hokage. Tsunade was crowned Hokage, and Hiruzen peacefully retired, mostly staying as a politician, but not doing much as a shinobi anymore. I mean, to be fair, he's like really old at this point, so it's totally fine. He deserves a break. Now, around this time in canon, Sasuke would actually take up Orochimaru's offer and leave the Hidden Leaf to gain more power to defeat his brother. But that doesn't happen. One, because he doesn't have the curse mark, and two, because Konoha wasn't really destroyed, so there's no point in leaving. Furthermore, he didn't meet Kakashi when he was following Naruto and Jiraiya. So, with all those things, Sasuke has no real point in leaving the Leaf Village, and no one even gives him an offer to. Orochimaru is now focused fully on Naruto / what he knows is Minato's son, rather than achieving a new vessel, though of course he does want more power, as he might need it to defeat Naruto. So now we reach a similar point to the Shippuden time skip, but a lot of things are different. One, Hiruzen's still alive, Sasuke is in the village, and Naruto is a whole lot stronger. And so there's not really a 3 time skip in that Naruto doesn't actually really leave the village for 3 years. He does go on a bunch of missions with Jiraiya, but actually he takes up a lot of missions from the Leaf Village. Over this time he also becomes Jonin, so he's not part of Kakashi's team anymore, though still regularly does missions with them. It's just he doesn't have to. And in fact, whilst not yet, he is thinking of soon getting his own Genin students, which would definitely be a learning experience for him. Over the 3 years, Naruto has become somewhat of a legend, like his father. Not quite as much, where people are told to flee on sight when they see him, but he is famous. The second yellow flash of the leaf. And it's an open secret that Minato is his father. After about another 1.5 years, Naruto decides, since everyone knows, and he's now strong enough so that even if people come at him for it, he can defend himself, he declares himself Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, still keeping his mother's Uzumaki name, but drawing closer to his father, as that is who he's trying to model after. But not just the name, Naruto becomes so incredibly powerful during this time. Now, you can truly say he's mastered the Rasengan, Sage Mode, and the Flying Raijin. Also, he improves everything he was lacking at, including his general shinobi knowledge, his ability to throw kunai, which makes his other abilities a lot stronger, his taijutsu, as well as honestly everything else. He is very lacking at genjutsu, but he's never really needed to use it, so it's not a big issue. And for that, he generally has others in his team. So basically, Naruto is a fighting machine that can go up against just about anyone. He learned about the Akatsuki from his mentor Jiraiya, but honestly, they don't seem to be much of an issue. Orochimaru was rumored to be one of them, but he was squarely defeated and hasn't really done anything since, so he shouldn't be an issue. And the other ones haven't really done much either. Everyone's on the lookout for sure, but they're not a threat yet. And Naruto, the way he's going, in a few years, he'll be able to overpower just about anyone. Tsunade's reign as Hokage is actually very peaceful. The village is now prospering more than ever, and peace has come to the world. There haven't been any major wars or battles since Orochimaru's half-invasion of Konoha, and ties with the Hidden Sand have become much better since then, arguably better than ever, thanks to Gaara being the Kazekage and being good friends with Naruto, who often goes there. Naruto, with his immense speed, is actually a great diplomat for the Leaf Village, as he can go just about anywhere in a day or less. And with him being just the image of his father, the 4th Hokage, people respect him quite a lot, even if he didn't have such incredible power. There are some issues with the Raikage, as they still have a bitter taste in their mouth from Minato, but they are getting along just fine. When 3 years since Orochimaru's attack has passed, Naruto is widely considered the strongest Jonin in the Leaf Village. The only one who would be able to hold a candle to him are Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, though depending on the circumstances, he would overpower them too. In fact, with his incredible power and getting stronger by the day, Naruto is actually fostering peace talks between the lands, as no one wants a repeat of the Third Shinobi War where Minato wiped out thousands of shinobi, especially not the Raikage. And so the 5 villages would try to hold a meeting together whenever there were conflicts, to try diplomacy before war. But alas, it wouldn't always work. In the shadows, the Akatsuki were plotting their next move. Over the last 3 years, they were scared to act, knowing that Naruto was becoming incredibly powerful. And now, with increased cooperation between the villages and them keen on preventing war, It was looking like their window of opportunity was closing, and they failed. However, this was not the case, because Obito, or Toby, was feeding Pain bits and bits of information, trying to sway him to the right path, to continue on their plan. Of course, without revealing that Toby's the mastermind behind everything. They decided to send Kakuzu and Hidan, two of their mortal members, out for the hunt. It was the logical choice, as these two are at lowest risk of, well, dying because they couldn't. So they were sent in the land of fire to cause some issues, and just stir up trouble, make the Akatsuki feared again. Eventually they found their way to Team Asuma, consisting of Choji, Shikamaru, and Ino, who were greatly outmatched by two Akatsuki members. But luckily they weren't alone, so one Chunin with them was able to go back to Konoha and alert them whilst the fight was still going on. And Naruto, when he got wind of it, immediately went over to Asuma's team with a flying Raijin sooner than anyone was expecting, and he greatly tipped the scales. Hidan immediately recognized him as the second Flash of the Leaf, and wanted to retreat, but Kakuzu, sure of their immortality, wanted to stay and defeat this brat and humble him so that the Akatsuki wouldn't have to cower in fear anymore. This would prove to be a great mistake, because at the end of the day, Naruto defeated both of them easily. With Shikamaru's help, he got rid of Hidan, and Kakuzu wasn't much trouble either. With a flying Raijin, he was able to outspeed anyone, and so he had more than enough time to regroup, think of a strategy, and then defeat his opponents. It was truly like the second Flash of the Leaf. With two Akatsuki members defeated under his belt, Naruto was celebrated as a hero even more than he was before, and for saving a Jonin and his team, Naruto was given a fat paycheck bonus for taking on such a risky mission, but it was mostly just as a thank you. Naruto didn't actually need the money at this point. Since he could do missions so quickly, money was never really an issue, as whenever he was tight, he would just do 5 missions in an hour and be done with it. Even though he was still very young, there were already calls for him to become the next Hokage. Such a prodigy was one in a generation, and so why not have him, so far the most powerful and promising next generation shinobi, become their next leader? Whilst it was Naruto's dream, he knew he wasn't quite ready yet and was not nearly experienced enough. Also, he cared mostly for the recognition of the Hokage, so the fact that people already celebrated him as a hero was almost enough for him. But instead of Hokage, he was made an official diplomat for the Leaf Village, partially due to being able to scare off other villages in case they ever got rowdy against the Leaf. And thus Naruto's political career started. Over the next year, Naruto continued to grow in more and more power and influence. Along with that, since there hasn't been any sighting of the Akatsuki, Naruto decided it was time for him to become a Jonin instructor and take on new genin of his own. He was a pretty laid-back teacher, kind of like Minato, but he was serious and very powerful. Being an instructor was almost like a checklist for becoming Hokage at some point, so he was kind of ticking that box already. Naruto, being smarter and stronger in this version, actually realized that the Akatsuki can't just be left on their own. Even though they haven't been very active of late, they need to be eradicated for peace to continue. So Naruto himself started scouting out the Akatsuki bases, starting gathering intel along with Jiraiya. And with his popularity and influence in the village, he also got a lot of other Chunin and Jonin, including Kakashi, Asuma, and so on, to help him on their endeavor. With the help of the Nine-Tailed Chakra, he was now certainly stronger than Minato. So even though Minato was held up by Toby, though by the way he still won, just so you know, Naruto would probably do that much easier. And so they're not very worried when there are other Akatsuki members in the hideout that they were now storming. When the Akatsuki were completely taken aback, realized what was going on, a battle ensued. Naruto immediately started fighting Toby, who realized was hiding more behind that mask than everyone thought, whilst the other Jonin like Kakashi started fighting the other Akatsuki members, Itachi, Kisame, and so on. Naruto's fight kinda went like Minato's in canon, where he used the Flying Raijin and the Rasengan, though Obito was always phasing in and out of existence with his Kamui ability. However, with Naruto's insane amounts of chakra and speed, he was finally able to overwhelm Obito and shatter his mask with a final punch. This revealed who he really was, which changed the battle, as Kakashi was now solely focused on defeating his good friend, or former friend, Obito Uchiha. Things escalated as Naruto was now focused on Pain, who seemed like the second strongest member there. Obito Uchiha, who was now fighting Kakashi, was actually calling Black Zetsu to complete the summoning of the 10-tailed beast. They had to move it up, and this was not expected, but it was their best bet not to lose this fight. And so the giant Geto Masu statue was summoned, and the 10-tailed beast started emerging. There was no great shinobi army, though Naruto did mention his plans to the other 4 shinobi villages, and said that if they want to help, they were free to. So Gaara, the new Kazekage, did send some troops, though of course not a whole army. And so did the Raikage, not wanting war to break out again, as last time they got severely crippled. But those reinforcements were still in the way, and the Leaf Shinobi would have to fight on their own for now. Naruto was now finishing up with pain, as he had the Sage mode like in canon, but he's incredibly faster here with Flying Raijin. And with Jiraiya helping him in this fight, as he's not dead, they're able to understand Pain's secret much faster, and then actually talk to him to make him stop. And so Nagato actually doesn't die here because he doesn't have to use a reanimation jutsu, but he is still obviously heavily weakened. Jiraiya, who's out of energy after this fight, now is stuck with Nagato in the weird tree that Konan made. I never really understood that, but whatever. And that left Nagato and Jiraiya some time to catch up while Naruto went back to the fight. Kakashi defeated Kisame, and Itachi now revealed that he was actually fighting for the Leaf this whole time, and stopped fighting for the Akatsuki. There wasn't time to question his allegiance, so as long as he fought for them, Naruto's team would appreciate his help. Itachi helped Kakashi fight off the rest of the Akatsuki, while Naruto now focused on the 10-tailed beast. He used the Flying Raijin similar to how Minato did to contain the tailed beast, even though this one was a really big and powerful one. Though, of course, this isn't the full established tailed beast, as he doesn't have much tailed beast chakra. The Akatsuki weren't able to gather that much, and none of the 8 or 9-tailed chakras in this beast. So this tailed beast is probably as strong as Shukaku, or maybe a bit stronger, but nowhere near as strong as Kurama or, well, the 10-tailed beast. So Naruto was certainly able to ward him off alone, though it would still be a challenge. He teleported the tailed beast bomb so it wouldn't hurt his allies, and then using some of the Sage chakra, gathered his energy to do a huge Rasengan and push it into the tailed beast's chest, though that wouldn't do that much. He realized that he would have to 1. Destroy the Geto statue, and 2. Defeat Obito. He didn't understand how, but Obito and this weird Black Zetsu creature were somehow helping the tailed beast continue and gather chakra. It was actually gathering some Sage chakra from the environment, so the longer this fight went on, the stronger this tailed beast became. Naruto had to do this fast, but luckily, that's his speciality. And so, for round 2, Naruto now defeated Obito Uchiha, cornering him with a Flying Raijin and then pushing a huge Rasengan into his chest. Not only knocked him out, but left him defeated. While still jumping and teleporting around with Flying Raijin to contain the tailed beast, now he went on to the Black Zetsu. Though this was a tricky fellow, as he kept going into the ground whenever Naruto got close, and then appearing somewhere else. Itachi, seeing this, helped him, and used his Genjutsu ability to trap Zetsu in a few seconds of Genjutsu, which left him defenseless, and so Naruto was able to defeat him too, or at least that's what he thought. Now he went on to the tailed beast himself. For this, he realized that his father was barely able to contain Kurama, but it killed him in the end, and Naruto didn't want to die yet. And so he realized that the Flying Raijin or Rasengan wasn't enough, or Shade Chakra, or anything else. He needed to use his own monster. And so he called upon Kurama's chakra, now infused with a 9-tailed beast chakra and multiple tails of red bubbly chakra visible on Naruto. He was fully powered enough and able to defeat this husk of the 10-tailed beast. For this, he didn't need Hagoromo's power or really any allies. He was enough. This is Minato and the Uzumaki's power combined. And at the end of the day, Naruto was the victor. When everything was said and done, Black Zetsu reappeared behind Naruto, daring to strike him, but Itachi realized this and used his Amaterasu flames, which Zetsu was not able to get out of. And so Zetsu, the Akatsuki, and the tailed beast were forever defeated. The 3 survivors of the battle on the enemy side, Itachi, Nagato, and Konan, were still taken as prisoners for being part of the Akatsuki, though they would have their trial and likely would get a not so severe punishment. Though Itachi was still on the ropes. He did indeed kill the Uchiha clan, there was no getting around it. and Sasuke, when he heard the news, was pissed. But when the entire group returned to Konoha, everyone seemed so happy. They'd truly done it and secured peace for another decade. When everyone understood that Naruto was truly the hero of this battle, there were now calls even from those who participated in the battle, some Chunin, and even the Kakashi himself, a well-respected Jonin, for Naruto to become a Hokage. And so, Naruto, at the mere age of 18, replaced Tsunade as the 6th Hokage, becoming the youngest Hokage in history, likely never to be surpassed. He was seen as Minato's legacy, but also seen as having even surpassed Minato himself. He was the second Flash of the Leaf, the one who'd protected them all many times, and entrusted with the village's safety and security for the future. A prodigy of the new generation and herald of a new age. He would continue to invite collaboration between the 5 nations for war and battles to be contained, and in the future would be known as the Hokage of Peace, as there was no major battle or war in his day as Hokage. Minato and Kushina looked down fondly at him from heaven, and awaited for their son's return to their stead. Itachi was mostly resolved of his crimes, though of course still under suspicion, but after some years of being faithful to the village, feeding them information, and trying his best to help their next generation, he was absolved of his crimes, especially with Naruto at the helm of Hokage, and Sasuke learning that it was a mission given to him by the village itself, and that he had actually prevented more conflict that he caused. Thus, now Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, the 6th Hokage, was known as the most powerful, but not yet feared, shinobi of the land. What if Naruto found an ancient Uzumaki vault that was hidden away for many years until he accidentally stumbled upon it? This isn't going to make him OP or crazy beyond anyone's understanding, but it's going to give him a home where he can actually be himself and learn what it means to be a shinobi. Our story starts long before Naruto has any sense of responsibility or duty to his village, but rather he's still a kid playing pranks, just like we know him in canon. He's loud, impulsive, unfocused, and everyone hates him for it. He keeps drawing on monuments, including the Hokage, which everyone sees as almost sacred. He switches labels and classroom supplies, and overall is just a prankster, which, no one wants to associate, neither his age nor the adults. So he always gets scolded from his teachers, from those around him, from anyone else, even Hiruzen. Goes from anywhere from mild scolding to sometimes people being really mean and borderline abusive. But especially Iruka shows frustration, not really with anger like the others, but much more with concern for Naruto himself. Someone showing concern for Naruto is almost like a miracle to him. No one really wants to talk to him, sit with him, or really associate with him at all, unless he's the one pulling pranks, and well, then it's kind of hard to avoid him. He really doesn't understand what's going on. I mean, it's not like he did anything to them, but it feels like especially older people just despise him for no real reason. It's not a hate, whereas everyone tries to hurt him as much as possible, but no one accepts him as one of their own. But that hurts him just as much, maybe even more, because at least then he would be getting attention. But like this, he's not. He occasionally has a reason to talk to, which is nice, but other than that, it's hard. He's lonely, if anything. So what he likes to do to pass the time is walk around the village. He's seen every corner of it, at least that's what he thinks. He looks at all the cracked stones, the faded clan symbols, worn smooth by time, and without really explaining why, it just feels right to be there. It feels like a lot of history, especially the area near the Forest of Death, where rarely people ever go, so it's one time where he actually wants to be lonely. Or alone, rather. Not lonely. He never wants to be lonely, of course. And so, after being honestly a model student for a while, not pulling many pranks, and trying to be an honest person, something just snaps in him where he has to do something. So, he does one of his biggest pranks yet, and tries to embarrass a high-ranking Chunin, which goes terribly. As soon as the 3 Chunin realize what's happening, they immediately try to chase after Naruto, who is just giggling from ear to ear. Just as he started running, he saw Iruka in the corner of his eye. Again, not with anger, but just disappointment, which hurt him more than any Chunin running after him. He's done this 1,000 times. But this would not be the same as all of those other times. For the first time, the Chunin didn't give up. They kept chasing and chasing until he didn't know what to do anymore. So he did the only thing he knew they wouldn't chase him to. He ran near to the Forest of Death. There he once again saw the cracked stone and marble, which surely would have looked great in its time, but has degraded over many years. Finally checking and making sure that no one was following him again, he turned around, took a deep breath, and thought about what he was even doing here. It doesn't make sense. Why should I keep doing these pranks? Just to run away. It's not like anyone really cares the day after. They hate me already, he thought, as he bent down to look at one of the cracked symbols. It almost reminded him of the Uchiha symbol, but it looked kind of different. It was probably a clan symbol though. He thought for a while, and wait, isn't this the Uzumaki seal? He didn't pay much attention to class, but since that was his name, he kind of should know his own seal. Though he also knew that there weren't many Uzumaki hanging around nowadays, so this surely would have been a bit old, and probably there by accident. As soon as he stretched out his arm to take a closer look and feel it on his palm, the floor cracked. He hadn't realized it till then, but he was standing on an old floor of a house. As the floor collapsed, Naruto was out for a bit, but soon recovering from it, he realized there was a basement, almost like a vault, keeping something hidden. But it didn't look particularly interesting. In fact, it kind of looked like a library. It had a bunch of scrolls tucked away in every corner and filled to the very top, or I guess the bottom of the house, really. He was never much of a reader, but these did look interesting. He guessed that not many people had read them since they were put here, at least. Something did feel familiar. He noticed more of these Uzumaki symbols, and almost like a silent humming coming from them. He felt it through his core. Is this what chakra feels like? He hadn't mastered that, so he wouldn't know. But it would make sense. I mean, the Uzumaki were quite powerful clan, and they were known for their chakra control and sealing techniques. He did know that at least. After another minute or so, he realized, was he breaking into someone's house? Surely not, right? This looked abandoned. But then again, he was already in enough trouble and didn't want to lose any more of his freedom. So just as he was about to leave, he heard a voice. Young Uzumaki, you, heir to the clan, must learn our secrets. Naruto turned around as if haunted by a ghost, but he knew ghosts weren't real. He's not a kid anymore. But what he was looking at was a ghost? It was reddish, glowing, but almost see-through. Was this some jutsu? Maybe a genjutsu? He knew those were used to make illusions, and this looked like one. This is no illusion, young boy. I am what remains of our powerful clan. We were once talked about in the same sentence as the Uchiha and the Senju, and now we are but dust. But alas, at least one of us still lives, and so I will help impart the Uzumaki clan's library and all the knowledge impaired in it onto you, the last Uzumaki. The words rang deep, and Naruto thought about it. This old guy, whose form wasn't even solid, was this really an Uzumaki like him? And was he really the last one? He knew they weren't common, but the last Uzumaki. What happened to the others? Obviously the village failed, but surely there were other Uzumakis around the other 5 villages. But before he could respond to this mysterious figure, it vanished. Was he dreaming? Did he hit his head too hard? He wasn't sure what was going on, but he was sure that he'd done something to upset old man Hiruzen. So he left, promising to come back tomorrow. After being chewed out by Hiruzen all morning, with the Chunin in question being in the corner of the room making sure Naruto was talked to, Naruto was finally free to make sure on his promise and go back to this basement, library, house, whatever it was. But this time he came prepared. He had some water and food, and made sure that he'd at least have a full day of being able to explore this place without having anything else to worry about. When he arrived at this library basement of whatever it was, he didn't see this mysterious figure again. Maybe he really was dreaming, or he just hit his head too hard, which could definitely be the case, as there was a nasty bump on it this morning. But he did something which was very uncharacteristic of him. He actually took one of the scrolls that was in the wall and opened it. It was interesting to be sure, but not really anything he could understand. It was something about sealing jutsu, which he had heard of, but didn't know what they did, and definitely not how to use it. In truth, he didn't know how to do anything jutsu related, really. He tried and tried many times, but he could never get his chakra down, so any kind of jutsu would be useless. But he continued reading. Maybe if there was something about sealing techniques, then surely there would be something for a beginner like him, teaching him about chakra, or some basic jutsu which even he could do. So he looked, and it took him half a day, until finally, he found nothing. After having read what felt like 1,000 scrolls, he was done. But then he saw another one of these seals, the Uzumaki ones. He didn't see anything about how to use chakra, but maybe if it was glowing yesterday, maybe he had something to do with it, and in fact it was related to his chakra. So he tried, and he pressed his palm on it again, and this time it again started glowing, an orange-reddish color. And once more, he heard the voice he heard yesterday, and this time the man seemed maybe a bit more solid. Maybe he was delirious again, but he had drinking and eaten enough, so he wasn't crazy. I already told you, I'm not an illusion. You must listen to me. I am real, and I am an Uzumaki, though I'm not alive anymore. I see you've read a lot of our scrolls, but have not tried any jutsu. Is it because you can't? If you want, I can help you. Of course, I have mastered many sealing techniques, and really, most jutsu. But I see you don't recognize me, so let me introduce myself. I'm Iruta Uzumaki, once leader of our proud clan. And as to how I'm here, even though I've been long gone, I've sealed myself into this place, knowing that once in the future, I'll be called again by someone like you, a future Uzumaki in need of help. However, I was not planning on it being the last Uzumaki, but that makes my mission even more crucial. I will help you become the best shinobi you can be and aspire your goals while still reviving our clan. Do you agree? This time Naruto didn't even hesitate. He screamed, "Yes, of course!" That's what I like to hear, kid. Alright, so is it really true that you can't perform any jutsu? Naruto explained the truth, and explained that not just the jutsu, but really anything chakra related he was kind of terrible at. But since the Uzumaki were known for their massive chakra reserves, Iruta would know how to fix this. And so they started practicing. Iruta explained the basics of chakra control, and some light exercises on how to start. Naruto was still a kid after all, so they wouldn't do anything crazy. But he started to improve his physicality for sure, but he was starting to be able to use some of his chakra. But there was still a big issue, which Iruta noted. The nine-tailed fox resides inside Naruto. He didn't know, but it was enlightening. Is this why everyone dislikes him? Is this why he's viewed as a bad omen in the village? Iruta explained what a tailed beast, or biju, is, as well as its holder, known as a jinchuriki. He also noted that historically, Uzumaki were often used as hosts as they had massive chakra reserves, and would have an easier time holding back the tailed beast's power. And with that, Naruto and Kurama had their first meeting. Once after training, Naruto woke up, but not in the place he'd gone to sleep in, which he now called the Uzumaki bunker, but rather in what looked like some sewer. There was water everywhere, and it looked pretty dirty, honestly. In front of him was a massive cage. Inside, a nine-tailed fox. This tailed beast he'd heard so much about, he knew instantly what it was, and inside, it was scowling. There was a brief silence, but Naruto was the one to start talking. He found out later, of course, that Kurama was the tailed beast's name, but he didn't know it at the time. He introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki, the last Uzumaki, and the host of this tailed beast. It kind of caught Kurama off guard. This kid was so nice, he didn't really deserve to be hated by everyone just because of what was inside. But alas, that's what Naruto was given at birth, and there was no fair in this world. After Naruto's introduction, Kurama introduced himself as the nine-tailed fox, Kurama. He also said that he was willing to enter a pact where he would not try to deter Naruto's training. instantly shooting up Naruto's control of chakra, as well as being able to do some basic jutsu by now. But this was far from Kurama being friendly, helping him, or even really doing nothing at all. He was still zapping Naruto's power, just not as much as before, which was enough of an improvement for now not to complain. Naruto was happy with this, knowing sooner or later they would have to talk to the tailed beast, and this was a good start to the negotiations. And so they ignored Kurama for a while, focusing on Naruto's training instead. Actual jutsu, cloning jutsu, the switching jutsu, as well as actually starting the sealed, which Naruto was master at. There were enough sealing jutsu in the scrolls Naruto had seen that it was a lifetime worth of training, and even those around in school noticed that Naruto was improving, his teachers as well. There were no pranks at all anymore from this kid, so no one really had that much of a problem with him anymore, other than of course him being a Jinchuriki. And now it even looked like he would actually complete the Genin exams and succeed, which Iruka was massively joyed by. All this resulted in Naruto actually becoming a better person. He wasn't this awkward kid with no friends. Well, I mean, he still didn't really have many friends, but he wasn't outwardly annoying. He was paying more attention in class, and those like Choji and Shikamaru, who didn't really have that much of an issue with him in the first place, actually started to get along with him. Having real friends in his class was incredible. He'd never had anything like it, and a month earlier couldn't even imagine it. Naruto was slowly evolving to a father figure of the sort. But that doesn't mean he didn't go hard on training. Naruto was training in all of his free time, either mentally preparing himself, learning, reading new scrolls, or doing physical training. That's not to say his seals were missing at all. In fact, he was practicing the adamantine sealing chains, which, although Naruto didn't know it, were originally used by Kushina to seal Kurama, and were important for any self-respecting Uzumaki to know, especially a Jinchuriki who had to be able to seal his own tailed beast, which also helped Naruto in tightening his own seal, which stopped chakra from flowing out and allowed him a bit more control over his own chakra, as well as decreasing the risk of him going berserk on more than 4 tails of the Jinchuriki power. As hours of training turned into days, weeks, and even months, slowly Naruto started growing up. Sure, he became stronger, and Naruto was proud of him for that, but he was becoming smarter, more attentive, honestly responsible. But what he needed was control. He needed to be able to control his chakra, his emotions, and his body if he wanted to become a good shinobi and even reach his goal of Hokage, which still seemed a million miles away for now. To do this, Naruto went back to the basics, including basic sealing and even getting Naruto some better education. He sat cross-legged in the center of the vault, this library. He now called it the Uzumaki bunker. He's sweating. He isn't doing push-ups though, he's trying to draw a perfect circle. This is important, sure, to be able to draw, but he didn't really care about that. He needed to be able to draw well for his seals. Naruto went on length, talking about Naruto's chakra, and that it's not just large, but it's turbulent in a way that Naruto can't control it, at least for now. It's a red mass, like a star. It's the sun itself, which has so much power, but there's no way a kid Naruto could even come close to controlling it. That gives him a realization. You can't build a house on a shaky foundation. That's why we need to go into the basics, Naruto said. That's incredibly important considering the one in your belly. He alluded to Kurama, of course, which he didn't want to anger. Naruto also helped Naruto with some meditation and peace of mind, really being able to control himself, even in stressful situations, which, again, was mostly due to him being a Jinchuriki, and if everything's got out of hand, Naruto knew from his days that that could get out of hand really badly, and hurt those around him. This went on for quite a while, Naruto improving, Naruto being more and more proud of him, and those around him noticing that Naruto really was improving. And that led to him actually not being hated by his peers. He got some friends, if you could call them that. Choji and Shikamaru certainly didn't hate him before, and now they did actually tolerate him. Around a month before graduation to become Genin, Naruto, during a break in the academy, went to the roof to practice some of his sealing techniques, known as Funjutsu, the art of sealing. Whilst Naruto was on the roof practicing, Choji and Shikamaru went up. Not to go to Naruto, of course, but they were just chilling. And when they went up, they saw Naruto with an apple on top of a paper. He was trying his best to seal an object inside of a scroll, but it certainly wasn't easy. Choji is kind of amazed, he finds it cool, but Shikamaru doesn't care that much, or at least he doesn't show it, and immediately goes for a nap near the railing. Choji explains how his dad actually uses sealing techniques to store food, as his family eats a lot according to him. He explains this whilst eating a bag of chips, so he's probably not lying. But Shikamaru still has some questions. How are you practicing these if you keep failing at regular clone jutsu, or even, the written exam for the academy? I mean, you are getting better, but you're still failing, dude. I don't know, I am getting better as you said, but stuff like history is not my thing, man. I'm better at solving puzzles, like this jutsu, for example. I read about it in some scroll, he said, just so no one gets suspicious. And just then, Naruto felt at peace. He took a chip from Choji, and they relaxed. They slept under the clear sky and missed their next period, but he was still happy. Having even acquaintances was so much better than what he used to have. And then, after a while longer, it finally came down to the genin exams. The written part was already over, and now they would each have to show a jutsu, famously including the clone jutsu, which Naruto always sucked at. He tried, and he failed again. He couldn't get it. He was getting so much better, and he was good at other jutsu, just for some reason this one never worked out. Events followed as in canon, where Mizuki tried to control him to get him to steal the scroll of sealing, which Naruto did, though this time, of course, actually wanting to seal the scroll. Not really to steal it per se, but he did want to know what was inside. Having read what felt like 1,000 scrolls in the library, he now kind of had an idea of how to read them, as well as how to pick up things quickly. And so as soon as he had his hands on the thing, he started reading quickly. And he found something interesting, called the multi-shadow clone jutsu. It worked kind of differently, and felt more naturally, maybe? So he tried it, and immediately it worked. Ah, I see. This one's not an illusion, it actually splits your chakra. And since I have so much, it must work much better than the normal clone jutsu. Interesting. The reason I couldn't do the normal one is I have too much chakra, too much water for the cup, so I need to make more cups. Naruto theorized as he'd become a lot more self-reflecting and smarter, thanks to Naruto teaching him. Naruto continued practicing for a couple more minutes and continued reading what was in the scroll, as he could always practice later now that he knew how to do it.
Huh, this is getting interesting,
Kurama muttered, as he was now able to hear and see some of what Naruto was doing, though of course he didn't have full control. Finally, Naruto was almost caught off guard with Mizuki charging him with a giant shuriken in hand. Naruto leapt out, but he didn't punch back. He threw 3 kunai with paper tags attached, a paralysis seal. He prepared it in the library in the event that he would ever need it, but he didn't think it would be against the teacher. They're not really meant to be able to stop a chunin or anyone that strong, but they did make Mizuki hesitate for a split second, which brought Naruto some time. He crossed his finger. The chakra felt smooth, and he knew he couldn't embarrass himself in front of a tailed beast. And so he decided it only felt right to use what he just learned to actually attack and perhaps defeat his opponent, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. But this time he wasn't just gonna try, he was gonna put everything he had into it. He was maybe gonna leave some control, but put in all the chakra he had, though it would leave him worn out later. But no time to think about it further, so he put in all of his chakra, and thousands of Narutos appeared, all throughout their surroundings, which meant Mizuki could not escape even if he was a lot faster than Naruto. But not like in canon, these Narutos are actually controlled. They prepare and wait for Naruto to give the signal, and then all attack at once. It's like his own personal army of himself, though of course they are much weaker than a real person. But certainly strong enough to control Mizuki and eventually hand him off to Iruka, who was getting close a couple minutes later. Seeing that Naruto was able to master the clone jutsu, though under some interesting circumstances, Naruto will also receive the headband given to all genin from Iruka, which Naruto proudly showed to his Uzumaki teacher, Iruta. By the way, I hope the names don't get confusing, sorry about that. Naruto is thrilled, and Iruka and Iruta are both very happy that their student, Naruto, is finally taking a first step to his actual goal, becoming a shinobi and maybe, though no one believes it yet, becoming the Hokage. Next morning, everyone's excited. The classroom is buzzing. Everyone is going to receive their Jonin instructor. In the original timeline, this is where Naruto jams a chalkboard eraser into the doorframe to prank Kakashi. It's iconic for sure, but not something this Naruto does. He's sitting at his desk, eyes closed, tapping a rhythm on the wood. He's mentally reviewing the stroke order from an explosive tag that Naruto forced him to memorize the night before. He should be prepared after all if he wants to really become a shinobi. This annoys Sakura though, who's weirded out. She's expecting him to jump on tables, yelling about how slow the teacher is. But he's not doing that. He really has changed, hasn't he? He's quiet. Sasuke knows it too, as they are the only ones that are still waiting for the Jonin. He looks at Naruto and thinks, finally, stop being annoying. When Kakashi slides open the door, there's no eraser, no prank. He walks in, looks around, sees 3 genin sitting there patiently, and he smiles, but he is suspicious. My first impression? You guys seem boring. Meet me on the roof. Huh? He's gonna make us wait that long and then just meet us somewhere else? Is this guy crazy? Sakura says, and she does have a point. Naruto finds it weird for sure, but he did hear before that Kakashi is known for being different. After introductions are done, we go to the training ground, the bell test. The objective is the same, get the bells, but the dynamic is completely different. When Kakashi says start, Sasuke and Sakura hide, not as usual, but Naruto, he would charge him head first, right? That's what they thought. But Naruto performs a hand sign and vanishes into the bushes. He's prepared. The loud one learned stealth, Kakashi said. He had heard of Naruto and his antics, but this was not what he expected. As the test continues, Kakashi tries to find Sakura and Sasuke, as he saw them run off into the forest. Sasuke tries his fireball, while Sakura stays hidden, but Naruto is still setting the board. He's using some utility scrolls he made in the library earlier. He's even stringing up tripwires, not for a generic ninja, but with wire enforced to weak chakra seal, which Naruto taught him, and it is faint, but it definitely does the job in restraining even a strong shinobi, though he is worried that a Jonin is too far above his level. When he's done, and Kakashi's in his field open, Naruto finally steps out. He throws a kunai, which Kakashi catches lazily between his 2 fingers. Naruto performs a half seal. Pop! The kunai wasn't a weapon, it was a carrier, a small smoke bomb which was attached to the handle that now detonates. It doesn't hurt Kakashi, but it blinds him for a split second, which Naruto uses not to attack, but he shouts, Sasuke, left flank, Sakura, flush him out. The goal here is to do teamwork, which Naruto notices. They obviously couldn't get even a fraction of the strength necessary to defeat a Jonin, but maybe as a 3, but even then it wouldn't make sense. They just became genin. The gap between a genin and a chunin is strong, but a Jonin is even stronger than that. How are they supposed to do anything? But this was the best plan he had, so he's trying to coordinate. He's trying to be the bridge between the two, as he knew they weren't very close. Sasuke actually listens, because Naruto isn't acting like an idiot for once. He throws a shuriken, which Kakashi deflects, and he is forced to step back and now pay attention to 2 targets. Right into Naruto's wire trap. For a moment, just a moment, Kakashi is actually immobilized and overwhelmed. But, of course, that doesn't last very long. He is a Jonin. But then Naruto notices something he didn't account for. Kakashi uses substitution jutsu, and in front of him, he only sees a log, whilst Kakashi is now standing right behind him. That was the closest they would ever get in this trial to defeat Kakashi. But as the timer slowly ran out, they failed. In truth, Kakashi was only then taking it actually seriously. Of course, these guys weren't as strong as him. They were just children. But still, this was a lot better than he expected. Given Sakura wasn't very good, but there's room to improve for everyone. As Kakashi told him they passed, he asked Naruto how he learned to rig a kunai like that, to make a trap, and to coordinate with his teammates. And Naruto just responded that he reads a lot, and he's a big fan of strategizing, which Kakashi took note of, even though it was a bit suspicious. As Team 7's now formed, they do a bunch of D-ranked missions, but nothing that's actually interesting. They find stray kittens and whatnot. But no one finds that interesting, so after a bit of convincing Kakashi and then Hiruzen, they finally get a C-ranked mission. Team 7 heads out of the gates to protect Tazuna and escort him to the land of waves. Team 7 heads out the gate, and the dynamic is already shifting. Naruto would be bouncing off the walls, being annoying, because it is his first time outside the village. But this time, not so much. While they walk, Naruto is fiddling with a small brush and a scrap of paper, practicing strokes for his seals. It drives Sakura crazy for a different reason now. She thinks he's ignoring her, but Kakashi notices that the kid is actually keeping pace with the group while being a bit distracted. That's a level of multitasking he didn't have a month ago. Naruto is improving quickly, and even Kakashi can notice that, even though he hasn't known it for long. Things immediately go sideways when they hit a puddle on the road, even though it hadn't rained for a while. In the original timeline, Naruto froze out completely when the demon brothers attacked. He was terrified. But now, Naruto spent weeks in dusty basement with a ghost who drills situational awareness into him. Naruto taught him that sealing is about preparation, about noticing when the environment just feels wrong, and when you should be extra aware. When Kakashi is instantly targeted, Naruto doesn't lock up, he reacts. He doesn't have the speed to fight Chunin level assassins yet, but he has a toolkit. He throws himself in front of Tazuna to protect their VIP. Not with a kunai, but with a pre-written barrier attack. He slaps it onto the old man's chest. It's a weak seal, barely enough to straight shuriken, but it does show where his head at. He's prioritizing the client, which is of course what they're paid to do. Sasuke still comes up with a shuriken save, looking cool as always, but when the dust settles, he doesn't turn to Naruto and call him a scaredy cat. He looks at the tag on Tazuna's chest and gives Naruto a nod, mutual respect, which starts a everlasting friendship between the two, which for now is just respect, but later it grows to be much more. However, this would not be their only fighting this trip. The real test is Zabuza. When Kakashi gets trapped in the water prison, the panic sets in. How are they going to defeat this guy if he was able to defeat their Jonin instructor? Naruto forced himself to breathe. He uses the mind anchor, a technique Naruto taught him that was a type of meditation to calm down stressful situations, which allows him to come up with a demon shuriken plan that he showed in canon. When Sasuke throws the giant shuriken, Naruto transforms into the second blade. He's holding a flash tag he prepared at the library. As soon as Zabuza catches it, Naruto doesn't just poof back into existence, he detonates the tag. A blinding flare erupts right into Zabuza's face, blinding him for a while. It buys them a crucial split second for Naruto to graze Zabuza's cheek and force him to release the prison that was holding Kakashi. It was kind of reckless, sure, but it worked. And even Zabuza had to admit that this was a pretty good plan, which forced him to escape before he was caught by Kakashi. Later, when they go to Tazuna's house, and Naruto meets Haku in the forest, before they realize who each other is, they actually have a deeper talk than they did in canon. Naruto explains that he cares about his legacy, about his family's legacy, though he does mention that he's an Uzumaki, which allows him to connect a lot with Haku's desire to be useful to someone, though, of course, Naruto doesn't know that someone is Zabuza, who tried to kill him the other day. Though, of course, Naruto also has a strange person that he wants to be useful to, that he also doesn't mention, that being Naruto, a kind of ghost, keeping alive his clan's legacy. Though he also thinks about his friends, Shikamaru and Shoji, who he's grown to care about, and even his team, though he's not a huge fan yet. He does kind of care about his instructor and Sasuke, and of course he doesn't want Sakura to be hurt, though he doesn't consider her a friend. Until the last part of their mission, they finally get to the bridge, which has 100 goons waiting for them, and forces Naruto to fight against Haku. But Naruto needs time to weave his sealings, which Haku gives him none of. Haku is fast and relentless. Naruto is tossing blank tags on the floor, trying to create a distraction. Some smoke, maybe a small explosion which could catch Haku off guard, giving him some time, but nothing. And then Sasuke tries to help him. He steps in front of one of the needles, and he falls. Naruto snaps. The seal weakens, and the red chakra is slowly flowing out. But this is exactly what he's been training for. The seal is strong enough to hold, and Naruto's mental fortitude is better. It feels so different than what he expected, but he is able to control part of it, though at great difficulty. He does start to grow fox-like features, and there is red chakra around him, but he isn't completely out of control. Kurama is actually giving Naruto some power out of curiosity, seeing how much control Naruto truly has over such power. But Naruto grips it with terrifying clarity. He is furious, but he's not going to go out of control. He knows that would only make things worse. He doesn't flail around. He looks at Haku and says, "You broke him. You shouldn't have done that." He moves faster than I could see, even faster than Haku, who is going at supersonic speeds, grabbing Haku's wrist mid-attack. He isn't just using raw power, he's precise. He still remembers all of the techniques he learned, all of his taijutsu. He punches through one of the ice mirrors, shattering the crystal with a chakra-loaded strike that feels heavy. kind of like what Tsunade does, but obviously nowhere near that level, which allows him to defeat Haku, not by overpowering blindly, though of course he has crazy strength now with some of Kurama's chakra, but by using his techniques and keeping true to his true nature, remembering what he learned and staying intact, not going out of control. Though when the dust settles, the situation kind of ends the same as in the original story. Zabuza dies beside Haku in the snow, on that bridge. Naruto watches in silence. He doesn't scream about unfairness this time. He knows it. Deep down, he feels solemn sadness. He realizes that the Uzumaki clan died out, and so did Haku, for the same reason. They were too strong, and too loyal, and too good for this world. As they leave the Land of Waves, Naruto carries Zabuza's massive sword on his back for a few miles, before his stamina goes out naturally, just to show some respect. He's not coming home as a loudmouth prankster. He's walking back into the Leaf as a guy who understands that this world is rough, and not all good. Kakashi sees this change in real life. He realizes he doesn't have to worry about Naruto's motivation. He sees that there's enough fire in him to propel him all the way to Hokage if he really wants to. In fact, Kakashi is more so worried about keeping up with Naruto's strength, seeing that Kurama's power really does flow through him, and he's even able to control some of it, which he was shocked by. The Land of Waves has come and gone, and Haku and Zabuza are dead, and Naruto's learned that sometimes survival isn't about being the strongest, it's about staying alive long enough to figure out a solution. With that being said, now we approach the Chunin exams, where shadows are already waiting in the forest of death. Predator, waiting to see what the last Uzumaki is made of. The air in the Uzumaki bunker was always cold, but tonight it felt freezing. Naruto sat cross-legged in the center of the seal-etched floor, his breathing ragged. He wasn't physically tired, the Uzumaki stamina took care of that, but his mind felt bruised. Above him, the flickering red projection of Iruta Uzumaki paced back and forth. The ghost stopped, looking at the boy, with a scowl etched into his spectral face. "You let the beast drive," Iruta said. It wasn't a question. Naruto looked at his hands. I had to. Haku, he was too fast. I got angry, and the red chakra just spilled out. And you survived, Iruta countered. Because the beast allowed you to survive. Not because you commanded or controlled it. Iruta kneeled, bringing his face to the same level as Naruto's. Listen to me, boy. The Uzumaki were feared, not because we were monsters, but because we could hold them. The adamantine chains, the technique you felt trying to surface, the one that holds back the tailed beast, it is fueled by emotion, yes, but it is forged by will. If you use rage to crack the seal, you're just opening the door for the fox. You must be the lock, not the battering ram. Iruta points a spectral finger at a blank scroll on the floor. Pick up the brush. We are not learning a weapon tonight. We are learning a failsafe, if you ever go out of control again. For the next hours, Naruto didn't sleep. He painted. Under Iruta's harsh guidance, he crafted a specific complex design, a chakra suppressant tag, one always used in past to suppress Jinchuriki when they went out of control, or as a precaution. This is not for your enemies, Iruta warned as Naruto finished his final stroke. It is for you. If you feel the red chakra bubbling again, if you feel the hate starting to blur your vision, you place this on your stomach, over the seal. It will burn. It will hurt badly, but you will sever the fox's connection for a short time. Don't rely on his power, Naruto. The moment you do, you stop being a shinobi and start being a weapon. That's what they want you to be. Prove them wrong. Naruto touched the drying ink. It felt heavy. I got it, old man. No more losing control. Time moved quickly. The seasons turned, and the village filled with foreign shinobi. The Chunin exams had arrived, and this time they would be doing them combined with the village of the sand. Naruto stood in the examination hall, surrounded by older, deadlier ninja. Killing intent radiating from the proctor, Ibiki Morino, was thick enough to taste. In the old timeline, Naruto might have panicked. He might have screamed at the proctor to mask his fear. But Naruto had spent months in a bunker, with Warring States veteran who made Ibiki look like a substitute teacher. He's not scared. Naruto sat perfectly still, closed his eyes for a second, activating the mind anchor meditation Iruta has drilled into him. Breathe in. Ground the chakra. Breathe out. He opened his eyes and looked at the test. Cryptography. Physics trajectories. Histories of war. But thankfully, Iruta had him read up on actually everything. But even with this immense knowledge, this feels impossible for any genin or aspiring chunin to know. Naruto picked up his pencil. He looked at question 7. It was a cipher, almost identical to the index system used in the Uzumaki vault and taught to him by Naruto. He didn't need to cheat for this test, he actually just knew the answer. As he started writing, one of the proctors walked by and was surprised that the answer was actually correct. But that was about all the luck Naruto had. It's not like he knew every question. For the rest, Naruto didn't use a Byakugan or bugs like the others, but he did have something up his sleeve. He pulled a small, shiny strip of tape from his pouch, a remnant of a light reflection seal practice, and stuck it to the end of his pencil. By adjusting its angle, he mirrored Shikamaru's answers, who was sitting right behind him. Tactical, but most importantly, quiet. He didn't get caught. But of course, on this test, there were only 9 questions, but there should be 10. When the 10th question came by, whether to leave or risk permanent failure of a chunin rank, instead of giving a passionate speech like in canon, he just sat there, crossed his arms, staring at the proctor Ibiki dead in his eyes. He had made a promise to Naruto to fix his clan's legacy, and to find out if there are other Uzumaki out there. Leaving now would be an insult to the dead and his clan. Just then he heard, "All of you who remained, you pass." The second stage of the chunin exams would not be so easy though. The forest of death wasn't a test, it was like a hunting ground. Team 7 moved through the dense canopy. Sasuke took point, Sakura watched the rear, and Naruto was stopping every 50 yards. "Naruto, stop stalling," Sasuke hissed, who wanted to do it as fast as possible. "I'm not stalling," Naruto whispered, crouching by a tree root. He pulled out a pre-written tag and slapped it onto the bark, covering it with mud. "I'm securing our exit." "Tripwires?" Sasuke asked. "Low-yield noise tags," Naruto corrected. "If something chases us, I detonate these, a wall of sound to cover our tracks." The Uzumaki don't run fast, but they are smart. Sasuke huffed, but he didn't argue. He'd seen Naruto's traps work in the Land of Waves, and even against their Jonin teacher, Kakashi. They made camp in a hollowed-out tree. Night fell, and with it, silence came. It was like the sounds of animals holding their breath because an apex predator had entered the cage. Everyone was scared, and so no one made a move. They'd seen before the exams all the scary-looking shinobi, and they were one of the few who were trying to become chunin for the first time. They were lacking experience compared to everyone else. Suddenly a wind picked up, smelling of sulfur and rot. "Naruto," Sasuke said, his voice trembling slightly. "Wake up." Naruto was already awake. He felt it. The chakra so cold and slimy it made Kurama growl inside. Is this another Jinchuriki? He knew there was Jinchuriki of the first-tailed beast in the village of the sand, who was known to be incredibly dangerous. From the shadows, a mysterious figure stepped out. The grass ninja, Orochimaru. But this time he didn't look at Sasuke. He looked at Naruto. Or rather, he looked through Naruto. My, the grass ninja hissed, his tongue darting out. "The red dust still lingers in the leaf. I can smell the old ink on you, boy." Naruto was creeped out, but he didn't ask who this was. He moved. "Sasuke! Sakura! Run!" Naruto roared. He slammed his fist onto the ground. "Barrier style! One-sided wall!" An orange translucent barrier erupted from the ground between them, the Team 7, and the enemy. It wasn't strong. It was a tier 1 barrier meant for camping, but it was solid. But their opponent didn't even weave a sign. He opened his mouth, and a massive summoned snake launched forward, slamming the barrier. The barrier shattered like glass. The force threw Naruto backwards, slamming him into a tree, so that the wind was knocked out of him. Terror. Pure, unadulterated terror seized him. This wasn't like a Zabuza. This was a completely different kind of monster. Naruto looked inward. Is it time to use Kurama's power again? But before he finished his thought, the fox only roared back. "Gladly." A chakra exploded out of Naruto, but this time he remembered the lesson. Don't let him drive you. Naruto forced the rage down, channeling the power into his blood. He also had the seals ready to put on his stomach to contain the red chakra. "Uzumaki style." Naruto gritted his teeth, blood leaking from his mouth. This was intense. Even with all this training, it's not like he has even a speck of control over Kurama. A spectral golden chain erupted from Naruto's back. It was faint, barely visible, thrashing wildly like a loose fire hose. Orochimaru's eyes widened. He looked delighted? The adamantine chains. Incomplete. Raw. But magnificent. My, you do hold some surprises, don't you? The chain whipped out, catching Orochimaru across the cheek. A thin line of blood appeared on the Sanin's pale face, which he immediately licked back with his long tongue. "You have a good teacher," Orochimaru whispered, blurring forward. He was too fast. Naruto couldn't track him. This is like the ancient Uzumaki clan head, one famous for using his shields not as a defense, but as an offense, even at long ranges. The almost legendary figure Naruto Uzumaki. Surprising that anyone would be able to use a similar technique as him. Though of course in terms of power they're not even comparable. How quaint. But class is dismissed. Orochimaru's finger burned with purple chakra. He slammed his hand directly into Naruto's stomach, right over the seal. 5-element seal! Immediately Naruto started screaming. It felt like molten lead being poured into his gut. The connection to Kurama's chakra instantly shut. But not just that, it felt like his Uzumaki connection to Naruto started closing. Everything started going dark, and Naruto fell to the ground unconscious. For the first time in months, his mind was completely, terrifyingly silent. When Naruto woke up, he was in the tower. Is the exam over? He thought. Later he learned that 3 days had passed. He sat up, clutching his stomach. The bruises of the 5-element seal were ugly, disrupting the even spiral of his original seal. It looked ugly. Naruto? He tried to meditate. He tried to push chakra into the mental pathway that led to the bunker, to his Uzumaki self. But nothing worked. It was just static. Now he felt just like he was before he ever met Naruto, before he ever accidentally stepped into that vault. Panic rose. Without that, he's just the kid who couldn't even do a clone. A failure. The prankster of Konoha. No, he muttered, forcing himself to stand, his legs shaking. Naruto said, I'm the lock. If the key is broken, I have to fix it, or fight without. Meanwhile, the preliminaries began the next day. Naruto stood on the balcony, watching the matches. He felt heavy. His chakra's control was shot. The new seal was disrupting his flow like a jammer signal. Match 7. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka. Naruto walked down the stairs. Kiba grinned, Akamaru barking happily. Easy win, Akamaru. Kiba laughed. Naruto looks like he's about to pass already. Hey loser, ready to get stomped? Naruto didn't yell back. He didn't have the energy. He got into a stance, lower, grounded, Naruto stance. The fight started, but Kiba was fast. He slammed into Naruto with a beast human clone attack. Naruto flew back, skidding across the stone floor. He tried to make a clone, but it came out as a pale, half-formed puddle. Even the shadow clone didn't work. Kiba laughed. What happened to all that big talk? You're worse now than you were even in the academy. Naruto wiped some blood from his nose. He couldn't use a jutsu. His chakra was fighting him, so he had to use the only thing Orochimaru couldn't have sealed away. His own blood. Naruto stood up and Kiba hit him again. Fang over fang drilled into Naruto's ribs. Naruto hit the wall, coughing more. But he stood up again. Why won't you just stay down? Kiba yelled, charging for a finisher. But Naruto waited. He took a breath. He reached into his pouch. He didn't have the chakra for a barrage. Kiba lunged. Naruto stepped into the attack. He took the claw to his shoulder, biting back a scream just to get close. He wrapped his arms around Kiba. Gotcha, Naruto wheezed. So what? I'll just... Naruto smirked. Paper bomb. Point blank. He revealed a tag in his hand, slapping it into Kiba's vest before kicking himself backward with every ounce of the strength he had left. Boom! Smoke filled the arena, and when it cleared, Kiba was unconscious, his vest scorched. Naruto was scorched too, his jacket smoking, but he was still standing. Swaying, but standing. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. As the medics came for Kiba, Kakashi watched from the railing. His Sharingan was spinning. He'd seen the way Naruto moved. Sluggish, fighting against his own body. This isn't what he's seen from Naruto before. He focused on Naruto's stomach, where his shirt had burned away. That mark, Kakashi narrowed his eyes. The 5-element seal. Orochimaru? Naruto limped up the stairs. He didn't cheer, he just sat down, clutching his stomach, desperate for a voice that wasn't there to tell him he did a good job. Silence remained. He needed a master, a living master. Somewhere in the village, a toad sage sneezed. Naruto has now survived the forest and the preliminaries, but at a great cost. His connection to his ancestors is severed. His chakras in chaos, and the enemies around him only seem stronger and stronger. To fix what the snake has done to him, Naruto will need to find one man who knows seals just as the Uzumaki did. A legendary signing of his own. Preliminaries are over, the weak have been weeded out, but for Naruto Uzumaki, the victory against Kiba Inuzaki felt like a defeat. He's broken. Not his bones, but his chakra, scrambling his own chakra, the Nine Tails, and his special connection to Naruto Uzumaki. So basically, now Naruto is alone. And weak, of course. And on top of that, he now has a month until the finals. 1 month to fight Neji Hyuga, the genius of the Gentle Fist. And right now, Naruto can't even use chakra. The sun beat down on the hot springs training ground. It was humiliating. Naruto stood at the edge of boiling water, Beside him, Ibisu, the elite tutor Kakashi had pawned him off on, adjusted his dark glasses with a sneer. "Listen closely, Naruto," Ibisu lectured. "Your control is abysmal. You have too much energy and no focus. To walk on water, you must release a steady stream of chakra from your souls." Naruto gritted his teeth. He knew the theory. Naruto had made him read the scrolls on surface adhesion weeks ago. He knew how to do it. He stepped onto the water. Splash! He sank like a stone, the hot water scalding his legs. He scrambled out, gasping. "Pathetic," Ibisu sighed. "At this rate, Neji Hyuga will dismantle you in seconds. You have the reserves of a Kage and the control of a toddler." Naruto lay on grass, staring at the sky. He clenched his fists. It wasn't that he lacked focus, it was the seal. He could feel it. The purple bruises on his stomach burning hot, creating a chaotic static in his veins. Every time he tried to mold chakra, it felt like he was trying to drink through a crushed straw. He reached for his pouch. He was out of pre-made seals. He'd used his last suppression tag against Kiba. "I need Iruta," Naruto whispered to himself. "I can't fix this alone." Ibisu snapped. "Who are you talking to? Stop muttering and try again." Naruto was about to yell back when he saw something strange. A man with massive mane of white hair was crouched by the women's bathhouse wall, giggling. But Naruto didn't care about the peeping. His eyes locked onto something else. The man was carrying around a massive scroll on his back, and on the edge of the scroll, Naruto recognized the handwriting. Fuinjutsu, high-level sealing script. Naruto scrambled. He didn't scream pervert, though maybe he should have. He ran at the man, desperate. "Hey, you!" Naruto yelled. The man, Jiraiya, spun around, striking a weird pose. "Silence! You're in the presence of the Great Toad Sage, the Sannin of Mount Myoboku. You're a seal master?" Naruto interrupted, pointing at the scroll. Jiraiya blinked, dropping the pose. "Huh?" "The script on your scroll," Naruto said, breathless. "It's a containment matrix, right? Like the one used for summoning contracts?" Jiraiya's playful expression vanished for a split second, replaced by a sharp, calculating look. He studied the boy. He saw the boy's hair. It seemed yellow, but starting to grow darker. Like a light orange, maybe? Was this him becoming more of an Uzumaki than an Namikaze? He wondered. He saw his desperate eyes, and the chaotic chakra leaking off him. "You've got a sharp eye, kid," Naruto grunted. "Most people just call me a pervert. But what's it to you?" Naruto lifted his shirt without hesitation. "Fix it, please." Jiraiya looked down. His eyes widened. He saw the intricate, spiraling 8-trigram seal Minato had placed, and over it, the jagged, ugly purple bruises of an odd-numbered seal. The 5-element seal, Jiraiya murmured. "Could it be Orochimaru?" That snake. He really did a number on you. Jiraiya didn't ask further questions. He saw a seal that was choking the life out of this boy, and he acted. "Stand still," Jiraiya ordered. His fingertips lit blue with chakra. He slammed his hand into Naruto's gut. 5 elements, unseal. Snap. Naruto gasped. It felt like a dam breaking. The pressure in his chest vanished. The static noise in his head cleared instantly. His chakra flooded back into his coils, smooth, heavy, and powerful. But it wasn't just a chakra. The connection reestablished, and the bunker in his mind seemed to open. And a voice, static-filled and furious, roared in Naruto's mind. "Boy, report!" Naruto fell to his knees, laughing. "I can hear you, old man. You're back!" Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "Old man? I'm not that old, kid. Not you," Naruto said, tapping his temple. Then he looked at Jiraiya. "Iruta wants to talk to you." Iruta? Jiraiya froze. He knew that name. Every high-ranking Leaf ninja knew the history of the Uzumaki clan heads. "Kid, what are you talking about?" Naruto stood up. He formed the half-ram seal Iruta taught him, the seal to protect the bunker's interface outward. "Manifest!" Naruto commanded. This was a move Iruta taught him so that even when he wasn't able to physically go to the Uzumaki bunker, he would still have Iruta as a mentor wherever he needed him. Red chakra leaked from Naruto's seal, pooling in the air. It formed the flickering, ghostly upper body of Iruta Uzumaki. Jiraiya stepped back, his hands instinctively going to a kunai. "Jiraiya of the Sannin," Iruta's voice graveled out, echoing, not from a mouth, but from the chakra itself. "You look old. Minato was a child the last time I checked the logs." Jiraiya stared, his mouth slightly open. "A chakra imprint? A sentient one? This is lost Uzumaki tech. This was a secret jutsu only taught to powerful Uzumaki, and lost when the land they inhibited disappeared forever. I am dead," Iruta scoffed, "and you, Toad Sage, have been neglecting this Jinchuriki. Why is the boy fighting with this snake, with a level 1 barrier seal? Pathetic. Teach him." and help him overcome his trials. The conversation that followed was one of the strangest in Naruto's life for sure. He sat eating a popsicle while legendary Sanin and a century-old ghost argued over his education. He needs power, Jiraiya argued. The Chunin exams are in a month. He's fighting a Hyuga. He needs to learn to summon to counter the Gentle Fist's range. He needs control, Iruta countered. Summoning is crude. He needs to manage the adamantine chains to suppress the beast, if he were ever to go berserk. And if he gains some control, he can use the tailed beast's power, without risking his or anyone else's life. He can't use the adamantine chain if his chakra is shut down by Neji, Jiraiya shouted. The Hyuga will close his chakra points. Naruto needs a massive external chakra source, a summon, to override the blockage. There was a silence. The ghost and the sage stared at each other. Iruta crossed the spectral arms. Fine, but no toads. Excuse me? Jiraiya was offended. Toads are loud, clumsy. An Uzumaki fights with elegance, Iruta countered. An Uzumaki fights with whatever keeps him alive, Jiraiya snapped. He turned to Naruto. Kid, you're signing the Toad contract. It's the only summon I have that can brawl with a tailed beast if things go wrong. And frankly, you need a tank to stop yourself from getting hurt. Naruto looked at the red ghost. His master, or former master now, maybe? The sage is correct, Iruta admitted, looking pained. He cannot truly master these chains, even though he was able to use them once, barely. Not enough to stop a Gentle Fist user. You need power. As the training began, Naruto would find one thing out very quickly. This would be hell. Jiraiya handled the day shift, exhausting physical conditioning and chakra molding to summon bigger and bigger tadpoles. Iruta handled the night shift, mental meditation, studying the anatomy of the Hyuga clan and learning how to construct a break seal to snap out of genjutsu or paralysis, which Neji would definitely try. 3 weeks passed and Naruto was exhausted. He could summon a toad the size of a dog by now, but nothing big enough to crush a defense like Neji's rotation. It's not enough, Jiraiya said on the final day before the exams. He stood with Naruto at the edge of a deep ravine. I'm trying, Privy Sage, Naruto yelled, but the big toads won't answer. My chakra flickers when I try to pull that much. That's because you're scared, Jiraiya said seriously. You're scared of the fox inside of you. Iruta taught you to suppress it, to lock it away, but today you need to knock on its door. You need to use it. It's part of you, and that won't change. So learn how to be a part of it too. Iruta says that's really dangerous, Naruto argued. Iruta's a shield. I am your spear. To beat Neji, you need both. Without saying anything else, Jiraiya grabbed Naruto by the collar. Forgive me, Naruto, Jiraiya muttered, and he threw Naruto off the cliff. Naruto fell. The wind roared in his ears. He panicked. He tried to grab the wall, but it was too far, and he was going too fast. I'm gonna die. Boy, Iruta's voice screamed at his head. Do not suppress it. The sage is right. Demand the rent, now. Naruto closed his eyes. He plunged into his mindscape. That wet prison cell. He stood before the cage. Kurama was sleeping, not even bothered. Hey! Fox, wake up! If I die, you drown. The giant eye opened. You want my power again, kid? After you and the ghost tried so hard to silence me. I'm not asking, Naruto yelled, holding out his hand. Give it to me, or we both hit the rocks. Kurama grinned. It was wicked. A hateful grin. Fine. Show me what you can do. Red chakra flooded the system. In the real world, Jiraiya watched Anka sleep. Come on, kid. Suddenly a massive plume of smoke erupted from the bottom of the ravine. A giant web of cracks appeared on the canyon walls. From the smoke, a massive red toad, Gamabunta, rose up, clinging to the walls with a knife the size of a building, and atop of his head, panting, eyes red with slit pupils, stood Naruto. Summoning jutsu, Naruto wheezed. Complete. Naruto has found a second teacher, regained his chakra, and unlocked a weapon of mass destruction that he would use in his Chunin exams to follow. But raw power is only half the battle. Neji is waiting, and in the stands of the Chunin exam finals, the snake would be watching, waiting to see if his seal held. But at least that month of hell was now over. The 5-element seal had been shattered, and his connection to his ghost master Iruta had been restored, as well as now he was maybe on good terms with the tailed beast? Who knew? A lot was going through his head as Naruto walked into the center of the arena, the sunlight blinding him. None of the training guaranteed his victory. Now it was up to his own grit. The stadium was a cauldron of noise. Thousands of villagers, nobles, and other shinobi screamed. And standing across from Naruto, looking as calm as ever, was Neji Hyuga, the genius who believed that destiny was a cage and Naruto was a rat trapped inside it. As the proctor dropped his hand, the world narrowed to a single point. Neji didn't rush though. He slid into a gentle fist stance, calm as ever, his Byakugan veins bulging, mapping out every inch of Naruto's chaotic chakra network, looking for weaknesses. And of course, he started his own little speech about fate and the inevitability of failure. Now, the whole arena was silent, except for, well, Neji kept talking. In the past, Naruto might have screamed back, but now he was determined to use his fists to talk. Naruto threw a smoke bomb. Grey ash exploded across the arena floor. Naruto dove into the haze, his heart hammering. He knew he couldn't beat a Hyuga in hand-to-hand combat. That was out of the question. Not yet, at least. He needed to be smarter, so he laid some traps whilst the smoke was still clearing. Small pressure seals, hidden in the dirt. But Neji was a prodigy for a reason, and especially with his Byakugan, it would be hard to trick him. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, Neji said. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Neji cut through the smoke like a phantom. Before Naruto could react, the strikes began. 2 palms, 4, 8. They weren't punches, they were surgical shutdowns. And he felt his body decreasing in strength by the second. His arms started going numb. The chakra root it had helped him cultivate was being walled off, point by point. 32, 64, Neji said. The final strike sent Naruto flying backward. He hit the dirt pretty hard. Neji turned to the proctor. His chakras are sealed. He cannot fight. The battle is over. But little did he know, everything was going according to Naruto's plan. Deep in the darkness of Naruto's mind, a door opened. It was in the calm, dusty library of the Uzumaki bunker this time. It was Naruto's cage in his mindscape, which contained the most powerful beast of all, the nine-tailed fox. Rent, Naruto thought, projecting the demand with every ounce he had left. Pay up, fox. Inside his prison, Kurama opened one massive eye which dwarfed Naruto. The beast grinned, sensing the desperation, and he obliged. A torrent of malevolent red chakra flooded Naruto's system, but it was controlled. It surged like a flashbulb, destroying all the blocked chakra points with violent force, but Naruto was still in control. He wouldn't let himself be violent or disruptive. Though still, this was a bit more chakra than expected. Dust and pebbles around Naruto started to float in the air. Neji, in his Byakugan, widened in shock as he saw the orange red aura erupting from this failure. And how is his chakra back anyway? Naruto vanished. Now he was fast, and his plan worked phenomenally. He knew his chakra would be unlocked once Kurama's seal was opened, so it was all about getting Neji's guard down, which he was able to do after faking almost being defeated. Though it was honestly closer than he would like. But now he was too fast for even Neji to keep up. He closed the gap in a heartbeat, the red chakra trailing behind him. Neji panicked, but stuck to his roots. He started rotating, his chakra exploding from his own body too, and a blue dome of spinning energy materialized, running against Naruto's charge. But Naruto wouldn't be stopped that easily. He didn't try to go around, he slammed his chakra right into it, and his red chakra-infused fist clashed with Neji's blue, grinding like a buzzsaw against the metal. The impact shook the stadium walls. Boom! An explosion rocked the arena floor, smoke billowed out, thick and choking. When it cleared, there were 2 craters. Neji crawled out of one, battered and exhausted. His absolute defense shattered. He looked across the arena to the other crater, but it was empty. Neji staggered to his feet, smirking. I still win. He's gone. But he'd forgotten who he was fighting. He was fighting in Uzumaki, and when you hit a wall you can't break, you go under. The earth beneath Neji started crumbling. Naruto erupted from the ground, his fist connecting squarely with Neji's jaw in a brutal uppercut. He knew one strike alone wasn't going to be enough, but this one definitely was. The genius of the Hyuga clan hit the ground and didn't get it back up this time. The sounds in the arena stretched for a long, agonizing second before the proctor raised his hand. Winner! Naruto Uzumaki! The cheers were deafening, and it was kind of addicting. Naruto raised his fist to the sky, panting, the red chakra receding. And for the first time, they weren't cheering for a prank, they were cheering for him, for his moment of triumph. Naruto was looking up at the stands, waving to Kakashi, when he saw it, white feathers drifting from the sky like snow. It was beautiful, but he knew this wasn't normal. As soon as they passed people's faces, they immediately slumped over in their seats, falling into a deep, unnatural sleep. Genjutsu! Iruta's voice screamed at his head, instantly shifting from mentor to a general in a war. Naruto, release! Naruto slammed his hands together in a ram seal. Kai! His chakra flared, dispelling the illusion before it could take hold. He looked around in horror. The exam was definitely over. But this was a real battle, without a proctor to protect him if he would fail this time. Sound and Sand shinobi were shedding their disguises and scents, throwing weapons on the sleeping civilians. An explosion tore through the Kage's viewing box, and a purple barrier erected itself high above the chaos. Kakashi landed beside him, his Anbu vest sprayed with enemy's blood. Naruto, Sakura, wake Shikamaru, we have a mission. Mission? Naruto asked, his voice shaking lightly. Sasuke went after Gaara. The invasion is a distraction, the real threat is a sand boy. He's a Jinchuriki, Naruto. He's unstable. It's your job to get him. Kakashi was putting a lot of his faith in Naruto, but he would have a team, so it's not all lost. Naruto nodded. The fear was there, but so was the training. He grabbed Sakura, shaking her awake, then sprinted to Shikamaru, who was pretending to sleep, though just to avoid a fight. Get up, lazy, we're moving. Troublesome, Shikamaru groaned, opening his eyes. Such a drag. I suppose I don't have a choice. Pakun will track them, Kakashi ordered, summoning his pug. Don't engage the enemy unless you have to. Retrieve Sasuke, stop Gaara. That's it. Go! The three Genin and the dog launched themselves out of the arena, leaving the burning village behind them. They moved into the forest. The trees blurred into a tunnel of green, but they weren't fast enough. We're being followed, Shikamaru said. 8 signatures. Chunin level. They're closing in. They stopped on a thick branch. The enemy was too fast. If they kept running, they'd be caught from behind and slaughtered. Somebody had to stay and distract them, while the other left. Go. As Shikamaru turned around, he looked tired, but his eyes were sharp. I can hold them with shadow possession, at least for a few minutes. I'm the only one who can buy you time. Shikamaru, Naruto started. Just go, Naruto. Beat the bad guy, let me handle these pawns, and you be the big hero. I don't want all the fame anyways. Naruto didn't waste time arguing. He tossed Shikamaru a scroll from his vest, a pre-prepared seal. When Naruto had made him write 100 times. Exploding text. High yield. Don't die, you lazy jerk. Dying would be such a drag, Shikamaru smirked. Naruto and Sakura pushed on, diving deeper into the forest. The air grew heavy, thick, with killing intent that tasted like iron and sand. It felt familiar, like the bunker on a bad day, but wilder, uncontrolled. Naruto, Sakura whispered, "What's that feeling?" It's Gaara. The seal is breaking on the tailed beast. Naruto and Sakura continued running, and suddenly they burst into a clearing, and the sight froze them in their tracks. Sasuke was there, but he was on his knees, clutching his neck as black markings of the curse mark spread across his skin like an infection. And looming over him was Gaara. But it wasn't the boy from the exam. Half his body was gone, consumed by monstrous bulging sand that formed a claw and a chaotic yellow eye. The one-tailed Shukaku was waking up. Gaara raised a massive sand claw, ready to crush Sasuke into paste. Mother wants her blood, the monster shrieked. Sasuke! Sakura screamed. Naruto didn't think, he didn't even strategize, he just moved right into the action to protect his friend. He slammed into Sasuke, tackling him out of the way just as the sand claw pulverized the branch they were previously standing on. Pulled across the forest floor, debris raining down on them. Naruto scrambled up, dragging Sasuke with him. Can you move? Shut up, Sasuke grimaced, his skin burning with the curse. I can fight. No, you can't, Naruto said bluntly. He looked at the monster in front of them. He didn't have the Rasengan like Jiraiya. He didn't have some special power. He didn't have the Chidori like Sasuke did after training the Kakashi for the month that Naruto was off with Jiraiya. And Naruto was scrambling in Naruto's head that a random standard seal wouldn't hold a tailed beast that's awake and rampaging through a city. He needed a tank, as his master Jiraiya said. Naruto bit his thumb, drawing some blood. He slammed his hand onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu! Smoke erupted, but as it cleared, Naruto's heart sank. He hadn't summoned the giant boss toad Gamabunta. He had summoned Gamakichi, a toad the size of a small dog. Yow, Gamakichi waved. You got snacks? Gaara laughed, a screeching, inhuman sound that vibrated in Naruto's bones. Is this your champion, Uzumaki? Is this your power? The sand surged forward like a tidal wave. Okay, Naruto said, grabbing the small toad and shoving it into his pocket. Plan B. He looked at Sasuke. His blue eyes were flashing a tactical desperation that surprised Sasuke. Sasuke? Naruto said, pulling out a brush and a blank scroll. I'm gonna need 30 seconds. 30 seconds? Sasuke shouted, dodging a spike of sand. For what? To write a suppression seal, Naruto said, clicking the ink cap off of his brush with his thumb. I can't overpower him. I have to lock him back up. You're gonna do calligraphy. Sasuke looked at him like he'd lost his mind. In the middle of this boss fight? Naruto smirked. Their sweat was pouring down his face. The ghost of the whirlwind guiding his hand now. I'm an Uzumaki. It's what we do. Just don't let me die. The forest trembled under the weight of the one-tailed scream. Sasuke moved in a blur, dodging jagged spears of sand that erupted from the earth. But he was running in fumes, his movement sharp but desperate. The curse mark searing lines of fire across his neck. Every second he bought was paid for in blood. Behind him, Naruto knelt in the dirt. The world narrowed down to the tip of his brush. 10 seconds, Sasuke roared, deflecting a sand bullet with a kunai that chattered on impact. He was knocked backward, skidding through the mud, his chakra dangerously low. Naruto then looked up. His hand was a blur of ink and focus. The ghost in the vault stayed silent, letting the boy work. There wasn't time for instruction, it was time for execution. Naruto finished the final stroke, a harsh, angular kanji for stagnation, and slammed the scroll shut. Die! Gaara screeched. A massive arm of Shukaku swung down, a tsunami of compressed sand aimed directly at the kneeling Uzumaki. Sasuke screamed Naruto's name, due far away to intervene. But Naruto didn't dodge. He bit the scroll, holding it between his teeth, and slammed his hands together. Shadow Clone Jutsu! 4 more Narutos burst into existence. They didn't attack the monster, though. They formed a human ladder. The real Naruto sprinted up their backs, launching himself into the air just as the sand crushed his clones into dust, stirred over the sweeping arm, staring directly into the manic, yellow eye of the beast. He grabbed the scroll from his mouth and unrolled it midair, chakra coating his hand. Uzumaki style. Sand-biting seal. Naruto didn't even aim for Gaara's body. He aimed for the connection, the point where the sand monster fused with the boy. He slapped the paper onto the massive shoulder of Shukaku. Hiss. Thing glowed a violent blue. The seal activated, sending a shockwave of disruption chakra through the sand. It wasn't strong enough to suppress the tailed beast forever, but it did exactly what Naruto wanted. It jammed the signal. The massive sand arm froze, twitching. The chakra connection shuddered, and the sand started falling to the floor. Gaara's human eye widened in confusion as his absolute defense faltered. This was the opening Naruto needed. He dropped from the air, channeling every ounce of his remaining red chakra into his forehead. Crack! The headbutt sounded like a gunshot. Naruto's forehead collided with Gaara's, shattering the sand armor and sending a shockwave through the Jinchuriki's skull. The monster screamed, dissolving into piles of harmless dirt as Gaara was knocked out cold. His hold on the transformation broke completely. Both boys fell to the forest floor. Silence rushed back into the clearing, heavy and sudden. Sasuke stared, his chest heaving, the curse mark receding as the adrenaline crashed. He looked at the unconscious Gaara, then at Naruto, who was wiping ink and blood off his face. The dead last hadn't just survived, he had dismantled a nightmare with a paintbrush. He had defeated the tailed beast, Sasuke couldn't. How was he ever last in the academy? It's ridiculous. It feels like he's getting stronger by the week, or even by the day. But there wasn't time for celebration, or confusion. The invasion ended as abruptly as it began. The death of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rang out across the village like a funeral bell. Until, well, the actual funeral. The sound of rain replaced the sound of battle. Naruto stood at the funeral 2 days later, dressed in black. He didn't cry, but he looked at the Hokage's portrait, touched the seal on his stomach. He understood now. The old man had sacrificed himself to steal away Orochimaru's arms, crippling the enemy leader. It was the ultimate act of Fuinjutsu. He learned that after the battle, but it made him so proud that he ever considered Hiruzen a grandpa. He was a true shinobi, and a master of sealing techniques. We don't have time to mourn, kid. Naruto turned. Jiraiya stood behind him, looking unusually grim. The Sannin didn't offer a joke or a perverted comment as he might have usually. He placed a heavy hand on Naruto's shoulder. The power vacuum Hiruzen left behind, it's gonna attract sharks. We're leaving the village for now. Leaving? Naruto frowned. I have to rebuild. You have to stay alive. Jiraiya cut him off, his voice low. There's an organization moving in the shadows. They're hunting Jinchuriki, like you. And now the third Hokage is gone, they will come after you too. They packed light and left the village within the hour. The road was long and Jiraiya wasted no time. Your calligraphy is bad, Jiraiya said as they walked, kicking a stone down the dirt path. But that suppression seal you used on Gaara was sloppy, takes too long. In a real high-speed fight, you're dead before you unscrew the ink cap. And next time you might not have your buddy to help you out. I made it work, Naruto muttered. You got lucky. You need a finisher, something instant, something that doesn't require paper. Jiraiya held out his arms, chakra swirling in his palm, condensing, spinning, grinding until it formed a perfect, stable sphere of blue energy. The Rasengan, Jiraiya said, a jutsu created by the 4th Hokage. It doesn't require hand signs, no ink, just pure shape manipulation. It only requires chakra and concentration. Naruto stared at the spinning ball. He could feel the power radiating from it. But Jiraiya closed his hand, extinguishing the technique. You're an Uzumaki. You have too much chakra. Controlling it into a sphere is going to be like trying to herd cats. Trust me, I tried before. I'll learn it, Naruto said, determination burning in his eyes. Teach me. We'll see, Jiraiya muttered. But first, we have a pit stop. A town called Shikuba. I have information to gather. I told you about that book I'm writing, right? Naruto rolled his eyes, knowing exactly what kind of information Jiraiya meant. But the Sanin's relaxed demeanor wasn't masked. Jiraiya knew something Naruto didn't. He knew they were being tracked. 2 figures in black robes with red clouds were already inside the borders of the land of fire. Kisame Hoshigaki grinned, hoisting his massive sword, Samehada, onto his shoulder. So this is the leaf. Seems quiet. Beside him, Itachi Uchiha looked forward to the horizon with cold, Sharingan eyes. Don't get careless. We're here for the 4th legacy. We grab the Nine-Tails and we leave. The collision course was set. Naruto sat in a hotel room that night, struggling with a water ball Jiraiya had given him as training. The first step of the Rasengan, he said. He tried to spin the water, but his chakra was too volatile. It burst the balloon, messily soaking the floor. Damn it! Naruto hissed. Focus, boy. The voice from the vault whispered, rare and abrupt. Rotation, power, containment. It's just the same as a seal, but made of motion. Naruto paused. A seal made of motion? Before he could test that theory, a knock came at the door. Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto asked, standing up. Did you forget your key again? He opened the door. It wasn't Jiraiya. Standing in the hallway, there were 2 men, black cloaks. The air in the hallway instantly became heavy, thick with the terror that made the killing intent and the force of death feel like a joke. Itachi Uchiha looked down at his brother's teammate. Naruto Uzumaki, come with us. The hallway of the hotel in Shikuba town wasn't large, but in that moment it felt the entire world had shrunk down to the space between Naruto Uzumaki and the 2 shady men standing in the doorway. The man with the shark-like face, Kisame Hoshigaki, grinned, revealing rows of serrated teeth. But it was the other one, Itachi Uchiha, who commanded the silence. His eyes were a crimson red, spinning slowly with the pattern of the Sharingan. Naruto had seen it in Sasuke. Naruto felt the air grow heavy, a crushing weight that made his lungs burn. This wasn't the killing of 10 of Zabuza or even Orochimaru. This was colder. It was indifference, like a god looking at an insect. Come with us, Itachi repeated, his voice devoid of emotion. We will not ask again. Naruto's hand twitched towards his pouch. The ghost in the vault, Naruto, didn't scream a warning this time. He went dead silent, which maybe was worse. This was all to hide his presence from his Sharingan. Naruto was on his own. He grabbed a flash tag, intending to blind them and run through the window. But before his fingers could even brush the paper, Kasami moved. The massive sword wrapped in bandages didn't slow him down. Samehada. It swung through the air with a terrifying speed. It didn't cut Naruto, it slammed in his shoulder, shaving a layer of chakra instantly. Naruto gasped, his knees buckling as his strength was literally eaten by the weapon. Fast, Kisame chuckled, resting the sword on his shoulder. But your chakra tastes spicy. Strange. Get away from him! The shout came from down the hall. Sasuke Uchiha stood there, panting, eyes wide with a mixture of hatred and terror. He tracked them. He charged, the chirping sound of the Chidori screaming in his hand, lightning dancing off the walls. Itachi! Sasuke roared, lunging at his brother. Itachi didn't even draw a weapon. He simply caught Sasuke's wrist. He broke with a sickening snap, then kicked his younger brother into a wall with enough force to crack the plaster. The fight, if you could call it that, lasted seconds. Itachi leaned in, whispering words that broke Sasuke's mind, subjecting him to its Tsukuyomi, a powerful genjutsu. Sasuke collapsed, screaming silently, his eyes rolling back. Naruto, still pinned by Kisame's sword, felt a surge of helpless rage. He tried to call him the nine-tailed fox, but Samehada purred and ate the red chakra before he could even manifest in Naruto's body. Just as Kisame raised his sword to cut off Naruto's legs to keep him from running completely, the hallway turned into the stomach of a toad. Fleshy, red walls erupted from the floor and ceiling, binding Kisame's sword. Jiraiya stood at the end of the hall, looking furious. He wasn't a pervy sage right now. Now he was really one of the legendary Sani. You have a lot of nerve, Jiraiya growled. Hunting in my territory. Tachi assessed the situation instantly. Kasame, we're leaving. But we cannot fight him here, Tachi said. Black flames, Amaterasu, erupted from his eyes, burning through the toad's stomach that was supposed to be fireproof. The two Akatsuki members vanished through the hole, leaving a stunned Naruto and a broken Sasuke in their wake. The encounter changed everything. Sasuke was sent back to Konoha with Guy, broken and comatose. Naruto and Jiraiya continued, but the mood was somber. Naruto realized that his tricks, his seals, and his basic tactics meant nothing against power of that magnitude. Against these Akatsuki, who were already out for him, he needed this finisher that Jiraiya was talking about. He needed real power. Eventually, they found Tsunade, the slug princess, in a gambling town, losing money as usual. But their reunion wasn't happy. Tsunade was bitter, drinking away the pain of the past, mocking the title of Hokage as a fool's dream. Naruto only then understood that their mission was to get her to become the new Hokage? How would that even make sense? Why not you, Jiraiya, or Kakashi? You're all powerful. Why her? She's not even part of the leaf. Hold your tongue, Jiraiya said. It wasn't Naruto's place to question this decision. When she insulted the third sacrifice, though, Naruto snapped. He challenged one of the legendary Sani to a fight right there and then in the street. It was about as well as you'd expect, though Tsunade was a bit impressed that Naruto was a bit stronger than she expected. Though still, one blow was more than enough, flicking his forehead hard enough to send him flying. But when Naruto tried to use the incomplete Rasengan, the spinning water ball he'd struggled with, she paused. She saw the ghost of her grandfather, the first Hokage, and her little brother in the boy's eyes. And so she made a bet. 1 week. If Naruto could master the Rasengan, she would acknowledge him and give him her necklace, a priceless heirloom. If he failed, she kept his money and his dignity. The week that followed was again torture, as was almost every week with Jiraiya. Naruto stood in a clearing, his hands bleeding. He'd popped the water balloon, check. He'd popped the rubber ball, check. But the third step, containing the spin chakra in a thin sphere without it exploding, it felt impossible. His Uzumaki chakra was too dense, too volatile. Every time he tried to contain it, it spiraled out of control. Damn it! Naruto yelled, punching a tree. It's too wild, I can't do it. He sat down, exhausted, staring at the moon. He closed his eyes, drifting into the bunker in his mind. The ghost, Iruta, was sitting by the unrolled scrolls, looking thoughtful. You're trying to mold it like a sculptor, Iruta's voice echoed, quiet and static-laced. But you're not a sculptor, Naruto. You're a jailer. What does that mean? Naruto asked. A seal works because the ink creates a barrier that forces the chakra to obey, Iruta explained. You're trying to do two things at once. Spin the chakra and hold the shell. Your mind is split. It cannot be both. So delegate. Naruto's eyes snapped open. Delegate. His seal has two parts, the energy and the container. If he couldn't form the container while spinning the energy, he needed another pair of hands to be the container. As the week ended, the deadline arrived. And so did Orochimaru. The Sudden Showdown began on a grassy plain outside the town. It was chaos. Jiraiya was drugged and unable to mold chakra properly. Tsunade was paralyzed by a fear of blood, which feels a bit ironic. It fell to Shizune and Naruto to hold the line against Kabuto, Orochimaru's lieutenant, and a weak Jiraiya against Orochimaru himself. Kabuto was dangerous. He was a medical ninja with a scalpel hand that could sever muscles with a touch. He dismantled Naruto methodically, cutting his thigh muscle, leaving him unable to stand. You're just a genin, Kabuto sneered, adjusting his glasses. Stay down, kid. You're out of your league. Though Naruto was actually holding on better. He was using everything he had. His amounts of chakra was incredible. And some of his pre-made seals were actually holding back Kabuto. A lot of smoke, some explosions. But still, at the end, Naruto lay in the dirt, gasping. He couldn't feel his leg anymore. He looked over at Tsunade, who was trembling as Orochimaru approached her with a sword. No! Naruto gritted out. He stabbed a kunai into the ground and used it to lever himself up. I made a bet. Kabuto rushed in to finish him. Naruto didn't dodge that. He took a kunai to the hand, jabbing Kabuto's weapon. With his other hand, he grabbed Kabuto's wrist. Gotcha, Naruto whispered. A shadow clone popped into existence beside him. Kabuto's eyes widened. A clone? Now? Yada chakra. Little did he know, Naruto had almost unlimited amounts of chakra. The clone didn't attack though. It put its hand over Naruto's right hand. Naruto spun the chakra. Wild. Red. Uzumaki style. The clone's hand acted as a seal, the container, compressing the rotation into a perfect, terrifying sphere. Rasengan! Naruto slammed the sphere into Kabuto's stomach, and it sent him flying. It wasn't a hit, it was a grinder. The rotational force twisted Kabuto's muscle, sending him spinning backward through the air to crash into a boulder, shattering on impact. Naruto also fell back though, exhausted. The clone vanished. Orochimaru stopped staring at the boy. That jutsu, he modified it? The Uzumaki creativity is annoying. With that, Orochimaru lunged at him, his neck stretching like a snake, his sword extending to pierce Naruto's heart. You will die now, boy. But the sword stopped. Tsunade stood over Naruto now. Her hand gripped Orochimaru's blade, blood dripping from her palm. Her fear was gone. She was the legendary Sonic, and she was done running. I won't let you touch him, Tsunade growled, snapping the sword with her bare hand. He is the future Hokage, he promised. She kicked Orochimaru away with the earth-shattering force. Then she bit her thumb. Jiraiya, shaking off the drug, also did the same. Orochimaru grimaced and followed suit. 3 hands slammed onto the earth at the same time. Summoning Jutsu! Smoke covered the plain, rising like a mountain range. When it cleared, the 3-way deadlock had returned. Gamabunta, the toad boss, Manda, the giant snake, and Katsuyu, the slug, stood towering over the forest. 3 giants, in terms of size and power. Naruto lay on Gamabunta's head, barely conscious, watching as the titans clashed. He smiled weakly, clutching the necklace Tsunade had placed around his neck while he was passed out. He had won the bet. He had found his finisher, and the ghost in the vault settled back into the silence, satisfied. The boy was truly becoming the weapon he wanted, one stroke at a time. The rest pretty much happened as in canon, and after all was said and done, Tsunade Senju returned to the Leaf Village, not to gamble, but as the Gudaime Hokage. She healed the wounded, including Rock Lee and Sasuke Uchiha, who hurt themselves protecting the village before she arrived. The village began to rebuild, breathing a sigh of relief with the new Hokage at the helm. But peace is often just the quiet before the next storm. While Naruto celebrated his new strength and the necklace hanging around his neck, Sasuke Uchiha sat in a hospital bed, staring at his hands. He remembered Itachi's eyes, he remembered the feeling of helplessness, and most of all, he remembered Naruto, the dead last in the academy. But he was able to defeat Gaara, while Sasuke wasn't. The apples lay scattered on the floor. Fight me, Sasuke said. His voice was cold, vibrating with an instability that made the air in the hospital room feel jagged. Sasuke, you just woke up, Naruto said, standing by the door. We don't have to. Shut up, Sasuke roared. The curse mark on his neck flared again, black tendrils creeping up his cheek. Do you think you're better than me? 'Cause you learned some fancy new trick? Because the Sani pities you? Naruto went silent. Yuruta in the back of his mind said, he's brittle, this one. Like iron cast with too many impurities. If you strike him, he will shatter. Fine, Naruto said softly. They moved to the roof. The wind was high. There was no referee, no proctor, just 2 teammates who'd grown too far apart. Naruto thought they were friends, but maybe this is what he has to do to protect his friend. Protect him from doing something really, really stupid that he would regret. Sasuke charged, his movement sharp, lethal. He wasn't sparring, he was trying to actually hurt Naruto, but he dodged. Using the fluid, grounded movement Iruta drilled into him, he parried a punch and then deflected a kick, but he didn't counterattack. Stop holding back, Sasuke schemed. Put on that headband. Naruto looked at the leaf symbol. He tied it on. If you want to fight Sasuke, I'll give you one. Sasuke leapt into the air. The screech of 1,000 birds filled the afternoon. Chidori! Naruto crouched. He didn't need a clone this time. The adrenaline was doing the work for him, spinning the chakra in his palm. Rasengan. They lunged, lightning versus wind. The clash would have killed them both, but a blur of silver intervened. Kakashi Hatake grabbed both the wrists, flinging them into the water towers nearby. Crash. Sasuke's Chidori pierced the metal tank, leaving a massive, jagged hole. He smirked, pulling his hand out. The power was undeniable. Then he looked at Naruto's tank. The front had a decent-sized dent. Not too small, almost as big as a person. But after a while, Sasuke looked at the back of Naruto's water tower. It was completely gone. Not like in canon where, there was a small hole at the start, and then at the end, there was a bigger one. I'm talking the second half of the water tower literally disappeared. It was gone. There was so much chakra in that attack If he'd actually gotten it off, it might have even been able to destroy a building. Naruto is noticeably more powerful in this version than in the other one, even though that's not the goal of this. What if, with him being, a bit smarter and having actual training, of course he would get a lot stronger, especially if he's able to coexist with Kurama much earlier on. And this is the effect of all that training. Sasuke stared. The inferiority complex that had been festering since the Land of Waves finally snapped. Naruto didn't just catch up. In raw power, he left him far behind. Naruto was leagues above him. As the night came, the wolves howled. 4 ninja from the Sand Village found Sasuke on a bridge. They didn't just beat him, they humiliated him. They showed him that the curse mark was just a taste of the power Orochimaru could offer. Stay here and play ninja with your friends, Sasuke sneered. Or come with us and kill your brother, and fulfill your vast potential as an Uchiha. It wasn't a hard choice for a boy drowning in trauma. The next morning, the alarm sounded. Sasuke Uchiha had defected. Tsunade didn't have the manpower to send any Jonin, or really even Chunin. They were all on patrol. She called for Shikamaru Naru, the newly promoted Chunin. You have 30 minutes, Tsunade ordered. Assemble a team and bring them back. Shikamaru picked his pieces carefully. Choji for strength, Kiba for tracking, Neji for vision, and Naruto for wildcard factor, and for some extra power. And of course, because they were good friends, and he knew that Naruto cared deeply about Sasuke too. We moved fast. Shikamaru briefed them at the gate. Formation, this is a line. You're the rear guard. If they double back, you hold them. Naruto tightened his headband. I'm bringing him back, even if I have to break his arms and legs to carry him back myself. The chase was all a blur of motion. The sound forward was strong, but they were carrying a barrel containing a whole person, which slowed them down. But they were ready for pursuers. First came Jirobu. A massive earth-style user trapped them in a dome of earth that drained their chakra. But it wasn't as bad as Kisame, so Naruto didn't panic much. Yuruta guided him to find the weak point in the chakra flow of the dome. Choji smashed it open. Choji stayed behind to fight, for the rest to catch up further to Sasuke. Next, Kidomaru, the spider ninja. His webs were sticky, unbreakable, but Neji stayed back. Go, the Hyuga ordered, activating the Byakugan. I'm the only one who can see his threads. Naruto, you must reach Sasuke. You've shown you're able to shatter fate, so bring him back with your power. Then Sakon and Ukon, the two-headed horror. Kiba and Akamaru lunged into the ravine with them, dragging the enemy away from the path. It was a dismantling of the team, piece by piece. Finally, it was Shikamaru and Naruto chasing Taiyuya and the new rival, Kimimaro. Kimimaro was different. He was sick, dying, but his power was terrifying. He pulled a bow and out from his shoulder to use as a sword. Naruto tried to rush him. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Hundreds of Naruto swarmed the field. Kimimaro danced through them, his bone blade cutting through the clones like they were made of paper. It was a massacre. Go, Naruto. Rock Leaf arrived in a blur, kicking Kimimaro back. I will handle this. You must save your friend. That was all he needed. Naruto didn't even look back. He sprinted past the fight, his lungs burning, his legs screaming. He ran until the tree gave way to a massive clearing, the Valley of the End. 2 giant statues faced each other across a waterfall, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. He recognized these legends. Standing on top of Madara's head, looking down at the rushing water, was Sasuke Uchiha, his friend. Sasuke! Naruto screamed across. Sound echoed off the stone walls. Sasuke turned slowly. His skin was pale, the curse mark dormant but pulsing. He looked calm, terrifyingly calm. You're loud, Naruto, Sasuke said. Did you really think I'd come back just because you asked? I'm not asking anymore, Naruto said. He stepped onto the water, walking towards the waterfall base. Nade sent us on a mission to retrieve you. Everyone's fighting right now. Choji, Neji, Kiba, Rock Lee. They're risking their lives. For you. I didn't ask them to, Sasuke replied. I'm going to Orochimaru. It's the only way to get this power, so I can revenge my family and kill my brother. Orochimaru wants your body, you idiot. Do you not remember him attacking us? He's going to kill you. I don't care. Sasuke smiled, but it didn't even reach his eyes. If I have to give my body to the devil to avenge my clan, then so be it. Sasuke dropped from the statue. He landed on the water opposite Naruto. You don't have parents, Naruto. You don't have siblings. His Sharingan activated. 2 Tomoe spinning. You don't know what it feels to lose everything. No one in the village likes you. They hate you, and yet you fight for them. You're a ghost. Naruto froze. A ghost. In the vault, Iruta stood up. The spectral warrior picked up his helmet. He is right, Iruta said, his voice hard. You do not know his pain, but you know loneliness. And you know that letting a brother walk into the dark is a coward's way out. Naruto clenched his fists. Red chakra began to leak from his seal, mixing with the blue. I might not know your pain, Naruto whispered, but I know what it's like to be alone. And I'm not gonna let you be alone, even if you want to be. Sasuke laughed, and he charged. The water exploded beneath their feet. They met into the center of the river, a clash of taijutsu that was faster, harder, and more brutal than the hospital roof. Sasuke was technical perfection. He was aiming for vitals, throat, eyes, heart. Naruto was a brawler. He used his chakra and immense strength. He used his clones as shield, as steps, as distractions. He took hits to give hits, everything he could. Sasuke kicked Naruto into the cliff face. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Naruto rolled, slapping seal onto the rock face. Earth style, Mud Wall, a technique Iruta forced him to copy from a scroll, though Naruto only learned how to do it without seal. Fire harmlessly impacted the mud. Seals again? Sasuke sneered. Stop using tricks and fight me. I am fighting you, Naruto roared. He lunged, a shadow clone throwing him forward. He punched Sasuke in the face. Sasuke punched him in the gut. They traded blows, blood flying into the water. But Sasuke was stronger. The curse mark spread. Level 1. Flame-like patterns covered his skin. His speed doubled. He slammed Naruto into the water, holding him under. Naruto gasped, swallowing water. He was drowning.
Kid,
Kurama's voice rumbled.
he's gonna kill you.
Stop playing nice. I can't kill him, Naruto thought, desperate. I have to break his limbs or something. Get him unconscious. I have to drag him back. Then take more of my chakra. Take the one-tailed cloak. Naruto exploded out of the water, a shroud of bubbles. Red chakra in the shape of a fox surrounded him. One tail materialized, swaying behind him. His eyes were no longer blue. They were vertical, slit, orange, burning almost red. The whisker mark on his cheeks deepened. Sasuke jumped back, stunned by the mouse. That chakra again. Sasuke, Naruto roared, his voice layered with a demon's growl. I will break every bone in your body if that's what it takes. Sasuke glared. The curse mark spread further. His skin started turning gray. His hair grew long. Hand wings sprouted from his back. Curse mark level 2. They stood in the water, two monsters in the skin of bones. The air crackled with static. The water around Naruto boiled. The air around Sasuke turned cold and purple. This was it. The final exchange. The Valley of the End trembled. The waterfall, which had flowed centuries between statues of Madara and Hashirama, began to evaporate in steam. The heat coming off Naruto was blistering. The cold malice radiating from Sasuke was suffocating. There were no more words, no more pleas to come home. Sasuke crouched, the hand wings on his back flaring. The chakra in his left hand turned dark, abyssal black. The sound of 1,000 birds screaming twisted into a mournful, demonic wail. Chidori! Naruto stood his ground in the boiling water. The red chakra bubbled, forming a fox-shaped outline. In his right hand, the Rasengan. It didn't look a sphere of light. It looked like a miniature crimson star, heavy and unstable. In the vault of his mind, Naruto stood up. The ghost didn't shout, he didn't even lecture. He gave a single, final command. Do not hesitate. Strike through the lightning. Break the vessel to save the soul. Sasuke screamed. He launched himself off the statue of Madara, shattering the stone face. He crossed the distance in a heartbeat. A streak of black lightning aimed directly at Naruto's heart. Naruto didn't jump. He lunged forward to meet Rasengan. They collided in the center of the valley. The impact was silent for a split second, a vacuum of pure energy. Then, the world turned white. The black lightning of the curse mark gnashed against the red rotation of the fox's chakra. The water beneath them vanished instantly, vaporized into a massive cloud of steam. In the original timeline, Naruto aimed for the headband, scratching the symbol in the leaf, while Sasuke punched his gut. But this Naruto was different. This Naruto had spent months training the anatomy with a ghost from the Warring States period, who was much stronger than Sasuke or even Naruto. This Naruto knew that a scratch won't stop a monster, and that's exactly what Sasuke looked like right now. Naruto roared, his red slit eyes widening. He fed more chakra into the sphere. The Rasengan expanded, grinding through the Chidori. The sheer density of the Uzumaki chakra, fortified by the Nine Tails, overwhelmed the unstable curse energy. The black lightning shattered. Sasuke's eyes went wide into shock. The red sphere broke through his guard and slammed right into his right shoulder. the arm holding the Chidori. Crack. Gravitational force didn't just push Sasuke, it drilled into him. It twisted his arm, snapping the bone, and sent him spinning like a ragdoll to the cliffside. Sasuke smashed into the stone with enough force to leave a crater, the stone crumbling down on top of him. Naruto landed on the dry riverbed, skidding to a halt. His arm was burnt, his skin was smoking from the proximity to the Chidori, but he was standing after all. And he who was standing would win. He walked toward the crater, the red cloak faded, leaving him exhausted, staggering but determined. Sasuke lay in the rubble. The curse mark had forcibly receded, unable to sustain itself after the massive trauma. He was battered, his arm broken, his chakra completely drained. He looked up at Naruto with one eye, wheezing, fear finally replacing the arrogance. You. Sasuke coughed blood. How? Naruto fell to his knees beside him. He didn't smile, he didn't cheer for his victory. He reached into his pouch, his finger trembling, and pulled out a strip of sealing paper Naruto had made him prepare weeks ago. I told you, Naruto whispered, his voice hoarse. I'd break your arms if I had to. He slapped a tag onto Sasuke's forehead. Suppression seal. Lock. Sasuke's eyes rolled back. He slumped forward, unconscious. The rain began to fall. Kakashi arrived 10 minutes later. He found the valley destroyed, statues scarred, and the river slowly filling back up, and on the shore, he found both of his genins. Naruto was lying on his back, staring at the gray sky, unable to move. Beside him, tied up with ninja wire and tagged with suppression seal, was Sasuke Uchiha. Kakashi let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He picked up Sasuke, checking his pulse. It was weak, but steady. Then he hoisted Naruto on his back. You did it, Kakashi whispered, pulling his headband down over his Sharingan. You actually brought him down. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto mumbled, drifting into sleep. Is he still a ninja? We'll see, Kakashi said grimly. We'll see. The return to the village was not a parade, it was a tactical extraction. Sasuke was immediately taken to the Anbu holding facility, placed under heavy sedation and high levels of restraining seals. Tsunade oversaw his treatment personally, her face hard. Defection was a capital crime as a shinobi. Successfully bringing him back didn't take away from his crime. It didn't erase the betrayal, it just complicated his sentencing. Naruto woke up in the hospital, again, but this time the room wasn't empty. Jiraiya was sitting by the window, and for the first time he looked old. You're awake, Jiraiya said. Sasuke? Naruto asked immediately, trying to sit up. Alive. In a cell, Jiraiya said bluntly. The council was arguing. Danzo wants him executed. Tsunade's fighting to keep him as a flight risk prisoner. That's not why I'm here. Jiraiya stood up. He walked over to the bed. The Akatsuki, the guys in the black cloaks I told you about, you know, the ones that attacked you, they know you're getting stronger. They know you defeated Gaara. And now they'll know you defeated Sasuke with a curse mark as his level 2. Naruto rubbed his arms. So they're going to stop sending scouts, Jiraiya said. They're gonna send hit squads. Konoha isn't safe for you anymore. With the village as it is, we don't know if we can hold up the whole Akatsuki. And frankly, you're not safe for Konoha either. If their leader, Pain, shows up here, the village could become a disaster. Naruto looked down. I can fight them. No, you can't, Jiraiya snapped. You barely beat Sasuke. Itachi, his brother, would have ended you in a second. You need real training. Not a week here, a month there. You need at least a couple years. Jiraiya extended a hand. Pack your bags, Naruto. We're leaving tomorrow. 3 years. I'm gonna make you into a shinobi that even the Akatsuki will fear. And then, yeah, you might be able to defeat them. Naruto looked at the Sanin's hand. Then he looked inward. The vault was quiet. Naruto was sitting by the fire, cleaning a spectral blade. Go, the ghost whispered. Sanin can teach you the world. I can only teach you my past. Combine them, and you will secure the future. Naruto grabbed Jiraiya's hand. I'm in, but on one condition. Oh? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. We take some of the scrolls from the bunker, Naruto said. I'm not leaving my heritage behind. Jiraiya grinned. Deal. And so Naruto Uzumaki left the village hidden in the leaves with Jiraiya. This is obviously the Naruto Shippuden timeskip. He left his friends, his home, and the rival he'd saved from darkness. Though he wasn't quite safe just yet. He'd walked out the gates with Sanin by his side and a ghost in his mind. The boy who played pranks, the teenager who broke bones to save a brother, had all taken in this place. But now he was going to travel the world. Now the time skip begins, training begins, and when Naruto returns, the world will not be ready for the ghost of the whirlpool, the true Uzumaki. 3 years. For 3 years the leaf village was quiet, but outside its walls, in the mountains and jagged coastlines of the nation, a legend was being forged. Naruto Uzumaki, as he evolved and trained. Jiraiya the Toad Sage taught him the world, espionage, elemental manipulation, and the philosophy of peace. Naruto, the ghost of the vault, taught him the blood, the adamantine chains, a high-level barrier construction, and ruthless efficiency of the Uzumaki clan, along with their monstrous amounts of chakra. The boy who was once busy painting the Hokage faces returned not as a prankster, but as a master of the seal techniques. And he wasn't coming back to chase a friend. He was coming back to finish a war before it would truly begin. The gates of Konoha stood tall, but the figure walking through them stood taller. Naruto Uzumaki wore the standard Jonin flak jacket, but over it he wore a high-collared black cloak with an orange spiral on the back, a nod to his own clan. His hair was longer, framing a face that he'd lost its baby fat and gained sharp, focused eyes. "You're late," a voice called out. Sakura Haruno stood by the mission desk. She changed too, stronger, confident, radiating the same intimidating aura as Tsunade herself. "Ma's training ran along," Naruto smiled, but it was a calm smile. "Naruto wanted me to be the perfect binding array." "Naruto?" Sakura asked. "Long story." Naruto waved it off. "Where's he?" He didn't mean Kakashi, he didn't mean Tsunade. He meant, well, Sasuke, who he knew Sakura also cared immensely for, and was sure spent a lot of time in the last 3 years talking to him through his prison cell. The Ambush Detention Center was buried deep beneath the Hokage monument. It was a place for high-risk assets, like Sasuke. Naruto walked past the guards, who bowed, not out of politeness, but really out of respect for the chakra rolling off him. He stopped at a cell with a clear barrier. Inside, sitting on a simple bed, was Sasuke Uchiha. It wasn't bound, but in a suppression seal, one Naruto had designed before he left. It was inked on the wall, dampening the Sharingan. Sasuke looked up. His eyes were duller than before, but the edge was still there. "You got tall," Sasuke muttered. "And you got pale," Naruto replied, leaning against the bars. "Tsunade says you're cooperating, giving intel on Orochimaru's hideouts." "If it keeps me from getting executed," Sasuke said flatly. "And it hurts him. That's enough for now." "I'm gonna end the Akatsuki, Sasuke," Naruto said, his voice dropping an octave. "And when I do, I'm gonna petition for your release. You're an Uchiha. You belong on the battlefield with me, not in a cage." Sasuke stopped, turning around. For the first time in 3 years, he didn't tell Naruto to get lost. He was actually excited to be freed by his one and only friend. The reunion was cut short by a hawk screeching over the village, an S-rank emergency. The Akatsuki had made their move. Gaara, the Kazekage, had been taken directly from the Sand Village by Deidara and Sasori, 2 members of the Akatsuki. In the original timeline, this sparked a frantic, days-long chase, but this Naruto was different. He stood in the Hokage's office looking at the map Tsunade spread out. "They took him 3 days ago," Tsunade said, slamming her fist on the table. "They're extracting the Shukaku now. We won't make it in time." "We will," Naruto said. He pulled out a scroll from his cloak. It was old, smelling of dust and ozone. "Naruto," Jiraiya warned from the corner. "That's a reverse summoning variant. It's unstable. Naruto warned you about using it for long distances." "Naruto worries too much," Naruto said. He bit his thumb. "Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, grab on." Team Kakashi touched Naruto's shoulder. Naruto slammed his hand onto the scroll. "Uzumaki style, spatial displacement." It wasn't a flying Raijin, it wasn't that precise. It was brute force space-time ninjutsu. The world is twisted, bent, and shattered. But it was really easy, because he could prepare it in the meantime from a scroll. So, whenever he just needed to activate it, you need a bit of blood, like in a summoning jutsu, and some chakra, and a good mental image of the place where he wanted to go. But they didn't quite arrive at the Sand Village. No, they arrived directly outside the Akatsuki hideout in the Land of Rivers. The massive boulder blocking the entrance stood before them. "We need to break the 5-seal barrier," Kakashi started, analyzing the tags. Team Guy is en route to handle the perimeter, but no time, Naruto interrupted. His eyes shifted. The blue pupil vanished, replaced by vertical slit. But unlike before, there was no rage, it was just pure control. "Ghost," Naruto thought. "Analyze the structural integrity." The rock is reinforced, Naruto's voice crackled, clear and immediate. "But the seal is anchored to the earth. Disrupt the foundation." Naruto walked up to the boulder. He didn't have to use Rasengan. He just placed both his palms on the rock. Golden chains, spectral and heavy, began to bleed out of his back. These were the adamantine sealing chains, something he'd been working on for all this time. The ultimate weapon of the Uzumaki. Naruto gripped the chakra of the barrier itself with its chains, Uzumaki style. Barrier eater. He didn't break the lock, he tore the door off its hinges. The chains ripped the chakra out of the tag, shattering the boulder into dust. And Kakashi stepped into the dark cavern. Inside, the hologram of the Geto statue loomed. 9 Akatsuki members stood on each finger. In the center, Gaara floated somewhat off the ground, his chakra being ripped out. He was barely alive, but it was still in time. Intruders? A holographic Kisame laughed. Already? That Jinchuriki's fast. It's him. Itachi's voice came from another finger. Naruto Uzumaki. Deidara and Sasori, the 2 physical bodies present, turned to face the threat. Deidara sat in Gaara's limp body, grinning. I'll handle this. Art is an explosion. He threw 2 clay birds. They zoomed towards Naruto. Kakashi moved to intercept, but Naruto held out a hand. Stay back. The golden chains erupting from Naruto's back faster than the eye could follow. They didn't strike the birds. They wove a net around them. Seal. The chains tightened. The explosion happened inside of the net of golden chakra. The sound was muffled, the fire contained. Deidara's art was suffocated before it could bloom. Deidara's eyes widened. My art! You smothered it! Your art is sloppy, Naruto said coldly. He flickered. It wasn't raw speed like Lee. It was a Shunshin augmented by wind chakra. He appeared directly in front of Sasori, the puppet master inside his own shell. Sakura was ready to fight, pulling out her gloves, but Naruto was already moving. Sakura, get Gaara, Naruto ordered. Meanwhile, Sasori launched his poison tail. Naruto didn't have to dodge though. A golden chain whipped up, wrapping around the metal tail and crushing it into a scrap metal to be used at a junkyard. I rely on mechanisms, Naruto stated, his voice overlapping with Iruto's ancient tones. I rely on my own bloodline. Naruto slammed a paw into Sasori's Hiroku shell. Rasengan, Uzumaki variant. But this was the Uzumaki variant, not the regular Rasengan. Inside the swirling sphere, black sealing script rotated around, counterclockwise. When it hit Sasori, it didn't just break the shell. The script spread like a virus, paralyzing puppet joints instantly. It was like a Rasengan mixed with a suppression seal, but it could take up any form of its target. So basically, it would match the power of its target. So for a very strong person, like an Akatsuki member, this attack actually got more powerful, not less. Sasori was ejected from his armor, forced to reveal his true form immediately. Deidara, we're leaving, Sasori shouted, recognizing the threat level. This wasn't a normal fight. Their abilities were being hard-counted by Seal Master. This is not what they were prepared for. Deidara tried to grab Gaara's body to use as a hostage. Zip. The golden chain pierced Deidara's clay pouch, pinning it to the wall. Another chain wrapped up around Gaara's waist, yanking him gently across the room into Sakura's hands. Naruto stood between the Akatsuki and its allies. The Geto statue's extraction stopped, the connection severed by the disruption of the fight. The holograms of other Akatsuki members flickered. Leader, Itachi said calmly. The nine-tailed Jinchuriki. He has mastered the stealing arts of the Uzumaki. You cannot catch him with standard methods. Pain's replican eyes stared down at Naruto. So it seemed. This world shall learn pain faster than expected. The connection cut. The holograms finished. Deidara and Sasori were cornered. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, his chains writhing behind him like the tails of a fox. Take Sasori. I want the bomber. The fight that followed wasn't long, drawn-out war of attrition. It was an execution of tactics. Sakura, free to focus solely on medical ninjutsu because she didn't have to fight Sasori alone, managed to restart Gaara's heart just in time while Kakashi kept the puppet master occupied. Naruto dismantled Deidara. Every bomb Deidara threw was caught, sealed, or detonated prematurely by wind needles. When Deidara tries his desperate self-attack, Naruto didn't run. He used the 4-symbol seal expanding across the floor and summoned a massive Rashomon gate enforced with Uzumaki barriers, and was able to properly contain the blast so no one else was hurt. Deidara escaped by the skin of his teeth, losing an arm and his pride, but Sasori was captured, pinned to the wall by Kakashi and sealed by Naruto. They now stood outside the cave. Gaara was alive, weak, but alive, though also drained of the one-tailed beast. He hadn't died. Chiyo didn't have to sacrifice her life. Gaara looked at Naruto. Last time they met, they were monsters trying to kill each other. Now Naruto stood there, radiating power of a Kage, like Gaara should be. His golden chain slowly fading back into his skin. You saved me, Gaara whispered. Us Jinchurikis gotta stick together, Naruto grinned, the intense persona fading, replaced by a good friend Gaara would come to love. Naruto, Kakashi said, looking at the sealed form of Sasori. You've gotten strong. Terrifyingly so. I had to, Naruto said, looking toward the north, where he knew the Akatsuki leader was hiding. Because the next time they come, they won't send two. They'll probably send everyone. The rescue of the Kazekage was a resounding success. The Akatsuki had lost a member, lost a tailed beast, and lost the element of surprise. But with that, Naruto had declared war against the Akatsuki. But back in the shadows, the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, rose from the seat. The Nine-Tails is becoming a problem, Pain stated. Itachi, Kisame, Hidan, Kakuzu, all of you. We are accelerating the plan. We attack the Leaf Village. We crush them before the Uzumaki can build the fortress he tends to. The slow game was over. The assault on Konoha was now imminent. The rescue of the Kazekage was a spark that ignited the powder keg. The Akatsuki, having lost Sasori and the One-Tailed, realized that their window of opportunity was closing. The Jinchuriki of the Leaf was no longer a child hiding behind his teachers. He was a real seal master, a true heir to the Uzumaki clan, capable of dismantling their members with ruthless efficiency and ease. Now back in Konoha, the atmosphere had shifted from peace to preparation. Sasuke Uchiha sat in a high-security cell, not really as a prisoner anymore, but as an asset, sketching out locations of Orochimaru's bases he knew for Ibiki Morino. The village was locking down. But Naruto Uzumaki wasn't resting. He stood in Training Ground Zero, a desolate wasteland of craters. He held a Rasengan in his hand, but it was screaming, a high-pitched whine of wind chakra that shredded the grass for meters around him. It's unstable, Naruto gritted out, his hand trembling as the wind blades threatened to tear his own skin apart. In the back of his mind, the ghost of the whirlpool spoke. You're trying to force the wind to hold its own shape. It's like trying to hold water in a net. Do not shape the wind, Naruto. Bind it. That's what you should be learning as a seal master. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Bind it. Gold chains erupted from his wrist. Tiny, microscopic versions of the adamantine chains. They wrapped around the sphere of chaotic wind, acting as a lattice. A cage to hold the storm. The screaming stopped. The sphere stabilized, expanding into a massive, shuriken-shaped vortex of white chakra. Wind style. Rasen Shuriken. Naruto threw. Didn't fly, it warped the air around it. It hit a massive rock formation 300 meters away. But there wasn't an explosion like with the Rasengan. Just a silent, expanding dome of white light. When it faded, the rock was gone. It completely reduced to dust. Complete, Naruto whispered, letting the change proceed. But there's no time to celebrate. A summon toad appeared on his shoulder, frantic. Naruto! Asuma Sarutobi's team engaged with two Akatsuki members near the fire temple. They're pinned down. The immortal duo, Hidan and Kakuzu, were cutting a bloody swath through the fire country. In the original canon, this battle cost Asuma his life, but in this timeline, the Leaf didn't send a standard platoon. They sent Naruto, a seal master. Asuma lay on the ground, his chest heaving, his vest slashed open. Hidan stood over, scythe raised, cackling as he stood inside his blood ritual circle. Lord Jashin demands sacrifice. Hidan screamed, bringing the scythe down. Clang! The scythe didn't hit Asuma's flesh like expected. It hit pure gold. A single adamantine chain shot out of the tree line, wrapping around the blade and freezing it midair. Hidan blinked. Huh? Naruto Uzumaki landed between the cultist and the Jonin. He didn't look at Hidan. He looked at Shikamaru, who was holding off Kakuzu with a shadow possession. Get Asuma out of here, Naruto ordered. Naruto, be careful. That guy, if he gets your blood, you're dead. He's immortal. Immortal? Naruto turned to Hidan, his face devoid of fear. Ruta told me about your kind. Cultists from the land of hot water. You rely on a connection curse. Yeah, and I'm gonna use it to gut you. Hidan swung a scythe, freeing it from the chains with brute force. Naruto didn't have to dodge. He just watched the blade. Ghost. Analysis. Over the 3 years, Iruta had become somewhat of a commentator, or, I guess, mentor during battles for Naruto. The ritual requires a ground anchor, Iruta's voice buzzed. Sever the ground. Naruto stomped his feet. Uzumaki style. Earth upheaval. The ground beneath Hidan exploded. The blood circle was broken, instantly as the earth shattered. Hidan stumbled, losing his connection to the curse. You ruined the circle! Hidan screeched. And now I'm going to ruin you, Naruto said. He raised his hand. The screaming whine of the Russian shuriken filled the clearing. Kakuzu, watching from the distance, felt a chill he hadn't felt in 60 years. Hidan, move! But it was too late. Naruto didn't throw the jutsu. He vanished, reappearing directly in front of Hidan and slammed the microscopic wind blades into the cultist's chest. It wasn't really a fight, if you could call it that. He just straight up erased Hidan. Hidan's body was shredded. Every nerve, chakra point, every muscle fiber was severed. He didn't die, he more so just got erased. Naruto then turned to Kakuzu. The ancient bounty hunter stared at the devastation. He had 5 hearts, he had mastered all 5 elements, but he knew, looking at the boy with golden chains and his cold eyes, that he was outmatched completely. One down, you're next, Naruto said. The fight with Kakuzu lasted 3 more minutes. Naruto used his chains to rip the masks out of Kakuzu's back before they could even scatter. He sealed the hearts in a scroll, leaving the bounty hunter alive, but weak, basically powerless, to be taken for interrogation later. Team 10 watched in stunned silence. Asuma lit a cigarette, his hands shaking slightly. He's on a different level. He should be Jonin. Now Naruto's return was really heralded as a hero, but the victory was still hollow, because while he was dealing with the pawns, the king was mocking his move. Deep in the rain-soaked towers of Amigakure, Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, had infiltrated the enemy stronghold. He had discovered the truth. The leader of the Akatsuki was his old student, Nagato. But he had been discovered. The 6 paths of pain coronated the sage on a metal pipe high above the city. Jiraiya was missing an arm, his throat was crushed, and he was dying. He couldn't win, he knew that, but he had to get a message out. He summoned Patoad. Take the code. Azurasura path rocketed toward him to finish him off. Jiraiya didn't think of Tsunade, he thought of Naruto. He thought of the prophecy. He doesn't need me anymore, Jiraiya realized, a sad smile touching his bloody lips. He has Naruto. He has the will of fire. He is ready. Jiraiya fell into the dark water, his heart stopping. But the message was sent. The code was etched onto the toad's back. Back in Konoha, Naruto woke up with a start, clutched his chest. The connection he had to the toads, he felt a massive presence to vanish. Privy Sage? Naruto whispered into the dark. Next morning, the news broke. Jiraiya was dead. Naruto didn't have time to scream. He didn't cry. He sat in the Hokage's office, listening to the report from Toad. He took the coded message. He deciphered it within the hour, using the cipher skills Naruto taught him, and with some of his help. The real one is not among them. What does that mean? Tsunade was a wreck. Drinking to numb the pain, Naruto walked over to take her bottle, but not to drink it. He smashed it on the floor. Stop it, Naruto said, his voice hard as iron. He didn't die for you to get drunk. He died to give us a target. You don't understand, Tsunade yelled, tears streaming down her face. Pain killed Jiraiya. He's practically a god. He's not a god, Naruto said, turning in his window. The sky was turning dark, unnatural gray. He's just another guy with a fancy jutsu. Naruto sensed it then. The buried team around Konoha was reporting disturbances. Not 1 intruder, but 6. The sky above Konoha shattered. Explosions rocketed the Easter Gate. Smoke billowed from the Anbo headquarters. The 6 paths of pain had arrived to Konoha, and they weren't sneaking in. They were leveling the playing field by destroying their targets. In the center of the chaos, floating above the village, was the Deva path of pain. He looked down at the panic, the ants scurrying below. This world shall know pain, the Deva path announced, his chakra flaring to catastrophic levels. Almighty push. The force was invisible, but destruction was absolute. The buildings of Konoha folded like cardboard, even more than when the Nine-Tailed attacked Konoha. The streets were ripped from the earth. A shockwave of pure kinetic energy expanded outward, threatening to wipe the village off the map with a single heartbeat. But it didn't. In the center of the village, a golden light erupted. Naruto Uzumaki stood on the roof of the Hokage mansion. He slammed both hands together. Uzumaki's secret art. Adamantine dome. Thousands of gold chains erupted from his body, not to attack, but to expand in a defensive shield. They wove together instantly, forming a massive, semi-translucent golden shell over the central district of the village, shielding the hospital, the academy, and the evacuation centers, as well as some civilians. The almighty push slammed into the adamantine dome. The earth shook. The chains groaned, cracking under the weight of God's gravity. Naruto fell to one knee, blood pouring from his nose as the string threatened to tear his body apart. Hold it, Naruto screamed as an ass. Anchor your soul. Naruto, if you break, they die. I won't break, Naruto roared. The shockwave passed. The dust settled. The outskirts of Konoha were destroyed, turned into a crater. But the center, the heart of the village, stood untouched, protected by the golden cage of the Uzumaki. Naruto stood up, wiping the blood from his face. The dome dissolved. He looked up at the floating figure of pain. Sasuke Uchiha, freed from his cell by the chaos, landed on the roof beside Naruto. He held a sword he'd stolen from a guard. He looked at destruction. Then Naruto. You missed a spot, Sasuke said, pointing to the central outer rim. Shut up, Naruto panted, his eyes locked onto Pain. You take the summoner, I'll take the leader. Pain descended slowly, looking at the young two shinobi. Naruto Uzumaki, Pain said. You resist my judgment, but resistance only breeds more pain. Naruto ripped off his torn flak jacket, revealing the black shirt with steel on his stomach. He entered her stance that was part Toadsage, which he had mimicked from a Jiraiya, though imperfect, and Uzumaki warrior. I'm done with your philosophy, Naruto said, the golden chains rising behind him like tails of an angry god. You killed my master. You attacked my home. Today I don't care about your peace. Naruto and Sasuke vanished simultaneously. The final battle for the leaf had begun, and the world was watching. Dust settled over the crater that was once Konoha. The Deva Path of Pain floated in the center, a god looking down on his creations, or on insects. But the insects were biting back. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha stood side by side. It wasn't really friendship that bound them, it was their own survival. Sasuke wielded a stolen sword, his Sharingan spinning wildly to keep track of invisible forces of gravity. Naruto stood ground, golden chains writhing from his back, anchoring him to the ground against pulling of the Rinnegan. Universal pull! Pain commanded, extending a hand towards Sasuke. Sasuke flew forward, helpless against gravity. Pain produced a black receiver rod to impale him. Sasuke, duck! Naruto roared. Sasuke didn't question it. He dropped to his knees, sliding across the debris. A golden chain whipped over Sasuke's head, aiming not for Pain but for the debris behind him. Naruto retracted the chain, launching himself like a slingshot. He bypassed the gravity pull by using his own momentum. Rasengan! Pain's eyes widened. Almighty push! The repulsive force slammed into Naruto. In the past he would have been blown away, but Naruto drove his chains into the ground, deep, 10, 20 meters, creating a root system of pure chakra that held him firm in his place. He held his ground against a force that leveled cities. His skin tore, his bones creaked, but he didn't move. He withstood it? Pain whispered. Now, Sasuke! Naruto yelled through his gritted teeth. Sasuke, recovering from his slide, channeled lightning into his sword. He didn't aim for Pain, he aimed for the 5 seconds of cooldown Naruto had identified during the initial clash. Chidori! Sharp spear! The blade of lightning extended 5 meters, piercing the Deva's path shoulder. It wasn't a kill shot, but it did break the god's rhythm. The battle turned into a slaughter. The other paths, animal, asura, human, they tried to intervene. Sasuke unleashed the Susanoo ribcage, imperfect, skeletal, and pure, to crush the asura path's missile. Naruto used his chains to catch the animal's path's summon, binding the giant dog and crushing it into ink. The Preta path, the one that absorbed chakra, lunged at Naruto, grabbing his throat to drain the 9 tails. Naruto didn't struggle, though. He smiled. You want my chakra? Naruto thought. Have it. Have it all. He didn't use nature energy. He used his Uzumaki chaos. He flooded the Preta path with raw, unfiltered, abrasive chakra, mixed with his 9 tails and his own. It was like trying to drink acid. The path turned gray, bloated, and turned to stone as the density of the seal overwhelmed his capacity to process. Finally, only the Deva path remained. Pain floated high into the air, desperate. Planetary devastation! A black sphere rose into the sky. The earth cracked. Mountains, buildings, and trees were ripped from the ground, sucked into the ground well to form a moon. Naruto and Sasuke were even lifted off their feet. We can't stop that, Sasuke yelled, clawing at a floating rock. We break the core, Naruto shouted. Sasuke, fire style, the hottest you have. Right. Sasuke's left eye started bleeding. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted. Naruto gathered wind. Wind style. Rasen Shuriken. Combine them. The wind vortex caught the black flames. It fanned them, expanding the Amaterasu into a massive, swirling disk of black annihilation. It slammed into the gravity core in the sky. The explosion was silent at first, then deafening. The gravity sphere shattered. The rocks fell back to earth like rain. Iron rain. Pain stood on the ground, exhausted, his chakra depleted. Naruto landed in front of him. He didn't use a jutsu, he just punched the Deva path right in the face, shattered the chakra rods. The god fell. Naruto didn't wait. He pulled a black receiver rod from his own shoulder, grimacing. He stabbed it into his hand. I found you, Naruto whispered, sensing the chakra signal transmitting from a giant tree made of paper in the nearby forest. Sasuke, stay here, Naruto ordered. Guard the village. Sasuke wiped blood from his eye. Don't take too long, loser. Naruto entered the paper tree. It was dark, smelling of rot and paper. Inside, a gaunt, skeletal man sat in a walker machine. Nagato Uzumaki. Beside him stood Konoha. Kana raised her paper wings to attack Naruto, but Nagato stopped her. Let him speak. Naruto looked at the man. He saw the red hair, faded to white. He's one of us, Uruta's echo whispered. In the silence of the room, sad and heavy. A child of the whirlpool who drowned, just like the rest. You asked me for my answer to peace? Naruto said, walking forward. He didn't pull out a book. He didn't talk about Jiraiya's dream. He pulled out his own seal tag. Peace isn't a philosophy, Naruto. It's a structure. You tried to build it on pain. I'm gonna build it on strength. You're naive, Naga took off. The cycle of hatred is broken, Naruto interrupted, because I'm breaking it. I defeated you. I defeated hatred. Now fix what you broke. Naruto placed his hands on Nagato's chest. Golden chains flowed from Naruto's arms into Nagato. What are you doing? Konan cried out. I'm stabilizing his life force, Naruto said, sweating. My ancestor, Iruta, is guiding my chakra. We're gonna boost your reserves for one last jutsu. Use the Rene rebirth. Bring them back. Nagato looked at the boy. He felt the warmth of the chains, of his Uzumaki chakra flooding back in. Not binding him, but supporting him. He felt the connection to a clan he barely knew. Jiraiya-sensei, Nagato whispered. Perhaps you were the true choice. Nagato wove the signs. The massive King of Hell statue rose from the ground. Green light erupted, spreading over Konoha. Souls returned to bodies. Kakashi gasped for air in the rubble. Shizune opened her eyes back up. The cost was paid. Nagato slumped forward. His hair turned completely white, as his body turned gray and his life extinguished. Konoha caught him. She looked at Naruto with tear-filled eyes. He entrusted his dream to you. I'll carry it, Naruto promised. He turned to leave. The battle has been won. But as he stood out of the paper tree, the air twisted. A vortex appeared. A man in an orange spiral mask stepped out. Tobi. Obito Uchiha. He looked at Nagato's corpse. He looked at the exhausted Naruto. Well, well, Obito said, his voice dropping the goofy act, revealing the deep baritone of a mastermind. Nagato betrayed me. A waste of the Rinnegan. Naruto raised a kunai, but he was running out of fumes. Relax, Uzumaki. Obito chuckled. I'm not here to fight you today. You've proven to be troublesome. The Akatsuki is finished. My pawns are dead. Widow floated upwards, phasing through the tree's branches. I am declaring the fourth great ninja war to you. Obito announced, his voice projecting across the forest. I will gather the 7-tailed beasts I already possess, and I will come to fight for the 8th and the 9-taileds. Bring it on, Naruto yelled. Oh, I will. Obito's eyes narrowed behind the mask. Enjoy your victory, Naruto, because the next time we meet, the 10-tails will rise again, and this world shall truly know pain. The vortex swirled, and as soon as he reappeared, he was already gone. Naruto collapsed against a tree nearby. The village was safe, but the war had just begun. He closed his eyes, sinking into the vault in his mind. Iruta, are we ready? The ghost sat sharpening his blade. He looked up, his spectral eyes burning. No, Iruta said, not yet. To fight the 9-tails? Or maybe, to fight the 10-tails. We need the fox's help. Not just his chakra, we need his full cooperation. Naruto nodded. Then we go to the waterfall. It's time to unlock the cage. Obito Uchiha had unleashed an army of 100,000 white Zetsus. Beside him, Kabuto Yakushi had desecrated the graves of history, summoning the strongest ninja of every era using his reanimation jutsu learned from Orochimaru. The allied shinobi forces were holding the line, but barely. They needed a miracle. But the miracle was currently sitting under a waterfall on a remote island in the land of lightning, staring at his own reflection. The waterfall of truth, a place where you must face your true self. Naruto sat on a mossy rock. His reflection stared back, not with red eyes or evil eyes, but with exhaustion. The dark Naruto was just a tired boy who wanted to stop fighting and attain peace. We can just sit here, the reflection whispered. Let the world burn. We've done enough. Naruto didn't fight him. He didn't lecture him. He just stood up, hugged his reflection. I know. I'm tired too. But Iruta says the rest is for the dead. And we aren't dead yet. Reflection shattered into light. The path of the inner temple opened. Inside the temple, Killer B was waiting. He expected Naruto to struggle to fight the fox for days like Kana, but not necessary here. Yo, baby steps, B rapped. You gotta wrestle the beast, put him in a headlock, don't cease. No wrestling, Naruto said, his eyes hardening. This is an eviction. Naruto sat down. He entered the mindscape. The syrup was gone now. Naruto had remodeled it years ago into the Uzumaki bolt, but the cage remained. Kurama the Nine-Tails loomed behind the bars. So, the fox mocked, the war has started, and now you want my power to save your precious friends. I don't want your power, Naruto said. I want your cooperation. Naruto raises his hands, the seal on the gate, the spiral paper, burnt away. The gate swung open. Kurama didn't hesitate. He roared, a massive claw swiping down to crush the boy. You arrogant brat, I will eat you alive. But Naruto didn't have to dodge. Clang. The claw stopped inches from Naruto's face. Massive spectral golden chains had erupted from the floor, wrapping around Kurama's wrist, neck, and tails. Uzumaki stepped out from behind Naruto. The ghost was fully manifested in his mindscape, looking like a warlord of the old era. He looked younger too, like at his prime. Kneel, beast, Iruta commanded. The chains tightened. Kurama was slapped into the floor on the mindscape. The fox struggled, roaring, firing tailed beast bombs like there was no tomorrow. But the adamantine chains held, absorbed the chakra instantly, and nullified all of the tailed beast's attacks. Naruto walked up to the pinned fox's snout. I'm not Minato. I'm not Kushina either. I'm not gonna seal you away in a tiny ball. I'm offering you a choice. Naruto placed his hand on the fox's nose. You can stay, pinned here, prisoner in your own home, forever. Well, I guess while I'm alive. While I use your chakra as a battery. Or, you could stand up. We fight Madara together, we fight the Ten-Tails, and when it's over, I break the seal completely, and you can walk free. Kurama stopped. He looked at the boy. He looked at the chains around him. He looked at the ghost of the whirlpool standing like a guard. This wasn't really a request. It wasn't a treaty between equals. You would free me? After everything. I keep my word. That's my Nindo. Kurama snorted. Then he grinned. Fine. But you better drive, kid. If you hesitate, I'll take the wheel. And with that, Naruto fist bumped the fox's snout. Outside on the island, the temple roof blew off. A pillar of golden chakra shot into the sky, visible for miles. Naruto stood in the center, cloaked in the Kurama chakra mode, burning like the sun, with the black sealing marks of the Uzumaki running down his arms. Let's go, Naruto said. The war that followed was a slaughter. On the coast, the 4th Raikage's division was being overrun by white Zetsus and revived Kage. On the plains, Kakashi's division was fighting the 7 swordsmen of the mist, but the real threat was in the desert. The rest of the 4th Division, led by Gaara, was facing the greatest threat in history. Mu, the second Tsuchikage, summoned a coffin. The lid crashed down. Madara Uchiha stepped out. The real Madara, not the pretender Tobi. This is not my time, Madara muttered, looking at his reanimated hand. Who summoned me? He looked down at the army of thousands of shinobi and cracked his neck. Well, a warm-up. What followed was an absolute massacre, like a cannon. Madara Uchiha tore through the allied forces like a scythe through wheat. Taijutsu, fire style. Even as Susanoo, he dropped 2 meteors from the sky, crushing half the division alone. Gaara and the Tsuchikage Onoki were battered, barely standing. Madara floated above them, bored. Is there no one who can dance? Suddenly a golden flash appeared on the horizon. It wasn't a flying Raijin, but raw, unadulterated speed. Naruto Uzumaki himself slammed into the battlefield. He landed like a meteor strike of his own. The impact wave blew the white Zetsus back hundreds of feet. Madara narrowed his eyes. That chakra. The 9-tailed fox. Naruto stood up. The golden cloak flickered. He looked at the devastation Madara had caused. Iruta, status. Reanimated bodies, Iruta analyzed. Physical damage will be useless. They regenerate. You must seal them. Got it. Naruto clapped his hands. Uzumaki's secret art. Golden spider web. Hundreds of golden chakra chains shot out from Naruto's back. They didn't target Madara yet, though. They targeted the undead army. The chains pierced the chests of reanimated soldiers. Reanimation relies on talisman in the brain. The chains surged with sealing script, overriding Kabuto's control instantly. Within 10 seconds, 300 reanimated soldiers froze, wrapping in golden cocoons, sinking into the dirt, sealed completely. Madara raised an eyebrow. Uzumaki chains. I haven't seen those since Mito. Madara leaped down, his gunbai fan in hand. Let me test you personally, boy. He breathed fire. Firestyle, majestic destroyer flame. A wall of fire a mile wide rolled toward Naruto, but Naruto didn't have to use water. Tailed beast bomb, Rasen shuriken. He combined the heavy purple chakra of the beast, which he now controlled, with the cutting wind of his signature jutsu, and threw it. This power was enough to cut the fire in half. The tailed beast bomb detonated behind Madara, vaporizing mountain rage. Madara shielded himself with his Susanoo, but he was pushed back nonetheless. He laughed. Finally, someone worth killing. While Naruto engaged with Madara, another figure entered the battlefield from the shadows. Sasuke Uchiha had arrived. His eyes were bandaged no longer. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun with a complex geometric shape. He had gotten a power-up of his own. He saw Naruto fighting a legend. He saw the Alliance struggling. Always showing off, Naruto. Sasuke drew his sword, but not to attack the Alliance or Naruto. He attacked the Zetsus trying to flank the allied forces. Madarasu flames incinerated battalion in seconds. Sasuke? Sakura landed beside him. Focus. We're gonna make sure no one gets in Naruto's way, because else this will look bad. Naruto sensed Sasuke's chakra. He jumped back, landing beside his rival. You're late? Traffic was bad. Sasuke quit. Looked at Madara. That's him? The ancestor? Yeah, he's strong. Infinite chakra, mortal body and all. Then we burn him, till nothing's left. Like with that pagan guy, Sasuke said. And I see you've gotten some power. But don't be impressed about yourself. I've done that too. Watch this. Susanoo! A massive purple Susanoo, kinda similar to Madara's, complete with legs and armor, rose around Sasuke. Simultaneously, Naruto expanded his chakra. The golden avatar of the Nine-Tails materialized, actually wearing samurai armor. Kurama Susanoo. Avatar. Madara looked up at the combined might of the two young shinobis. He smiled. A terrifying, bloodlusty grin. Perfect. He clapped his hand. His own Susanoo rose, blue and colossal, dwarfing mountains. Show me the power of this new age. The war now escalated to the battle of gods. The legends of the past faced the masters of now. But in the shadows, Obito Uchiha was not out for the count yet. He watched, waiting for the moment to summon the 10-tailed beast and end reality as we know it. When Obito got enough chakra of the 8 and 9 tails, one through actual battle with the 8 tails, as well as from the 9 tails with the Gold and Silver brothers, he was finally able to resurrect an imperfect and incomplete, but still a 10-tailed beast. As soon as it happened, the battlefield was no longer a desert. It was now a crater the size of a nation. The 10 tails had arisen, a grotesque, towering monument to destruction. Obito Uchiha stood atop its head, screaming for the end of the world, and Madara Uchiha stood beside him, waiting for the fruit to ripen. The allied shinobi forces were breaking. Even with Naruto's chakra cloak protecting everyone, the sheer scale of the 10-tailed beast bomb was overwhelming. Continents were shaking. Naruto and Sasuke stood at the front lines. They were exhausted, bleeding, and running on fumes. Even with their improved power compared to Kanon, Madara was too much to handle. We can't get close. Its chakra skin burns through Susanoo, Sasuke shouted. Naruto, I need a solution. How do we stop a force of nature like this? The ghost of Whirlpool stood in the center of the mindscape, his spectral form flickering. He looked to massive scrolls lining the walls, knowledge accumulated over centuries. You cannot kill nature, Naruto, but you can contain it. There is one seal left, the master seal of all Uzumaki seals. It was never used because the cost is too high. What's the cost? It requires a sentient soul to act as the anchor. Not a sacrifice of life, but a sacrifice of existence itself. The anchor is erased from the cycle of reincarnation, never to live again. No, I'm not sacrificing anyone, Naruto froze. Naruto smiled, a rare, proud expression on the warlord's face. You do not have to. You already carry a soul that has lingered on too long. A ghost who's ready to sleep. No, old man, no. I'm a chakra imprint, Naruto. I'm a memory and ink. Use me. Become the greatest sealing master in history to end this war and save countless lives. In the real world, the 10-tails opened its mouth, ready for a new blast. blast capable of wiping out the entire shinobi alliance, began charging. Sasuke, get me to the head. I'm ending this now. Sasuke didn't have to ask how. He saw the resolve in Naruto's eyes. Susanoo Chidori Light. Sasuke channeled his remaining chakra into a lightning bolt, cutting a path through the 10 tails of wooden spikes. Naruto ran up the blades of the Susanoo sword, his golden cloak flaring one last time. Obito saw them coming though. It's useless, you cannot fight destiny. Obito launched black receiver rods. Naruto didn't have to dodge. He let them pierce his shoulder, his leg, his side. He didn't stop running. He tackled Obito, slamming Rasengan directly into his mask. Crack. The mask shattered. Obito fell backward, stunned. Madara, do it now! Madara sighed. You were always too impatient, Obito. Madara performed a hand sign. Black rods erupted from Obito's body, forcing him to weave the resurrection seal. Madara's reanimated body crumbled, and he was reborn. Flesh and blood. Blind, but alive. The real Madara Uchiha. And he instantly started to absorb the 10 tails into himself. The beast vanished. Madara floated in the air, now skin pale white. Wearing the cloak of the 6 Paths Sage, he had become the Jinchuriki of the 10-tailed beast. Infinite Tsukuyomi, Madara whispered, flying towards the sun. Launch. Not yet. Naruto and Sasuke were in the air. Sasuke swapped places with a piece of debris, appearing right behind Madara. He sliced Madara in half, but Madara just laughed. His body regenerated instantly. I am immortal. I've now become a god. You cannot kill me. He blasted Sasuke away with True Seeker orbs. He returned to Naruto. And you, Uzumaki, you are nothing but a pest. If Yashirama couldn't bring you down, what do you expect to do? But Naruto floated before him. He wasn't in Kurama mode anymore. He was in base form, but his skin was covered in glowing red script. The ghost of the whirlpool was overlaying his entire chakra network onto Naruto's body. I'm not a pest, Naruto said, his voice doubling with Iruta's. I'm the master sealer. I'm the jailer. Naruto clapped his hand. Uzumaki art. Adamantine heaven's prison. These weren't chains, it was like a construct. The sky turned gold. Thousands of massive spectral pillars slammed down from the heavens, boxing Madara in. So much that he couldn't even see the moon to activate the Tsukuyomi. Madara tried to break them, Truth Seeker orbs, but the black orbs hit the gold pillars and just dissolved. What? This chakra, it nullifies the 6 paths? It's not chakra. It's a soul anchor. I'm sealing your very existence into the void with my mentor. Now, Naruto, let me go. Naruto screamed. A red spectral figure, Iruta Uzumaki, ripped itself out of Naruto's back. The ghost now flew into Madara's cage, wrapping his arms around Madara, hugging him tight so that they would both enter nothingness together. Get off of me! I am the savior of this world. You are a nightmare, Iruta whispered into Madara's ear, and it's time to wake up. Naruto slammed his palm together. The golden pillars collapsed inward, crushing Madara and the ghost into a singular point of light. It shrank, smaller and smaller, till it was just a small, black kanji floating in the air. It read, The End. The kanji burnt away, into nothingness, disappearing into dust. Madara was gone now, and so was the 10 tails, and the voice in Naruto's head was gone too. His mentor was no more, along with his greatest enemy. The war was over. Naruto fell from the sky. Sasuke caught him with Susanoo's arm, lowering him gently to a shattered earth. The infinite Tsukuyomi was never able to launch, and the moon remained clear. The allied shinobi forces stood in silence. Then a chi erupted that shook the remaining mountains. Naruto lay on the ground, staring up at the stars. He felt empty. The bunker, his master Iruta Uzumaki, was gone. It was empty. The scrolls in his mind were silent. He's gone. Sasuke stood over him. He looked at the peace, at the cheering soldiers. He looked at his own hands. Are we doing this? The revolution? Do you really want to fight me, Sasuke? After I just sealed a god? Sasuke looked at Naruto, battered, exhausted, but holding a power that was able to erase Madara Uchiha himself. He scoffed. No, I'm not suicidal. But I'm not going back to a prison cell. I know. We'll figure it out. That's what Hokages do. After everything was said and done and the war was over, it was time for the trial of Sasuke Uchiha. But they didn't try to execute him or put him in a prison cell, especially with Naruto as basically his lawyer. And he tried his best. He showed them all of Naruto's intel that he got from Sasuke. He explained how he helped during Pain's invasion of Konoha, as well as during the Fourth Shinobi War. And so, combined with Sasuke himself, it was decided that he was free to go, but he would spend most of his time outside of the village. But instead of in canon, he wasn't just wandering around to atone for his sins. He was actually doing a favor for Naruto too. He was hunting for old Uzumaki artifacts. He spent years tracking down the lost mask, the scattered scrolls, and the remnants of the Whirlpool clan, sending them all back to Konoha for Naruto to see. It was his way of saying thank you to the ghost who saved his soul, as well as Naruto, who saved his life from a lifetime of prison. Then there's Kakashi Hatake, who became the 6th Hokage, and his reign was great. It was known as the Golden Restoration. But let's be honest, it was basically just holding a seat warm for Naruto. The real power was, and always will be, Naruto Uzumaki, but he didn't take the Hokage throne just yet. Him and all of his friends decided that they wanted to do the Chunin exams again, since they never really got a chance to. Then he became Jonin, and then finally, after enough time, he became the real Hokage, but not quite yet. As for the Nine-Tails, he kept his word, and Naruto opened Kurama's cage. He could have left, but realized something. The world is boring, and Naruto is loud, annoying, but also interesting, so Kurama stayed, not as a prisoner, but more like a roommate and a friend to Naruto, for his everlasting hope. Another thing that changed was what happened to the old Uzumaki district. The old, broken down houses that Naruto saw many times as a kid. He didn't want to leave them as ruins. He rebuilt the compound and opened the vault, the real physical bunker where he first met Urute. It stopped being a secret base and became somewhat like an academy for sealing jutsu. The Whirlpool Sealing Academy. Shinobi from the sand, the cloud, and the mist came to learn about Uzumaki culture, history, and their great sealing arts. For the first time in history, the terrifying art of sealing wasn't a weapon of war, but a bridge to communicate and to foster greater friendship between all clans and villages. Naruto taught them that the seal isn't about locking things away, but really connecting two things that shouldn't fit together initially. And flashing forward 7 years, it's now the day of his inauguration. It wasn't a sunny morning, it was raining, which is a callback to the Land of Rain, maybe, or just typical Konoha weather. Naruto couldn't decide. He stood on the balcony of the Hokage Tower. He didn't forget his cloak this time. He wasn't knocked out by his daughter, who was standing there, fully aware of the weight on his shoulders. He adjusted the hat. It felt heavy. Below him, the crown chanted his name. Lord 7th, Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke was there. Naruto saw him in the glimpse of an eye, leaning against a wall in the shadows, a small smile on his face. Sakura was there too, the head of the hospital now, looking proud. Hinata was there, holding the hands of 2 children who had whiskers on their cheek and way too much energy. Naruto stepped up to the railing. He looked out over the village. He didn't see buildings, he saw the chakra network. He saw the barrier seals he had designed, humming in the air, protecting the village from any threat, including tailed beast. He saw the peace he had built with his inga and blood. He tapped the seal on his stomach. We made it, old man. I hope the afterlife has a good sake for you. He waved to the crowd. The wind picked up, swirling leaves around him in a spiral, and for a brief moment the chakra around him flickered. Not orange, but deep, spectral red, like Urute never left. The ghost of the whirlpool was gone, but the legend of Uzumaki, that was just getting started. That is the story of how a lonely boy found a ghost in a basement, and together they sealed hate away from the world.
The story begins on the night of the Nine-Tails attack, where a future legend was born. A masked man, calling himself Madara Uchiha, on the night of Naruto's birth, used Naruto as leverage to obtain the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, at the time Kushina Uzumaki. The reason? To use the nine-tailed beast to destroy the Leaf Village. However, there was one man standing in his way. Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, a legend amongst shinobi, deemed the yellow flash of the leaf. incredible speed, which made you only see a yellow flash before your death. The supposed Mamoru Chiyo is currently taking out, forcefully unsealing the nine-tailed beast out of Kushina, which is killing the Jinchuriki. And at the same time that this is happening, the masked man uses one of his eyes, which seems to be a Sharingan, a Mangekyo Sharingan, and controls the tailed beast that just came out of seeming nothingness. The giant nine-tailed fox now dominates the treetops, as now, due to him being controlled by the Sharingan of the masked man, he is now being ordered to destroy the Leaf Village. At this time, Minato is fighting the masked man, and is actually winning, so much so that the masked man retreats, though Minato for some reason knows that this cannot be Mamoru Chiyo. He was supposed to be dead, and even if he was alive, there's no way he'd be this weak. A legendary shinobi that was to challenge even Hashirama himself, the first Hokage who tamed all nine-tailed beasts, would not be this weak, even in his old age. So something was up. But for now, Minato had to worry about the nine-tailed beast that was rampaging through Konoha. With his flying Raijin technique, Minato was able to teleport the nine-tails away into a little more of a safe distance from Konoha, and then battle it out with the tailed beast. They were somewhat equal power-wise, but Minato was losing his edge. He had nowhere near the amount of chakra that this tailed beast had, and so he needed to do something, immediately. He thought of his wife and child, who he had brought to safety in the Namikaze compound, his hope. And even though he knew it would be a depressing future, he still had to do it. Minato grabbed both Kushina and Naruto and teleported them to the Nine Tails. There he told Kushina his plan, to seal the tailed beast in their son. Kushina was reluctant at first, though knew that they had no chance. It was the only way to save the village, even if that meant sacrificing their son. But Minato had hope that Naruto, because of the burden of becoming a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, would be hailed as a hero of Konoha, though even he knew, a very positive guy, an optimist, knew that would likely not happen. But he was still determined to continue his plan. And so, it came to the moment when Minato used the Reaper Death Seal to seal the Nine Tails into his own son, Naruto Uzumaki, which is what he would later be known as. And yes, in the story, Minato did seal the entirety of the tailed beast, not half of it, the entire nine-tailed beast, into his son. At this point though, Minato is preparing to die along with his wife, but something happened. Something that was unexpected. A ghost of an old man seemed to touch Minato's forehead, who was already laying on the floor, holding the hand of his already now deceased wife, who was just saying her last words to her son, for him to grow strong and be loved by everyone. But now, once Minato is now preparing for his death, he suddenly felt a new surge of energy. Please, save them. As the ghost in front of him disappeared once more. Minato was dumbfounded, and didn't know what was going on. When he finally sat up, he saw his wife, with her eyes open, also confused at what's going on, and all he understood is that this man wanted Minato to save someone, to save them, whoever they were. Could it be the village? No, but the Nine Tails was now sealed inside of Naruto, so that couldn't be. But what was it? Minato came back to the village with his wife and his child, all of them having blood on them. Kushina and Naruto went to shower and sleep, but Minato, as the Hokage, still had a lot to do. So much so that it took him a whole night, so he had no time to sleep. He had to check up on the people, check up on economics, how the money was doing for the village, if the shinobi survived, how each clan head was doing, how severe the damages were, and all of that. Also already making plans as how this Leaf Village would survive for the next few weeks, as they'd lost a great deal of people and houses, so they would need to make shelters or temporary houses or something. And food would now also be scarce, as a lot of crops has been damaged, and storage facilities have been completely destroyed. It wasn't easy, but he was glad that his family was safe. But he always kept that in the back of his head. Save them. What did this old man mean? Save who? Who should be saved? Who was still in danger? But Minato would not find out for a while. The next 2 years came by like a flash. There was always something to do, always something the village needed. And they also had to focus more on training new shinobi, as a few of them died during the Nine-Tailed attack, which also hurt the economy, as a large part of their income of the Leaf Village was because of shinobi on their missions. So it was a big problem. But now, 2 years later, they seemed to be back on their feet. Everything was almost back to normal, and people were smiling again. Everyone had a home, everyone had food, everyone seemed to find happiness. It would finally be a time of prosperity, but Minato was still not happy. Who should he save? Who should he have saved? Was it already in the past? Or was it yet to come? What should I do? Minato had no idea. But then, something happened. Whilst Kushina took Naruto over to Mikoto's house, where Naruto and Sasuke were to play, as they were almost the same age, just a difference of a few days, Naruto changed. His beautiful blue eyes that his mother had loved were now slit red. A murderous red, and his hair grew longer, and his chakra became visible. There was a whole chakra cloak around his body, and then a tail began to appear. A tail that's only visible on foxes, but now it was made out of chakra on her own son. Kushina was terrified and was frozen in place until Naruto jumped at Sasuke and bit him in the arm, leaving a hefty mark, until Itachi kicked Naruto to the wall, where he fell to the ground and was knocked out. "Are you okay, Sasuke?" Itachi was really worried about his brother, as it looked like it hurt, and his brother was screaming and crying. Both mothers were now out of their shock, Mikoto going over to Sasuke, and Kushina going over to Naruto, but still staying at a meter's distance, not knowing what to expect. What was that? Minato, who sensed a disruption in his wife's chakra, came immediately, and saw the horror on her face. Kushina looking at her son, as if he was not a son, but a monster. After everyone taking a minute to understand what just happened, Minato's filled in, and Fugaku is too. Itachi went to the measure as to flip over Naruto, who was laying on his stomach, and open his eyes forcefully and put him under a genjutsu, which would keep him asleep. Now, this genjutsu wasn't very good, as Itachi was only 8 and had only unlocked his Sharingan about 3 months ago now. The news of this incident spread rather quickly, as Minato knew he had to do something about it. It was his own son, after all. A meeting was held, and of course Kushina was present, but a lot of the important people of the village were too. All the clan heads, such as the Inuzuka clan, Hyuga and Uchiha of course, as well as the elders, Minato, Kushina, and some other influential figures were there. They were to discuss the situation of Naruto, who went rampant on another child his age, and whilst it wasn't a big incident, everyone knew why it was the case. Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed beast, and this was the beast showing his true colors. It was obvious. Danzo suggested something that no one was willing to say, but each one had thought about it in their own way. I'd say there's two options. Either we give the tailed beast to someone else, and well, you know what happens. Or he leaves. Can't let him be. At first, Kushina was outraged, and Minato wasn't happy either. But then, they stopped. They thought about it. Killing Naruto was no option, as, yeah, they could take out the tailed beast, but that would kill their son, and they weren't willing to do that. But perhaps it would be better if he left. But they couldn't let go of their only tailed beast. So they found a middle ground. They would leave him in the forest of death. There he would fight for his survival, and perhaps he would be saved from this terror, from the tailed beast, and perhaps return to his parents' arms one day. But that was only a distant wish. For now, that was the best plan they had. And so, a vote was held, and everyone agreed Naruto was to be sent to the forest of death. The main reason Minato agreed was because of the old man's words. Save them. Perhaps he meant that the tailed beast would one day go rampant. That's why he saved and revived Minato and Kushina, and perhaps that's why Naruto should not have been an orphan. Perhaps this is the reason that Naruto was to be kept away from the village, and Minato and Kushina were the ones to do it. Minato did have the power to do it and to order it, so perhaps that's why he was the one that got the words, the wise words, to save them. Perhaps it was to save the village, save the villagers, and to save his family and friends. It was decided Naruto would not be allowed to stay in the Belief village. So, at the age of 2, Naruto is kicked out of the village and left in the forest of death. He has nothing to eat for the first 2 days and is now struggling, as he doesn't have any water either. He barely even knows what's going on, only he knows that there's no way that his family will help him. He just doesn't know why. He didn't have any memories of when he snapped, or rather when the tailed beast snapped. However, Kurama comes through to him and helps him because he doesn't want his host to die, therefore, it would kill him, as Kurama is directly attached to his host. Also, he tells Naruto his name. Naruto grabs some herbs, as Kurama helped him figure out which ones were poisonous and which ones were safe to eat, and then also made a, bucket out of wood a little later, but for now, he would use his hands to get water from the river. So he would just stay near the river, so whenever he got thirsty, he would be able to use the river's water. And then he finally befriended the tailed beast when giving him some berries. This was in their mindscape, and whilst Naruto was sleeping, but somehow he still had the berries in his pockets, which is why Kurama was allowed to have some, and they shared their berries and told each other stories. Naruto didn't have much to say, as he only had 2 years of life, and even those he doesn't remember much, as he was only a baby for most of it. But Kurama surely had a lot to say. However, Naruto wasn't ready to understand all of it yet. At the age of 4, Naruto is now ready to go hunting for the first time in Kurama's mind. He wasn't ready before. I mean, a 2 or 3-year-old, what could he do against a large animal? But now, he was ready. So before, he was only eating roots and berries and herbs. He was a vegetarian, a vegan, to be precise. But now, he would start eating meat, and even hunt to get leather and make clothes or a tent or anything. The opportunities were endless, but for now, he had to find his first animal. Naruto looks for a deer, as there is a herd at the river nearby. To kill the deer, he uses a handcrafted kunai made out of wood that Kurama helped him make. Many wonderful things that Naruto made, including a form of shelter, was with Kurama's help. Most of his time, Kurama talked with Naruto in his mindscape about it, and then used his telepathic voice to guide him through with whatever it was. But sometimes, a main example was building his house. Kurama completely took over Naruto's body, and used his chakra and knowledge of human ninjutsu and control of the elements, made some hand signs which controlled the earth in a way which first created a hole in front of the now possessed Naruto, then seemingly out of nowhere built stairs out of mud that was yet to harden into actual solid rock. Then a tunnel opened and continued underground, and rooms appeared branching off over the main hallway. All this happened in mere seconds, so to any bystander, it looked like magic, because no one could do something so precise so quickly. This happened when Naruto was 3, a whole year before he started hunting, but also a whole year after he first arrived in the Forest of Death. Before that, Naruto lived in a hollow tree at the beginning, as it was the only one he found, but it would at least shelter him from rain and wind, and he could try his best to sleep in it. He also got some leaves together to make a pile of a pillow. Then later, he lived in a cave, but neither compared to what seemed like this underground villa in Naruto's mind. When Naruto got back to consciousness, he explored the place he would now call home, and saw beautiful carvings on the walls, which were like paintings depicting certain events. Whilst going along the walls, Kurama explains what each of these carvings means, and their backstory. There's one of Kaguya standing in front of the chakra tree, then another of her 2 sons defeating her in a battle, then splitting up the 10 tails into 9 smaller, less powerful tailed beasts, and the story then took a pretty much personalized way. Finally, Naruto understood. It was at first the story of chakra and shinobi, but also the tailed beast's creation, and then later on took a very personalized turn and focused on Kurama's life. But that's going to be it for today's video. Hope you enjoyed. Make sure to like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. By the way, this is the series that I'm going to be continuing for more than one part. Just saying. What if Naruto is a prodigy and neglected part 2? Let's go. Now that Naruto has understood, roughly at least, Kurama's story, and how all the tailed beasts came to be, and how chakra reached the mortals, the normal humans, from Kaguya, a godly being, and Otsutsuki from space. Naruto didn't quite understand all of it, but he got the rough idea. Though it was a little bit tricky with all the weird names. Naruto's never heard any of these, except for the Sage of 6 Paths. He did hear that. Kurama did mention that guy a bunch of times before, but Naruto never really had the guts to ask who that is. In his newfound home, Naruto is able to practice a bunch more and much faster. He has weights made out of rock, so he can train. He has many separate practice rooms where he brought different elements. In one, he has a lot of rocks that he tries to manipulate and uses his Earth-style chakra to try to do that. Then he brought a bunch of branches so he could try to get wood-style, though of course he's failing at that for now. Of course he can do wind pretty easily as it's all around. Fire, he just lights up some sticks, and so on and so on. And of course water he can just get from the river that he's very close to. And yes, he did now make a wooden bucket. So now he greatly enhances his elemental control and learns some new jutsu, including the mud wall and so on and so forth. And he also learns that somehow he has all 5 chakra natures, which did catch Kurama off guard, as he was going to train 1, maybe 2, if Naruto did have to. But all 5? Well, that's going to be a lot of training in front of him, but it's going to make him even stronger. And with that, another year passes by. And at this point, Naruto has even increased the size of his underground house, bunker, whatever you want to call it. It's his home. He's made many new rooms, some that he barely uses, but it's still nice to have them. He has basically unlimited space, and he can just make a room whenever he wants to, so he used that to his maximum ability. And even if there's a room that he doesn't like, he can just change it, as he's now so profound in Earth style that he can do basically what Kurama did a year ago, creating objects like it's nothing in mere seconds. And he could, probably, create a whole new one building like this, a whole new bunker, if he tried, but he hasn't yet. And then something weird happened a while ago. He actually reached the outside of the Forest of Death, not just that, but of the Leaf Village. He was outside of the Leaf Village. Was this a freedom? But he felt guilty. He knew that, well, he was supposed to stay in the forest. He knew that, and Kurama told it to him many, many times. And it was his home. He couldn't just leave it. But there was the temptation to go outside. Now, it's at this time that Naruto becomes more serious. and much more intellectual. Before he had been taking life pretty easy and just going with the flow. But now he's gonna do this. For real. He started questioning many things that were just normal to himself before. And he was actually even questioning himself and his life. And even going as far as questioning his senses, which made him wonder and have many sleepless nights. But there was things to learn from it. And if anything, there was things to train about it. Not the thinking necessarily, but the thinking led him to an idea. What if he used his chakra to enhance his eyesight, his hearing, his feel of touch? What if his reality was limited, but perhaps he could change that with the use of chakra and ninjutsu? From Kurama, he had heard many stories of the Sharingan, but not good ones. Kurama explained it to be a hateful, aggressive, and depressing dojutsu. An eye of war, used by many, many murderers. And the worst one of them all was Madara Uchiha. However, to Naruto's sadness, Kurama went on to explain that it was not able to be gotten by anyone. Naruto would have to be an Uchiha to get it. The only other way was to implant it, but then it would lose some of its power, and the user would never truly get all of it, even if training with it. However, Naruto was not happy with that answer. He wanted more. So he tried his best, poured chakra into his eyes, meditated, trained his eyesight, plugged his ears, and only concentrated on eyesight. And his eyesight did get much, much, much better. He could see much clearer, further, in more detail. He could even react faster. But no signs of a Sharingan. He wasn't happy, and he was still gonna try this and continue to do it for every day, for the rest of his life if he had to. If he kept continuing to grow, perhaps someday his eye's power would grow into a Sharingan. But for now, he also tried the same technique to enhance his eyesight. He tried to use on different things, such as his hearing. So, he closed his eyes, sat down, meditated, and listened. He was not going to be daydreaming, but listened to the nature, to the birds, to the river flowing nearby, to the squirrels on the trees, and to nature's beauty. And indeed, after a week of doing this for an hour each day, along with his normal training, his ears became better. And now, he could see and hear better at the same time. Of course, his eyes were still not a Sharingan, and he was going to try his best to do that. But it seemed to get better and better each day, and he still had hope. Also, by concentrating and letting his chakra flow only onto specific sensing organs, he was able to increase his ability to control his chakra flow and make it more precise. This allowed him to not waste any kind of chakra that was leaking out, but to really be exact. Also now with that, he tried increasing his speed whilst running by putting the chakra into his feet, and then learned that he could walk on trees. Not just that, but with one day of practice, he could walk on water. In just about 2 weeks, his chakra capabilities and chakra control had increased massively, and Kurama was very proud of his son, brother. It was kind of a weird dynamic. Sometimes Kurama was an older brother, though sometimes also a father figure. It really depended on the situation. But nonetheless, they were very close, and they never really got into an argument. No matter what, they couldn't stay mad at each other. And even if they wanted to, they were the only people in each other's lives. And since they were Jinchuriki and tailed beasts, they were kind of forced to talk to each other, so that wasn't avoidable either. One day, whilst going to pick some berries and herbs to eat afterwards, Naruto suddenly hid in the bushes as he felt two people approaching, and tried his best to hide his chakra as Kurama did teach him how to do it. He knew that it'd be very important for Naruto's future, as he was basically a secret inside the forest, and if he dragged too much attention with his chakra signature, he could get in big trouble. So, hiding his chakra was Kurama's #1 priority. So, Naruto is really, really good at it. He was invisible for anyone trying to sense any chakra. He was truly undetectable. And now hiding, you couldn't see him, hear him, or detect him. He was as if he was not there. But he then noticed that these two people were only young boys. Of course, they were older than him, at least 5 years, but they were still pretty young. One probably around 10, the other maybe 12, 13. By the way, Naruto's still 5. But still, that's not a huge age difference. And Naruto saw that these two kids were playing with kunai. Not playing, they were practicing. And they were really, really good. Even better than Naruto was. One of them showed the younger one how to do it. And he threw 7 of them at the same time, each one at a target that he just set up on each of the trees. He did it so good that multiple kunai hit each other in the air and then went to their target. And it was all bullseyes. Naruto was heavily impressed. This is a shinobi skill, he thought. This is incredible. And then he noticed that the younger kid, the younger boy, was using a Sharingan. It was beautiful. It was a red eye with 3 dots in it, which Kurama told him was called a tomoe. And whilst Naruto was scared a little bit because of all the horror stories that Kurama told him, especially since Kurama was abused by the Sharingan's power and controlled by Madara many times over, and for multiple years he was used in battle and in war. Naruto was intrigued nonetheless, stayed conscious of all the stories, and did stay hidden, but he was very interested. And now he saw it. He saw that with his eyes, he could see the chakra flow in another human's body. It was faint at first, but when Naruto focused on it, especially on the kid who was using her Sharingan, it was easier to see. Naruto could see the other person's chakra flow. He didn't have any other human to test it on except for these 2 kids, so he'd never really known. Was it because of his training? Or did he really have a dojutsu that he didn't know about? Does he have the Sharingan now? Naruto tried to look at himself, but that was kind of hard. He could go back to the river and look, but then these 2 boys might be gone. This opportunity might never come again, so he stayed and tried to look out for anything that they were doing. He was definitely going to try this training they were doing afterwards too, try to perfect his kunai. It was pretty good. He was able to hunt very well, but not like this, not with this kind of finesse. Especially not using multiple kunai in the air at the same time whilst jumping with that kind of precision. Never. And then the boys left, and Naruto got back to training. He trained his eyes vigorously, but sadly when he looked in the river, no Sharingan was visible. But for some reason, he seemed happy about it. He thought that if this isn't even the power of the Sharingan, and I'm already this powerful and can see the chakra, then what it'll be when I get the Sharingan. For Naruto at this point, it wasn't if he gets Sharingan, it was a matter of when. And he couldn't wait. But nonetheless, he kept training. And then one day, he saw a young girl about his age. Now it's winter time, so snow is laying all around. And Naruto actually went pretty close to the village. Not too close, of course, but with a little bit of a clearance and looking through the trees, he was able to see some houses for the first time in his life. It was the furthest that he's ever gone before, But since there was the snow and he was wearing white fur, he thought that he could hide easily so no one would detect him, and he was hiding his chakra really well. He saw this girl with pale eyes being annoyed, perhaps bullied, by 3 older kids. Naruto would later find out that these 3 kids were already going to the Ninja Academy in Konoha and were already 1 year in. And one's older brother was actually already a Genyu. And now they were picking on this 5-year-old girl. Naruto was about to lose it and wanted to help her so bad. He wanted to be a hero, but then remembered that Kurama made him vow that he would not even go near the people of Konoha. They were not good to Naruto, and they were not good to Kurama, so he would never help them, no matter what. Naruto thought why this girl was being bullied, and why he couldn't help her. She didn't do anything wrong. She didn't kick them out of the village, did she? She didn't hurt Kurama. So why? Naruto didn't understand. But before he could catch his thoughts, the 3 boys were gone, and the girl with her scarf on the floor, a little bit ripped, she slowly walked to likely her house with a very sad look on her face, slumped shoulders, and overall a depressing mood. Then Naruto went back to his room. That's going to be it for today's video. Hope you enjoyed. Make sure to like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace! Now, before the video starts, I do have to say that since it has been a little while since I did this series, you might want to check up on part 1 and 2 since this is the 3rd part. So that's just a fair warning, because we will get right into it and I won't do a conclusion of what happened before. So, if you forgot what happened, watch those parts before watching this. Anyways, let's go. What if Naruto was a prodigy part 3? Let's go. Now, Naruto, being somewhat appalled at the 3 boys' behavior, wants to get stronger. As for something like this not to happen to himself, or for someone that he cared for. As Kurama did tell him that in the future he will find people that he does care about, and so he doesn't want them to get pushed around like the girl did. Naruto needs to get stronger, and he also wants to get that special eye, the white one, as well as the Sharingan, though the Sharingan he's not quite sure. Kurama told him many bad things about the eye, how it takes people and drives them into madness, turns them to their dark side, and how the eye flourishes on negative emotions, sadness, anger, depression. Naruto didn't want that. But when he heard that the other one, the white eye, the so-called Byakugan, is a peaceful power, one that only needs concentration, no specific emotion, he much more wanted that one. And from what he heard, it's actually quite powerful. Now, Kurama did say that the Sharingan is more powerful, and if you master it, you can even control a tailed beast, as he was controlled a few years ago. The Byakugan, if used correctly, is still very strong. That's what Kurama says, at least. Obviously, Naruto doesn't know. So, Naruto trained. He trained his eyes, he trained his concentration, and was always motivated. He didn't see much results, but he still stayed motivated. Which, by the way, quick note from me, is something that I struggle with a lot. So I kind of just wanted to have Naruto be able to do that, just because why not? Anyways, back to the story. Now we skip forward, quite a bit actually, to when Naruto is about 6, and here he is much stronger. Here we see him fighting against a special type of enemy, and actually it's some of his own enemies. And what I mean by that is that he made them himself. Now, Kurama obviously taught Naruto many tactics and techniques and jutsu, one of them being the clone. But with time, Naruto and Kurama together developed a special type clone that actually has physical traits. As normal clones are like mist, you can never really touch them and they won't do anything. But the clones that Naruto somehow made with the help of Kurama's chakra and knowledge are physical ones. If they punch you, you'll feel it. And they mirror Naruto's strength. Now obviously not 100%, but if Naruto gets stronger, the clones get stronger as well. Now usually he would use these, of course, as help for him to fight whatever he needs to fight, but he can use them as training as well and turn the clones against him, as he does have full control over the clones and what they do. Obviously, they're not real people. Now these clones each go out in 3 hits and they aren't particularly powerful, but if there's, let's say, 50 of them, it can be a challenge. And Naruto fights more and more every day, and obviously they ramp up in strength as well. So really Naruto's training gets progressively harder and harder exponentially, if that makes sense at all. But anyways, Naruto has full control over the situation and is able to test out any techniques. Even if they would be a deadly blow, these clones don't feel anything. And since they're not real people, if he would theoretically kill one of them, nothing happens. They poof away into smoke, and that's it. So even an ability which became his finishing move, one that Kurama taught him as well, where he combines his chakra into a ball similar to the Biju bomb that the tailed beasts use, and focuses it in his 2 hands. He's then able to punch the air, basically, and a ray of chakra comes out. Now he punches with an open fist, so basically the chakra ball in his hand goes flying, but it looks like a ray of chakra because it's so fast, if that makes sense. Basically, it's a weaker version, much weaker version, of the Biju Dama. And it's also black with that purplish aura. So it looks the same, but it's much weaker, basically. And this ability is actually able to take out multiple enemies at once, as when it goes through one opponent, it continues and blasts anything in its path. And even after destroying 5 clones, which each of them can, by the way, normally take 3 punches of Naruto, even after destroying 5 clones in one shot, it destroys a whole tree afterwards, leaving it burning. So this attack is quite powerful, and it wasn't even with Naruto's full strength. So yeah, he ramped up his power by quite a bit. He also made much more kunai, which he practices throwing against moving clones, against sitting standalone targets, and whatever. And obviously he still needs to hunt to get food, or pick berries, or whatever. But he can actually nowadays let his clones do that for him, so much less work. But sometimes Kurama actually wants him to do the hard work, just so he doesn't forget that he's in the jungle. Not really in the jungle, but Kurama likes to say that, because it sounds more ominous. Kurama at this point basically has become like a father to Naruto, and is much more keen on having human friends. Now, obviously he's still very wary, and Naruto is basically an exception, but still, it could happen in the future. He'd be much more open to it than he was, let's say, 5 years ago. So anyways, all that blah blah blah, Naruto got stronger, but he also matured emotionally and physically. He got taller, physically stronger, but yeah, he's mature emotionally, and learned a lot of things with Kurama's help, and even without. He learned much more history from Kurama, especially about the world, about the village, about the tailed beasts, and all that, in much more detail. And some things that would have probably been too scary for a child 2 years ago. Naruto even said that he would be ready to go back to the village and see if they might accept him now, but Kurama is wary. Kurama says we should still wait. And also, I once heard, whilst your mother was my host, I once heard that the academy only starts when you're 8. And according to my calendar, you're only 6. So, we'll have to wait a little more. And at first, Naruto actually thought that he was lying. Not with any evil intent, but Naruto actually thought that Kurama was just so wary of the village that he made up things for Naruto to wait more. But after 2 months, he had started to believe Kurama. So he would still have to wait 2 more years. But perhaps that was a good thing. Perhaps that would give the villagers time to forget and forgive, as well as Naruto to get stronger in case something were to happen. Naruto and Kurama both knew that if anything happened, they were on their own. Well, obviously they had each other, but no one else. There was no one that would accept them, except perhaps the other tailed beasts. But none that were in this village. And so they had to fend for themselves. So getting stronger was a must. But that's gonna be for today's video. Hope you enjoyed. Make sure to like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace! What if Naruto was a prodigy part 4? Let's go. Naruto would continue to train more and more, getting more wise, powerful, and overall mature. He finally thought that he was ready to face the village and perhaps become a shinobi of such village. Both that, another year passed, and Naruto was now 7. Technically, still 1 year too young for the exams of even joining the academy, not even becoming a shinobi yet. But Kurama and Naruto thought that he was ready, and there had been some instances where children were let in the academy a little earlier than normal. So perhaps he could try. Even if he doesn't succeed, he can always try next year, or even the year after that. Though, if he could do it this year, that'd be great. He has a year in advance, and sooner gets to be a shinobi. Now we have to backtrack a little. Why does Naruto even want to become a shinobi in the first place? Aren't those the people that made him suffer? Made him live in a forest outside the village, yet still in its confinement? Well, yes, but in his mind, those weren't true shinobi. He wants to show the world what a real shinobi is. What a true and just shinobi is. Shinobi that doesn't have personal grudges. One that simply enacts the duty of justice. And so, Naruto wants to become a shinobi. Though, we'll probably leave this village and join a different one, or perhaps even make his own one. Who knows? All he knows for now, however, is that he wants to become a shinobi. To show the world justice. Naruto goes to the village. He leaves the forest and sees only roads for a while. But then he sees some houses, some villagers, shops, children playing. The sun's out today, and everything's beautiful. It's much better than Naruto expected. He expected a dark, sad, lonely place, but this actually doesn't seem too bad. Perhaps he'll stay in this village longer than he thought he would. It seems fun. Now, for Naruto's appearance, I was thinking something like blonde hair, blue eyes, as is in canon. And then, well, his clothes are different, obviously. He didn't grow up in the village. He had to hunt to make his clothes, along with using plants, binding them together, as well as animal leather, and all that. He had to make his clothes himself. But Kurama taught him many skills, and with time, though without Kurama's help, he learned how to knit. Because, obviously Kurama can't knit. He's, a tailed beast, does not a knit. His shirt was brown, going all the way to his elbows, so mostly covering him. And it actually had a hood, but Naruto wasn't having it on right now, so it bounced behind his back with every step he took. His trousers were more like shorts, which went down to his knee, which were more orange reddish. So the color was kinda similar to his original fit in Naruto Classic, but obviously his half hoodie, half shirt was quite different, being more brownish, but a light brown. His hair looked kinda different than what it was in the original series. It was much longer since he had never cut it before. There was not really any point. Why would he cut it? Well, perhaps to make combat easier, but for now that wasn't an issue since it wasn't too long. His haircut could be described kind of like bangs, I guess. But he'd never really styled his hair before, so he wasn't aware of that at all. For him, it was just as it was naturally. Now, he asked a few people for directions to the Ninja Academy. They thought he was quite too young for that, but he made an excuse that he was visiting an older sibling of his, and they brought it. And so, after quite a lot of walking the wrong direction, and wrongly taking a left when he was told to take a right, Naruto finally arrived at the Ninja Academy. Now, Naruto was off schedule. The academy had actually started, not today, but actually 2 months ago. Nonetheless, he walked to one of the classrooms, where he saw Iruka teaching a class. Now, this class seemed quite menacing. Everyone looked really serious. But then, laughter broke out. It was actually that they were just watching one of their classmates who was always the funny one, and just being quiet to see what he does next. And then, even the teacher along with them started laughing like crazy, so loud even the other classes who were disturbed by it. And then, Naruto knocked on the door. Iruka told him to enter, and Naruto was unsure of what to do. He'd come all this way, but now he was shy. He'd never been in front of this many people, and even asking people at all for directions was quite exhausting for him. It was hard talking with people, and then in front of this many people, it was like a whole audience. For Naruto, it's as if we were to talk in front of a full football stadium filled with tens of thousands of people. Just for Naruto, well, for him, it's merely 15 students. Yeah, you heard right, only 15. This class is actually not that big compared to the class we know with Naruto, Sasuke, Ino, Shikamaru, whatever, all that. There are actually much more students. But it seems that this year, there weren't as many participants in the academy, and so this class was much smaller. But with all that out of the way, Naruto asks if he can join the class. Iruka actually thinks he's joking, and asks if he isn't a little too young for that. Iruka, after now having been a teacher for a little while, can guess pretty well a child's age, and he's guessing that this one looks about 6 to 7. Naruto looks quite young for his age, even with his long hair. But Naruto's actually a little offended by this question, and goes on to say that he's exactly 7 years and half a month old. Iruka giggles once again, and saying that, well, child, this is just simply too young. All these students are, at the very minimum, 1 year older. Most of them even more than that. So, I don't think you fit in this class, I'm sorry. But next year, I'm sure you'd get in, and I wish you good luck with that. Alright? Now, please, I'm trying to teach class, yeah? Thank you. As Iruka escorts Naruto out in the hallway and then closes the door once more. Naruto was really sad and decided to sit there in the hallway and wait patiently. He waited for about 2 hours and then started napping. And then a bunch of kids came out of the classroom. Class was over. And then there was Iruka, who woke Naruto up. As even with all the kids being really loud, kids, Naruto kept sleeping. Naruto loved sleeping. He would never wake up for anything as trivial as sound. Now that Naruto was once again awake, he started the argument again. He said, "Sensei, I'm ready. Please take me on as your student along with the other kids here. I can show you a feat of my strength. We can fight. We can have a sparring match, whatever you want to call it. Let's duel. I'll show you my power. I'll show you I'm ready." And Iruka was actually happy at this. He said, "Alright, kid, sure, let's go. But first, tell me your name." As both of them exchanged names and then went to the outdoors. Basically, the backyard of the academy. Here, all the kids were already being picked up by their parents and had already left. And now it was just Naruto and Iruka. They stood opposite each other, and Iruka thought he was going to take it slow. Obviously, it's a really young child. He didn't even have to use any chakra or whatever. He could quite literally hug him, and Naruto would be finished. So he didn't take on any stance. He didn't prepare himself for any attack. But that was a fatal mistake. Naruto, on the other hand, was quite good at martial arts, and he had actually made his own form of martial arts. As Kurama knew some martial arts of his previous hosts in Jinchuriki, but obviously not that well. So Naruto kind of made up the other half that was missing. The other half being more like 90%. As Kurama only knew a few kicks in that. So basically, Naruto made his own martial arts style. And for a kid that young, that's really impressive. But more crazy about it is that since Naruto invented him himself, it was extremely unpredictable, as he used an array of kicks and attacks and dodges that Iruka have never seen before, and frankly had a hard time imagining. Naruto's speed was incredible, as he charged Iruka, but then instead of hitting him straight onwards, he actually disappeared midair, and then kicked him from the back on the side of his ribs. Iruka was able to dodge this attack, but it still hit really hard. The kick was incredibly powerful, and Naruto was holding back. He wasn't using any of Kurama's chakra or whatever. This was not even his own full power. It was simply a normal, regular kick. And not a greatly executed one either, as he'd never fought against anyone like Iruka that actually had some other tactics than Naruto's own clones, as they used the same martial arts style as himself. And he never fought against anyone from the village, or really anyone else. So it was a little hard, but after only about 30 seconds, Naruto got used to it, and knew when and where Iruka was going to dodge to, and he landed more and more blows, with each one getting more powerful. But Iruka had seen enough. He stopped the match. "Naruto, that's incredible. Where did you learn this? Whatever this power is that you have, it's incredible. And I'll see to it that you get a written test that you complete, and then you can formally join the academy. But really, the written test is just for formality. If if you can do this kind of combat at your age, I'm gonna let you in, and I'm gonna see to that. So don't you worry. Tomorrow morning, just come to the same room as you came today, and you'll take the exam, yeah? This is wonderful. You're incredible, Naruto. Now, go and, well, do whatever you want. Have a good night's sleep before the exam, though. It could be hard. It could prove to be a challenge. So, see you tomorrow, Naruto. And with that, it was over. Naruto had, quote-unquote, proved himself. It really wasn't that hard. But Naruto was quite proud of himself, and he would actually image train himself for the entire rest of the day. He pictured every single one of Iruka's moves, where he went, at what point in time. Even the single milliseconds counted, as Naruto would perfect his own style of combat with his own fighting experience and, well, his fights with other people, as well as being able to experience other people's martial arts and tactics. So even a 1 minute fight would be more than enough to make months worth of progress. So Naruto actually trained a lot that day, and even while sleeping, trained in his mind. And even the next morning, made clones that fought with a style that was more like Iruka's, for Naruto to practice more, as he was sure that other Chunin and other shinobi from the Leaf and probably other villages would fight more similarly to Iruka than to his own fighting style. So the more experience he got, even if it was with, well, a martial art that wasn't exactly like his, it would be great. And then, after eating a little bit, he went to the classroom once more to take the exam, to become an academy student. But that's going to be it for today's video. Hope you enjoyed, and make sure to like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace! What if Naruto was a Prodigy Part 5? Let's go. Now, we're gonna skip a little bit. Alright, so Naruto's gonna do his exam, and it's all gonna go great. He's gonna obviously pass with flying colors, and then comes the academy. In the academy, he doesn't stand out too much. He doesn't make many friends, though no one despises or dislikes him. He's the nice guy for the class. Everyone likes him, at least to some degree. Even someone like Sasuke. Well, there's a big reason. Because Sasuke didn't experience the Uchiha Massacre. That never happened. Minato is alive in this. And so, the disputes with Uchiha and the Leaf never really took off like that. Now obviously there were issues, conflicts, but never any that resulted in a massacre like that. Hence the Uchiha and Konoha lived together in peace. And Sasuke is a happy young child, like the rest of his peers. And so that wasn't an issue either. Though he was very powerful, which Naruto liked. Sasuke was by far the strongest in the class, other than him, of course, or the teacher, but that doesn't really count. So he wanted to have kind of a rivalry with Sasuke, but once he got to spar with him, when they all did some sparring in the class, he saw that Sasuke was still far behind. Now, it was quite fun, but Naruto was just way too good in martial arts. He never gotten an actual education, but with years of trading and inventing his own style, he's much better at techniques in hand-to-hand combat than Sasuke is. And along with the superior speed and all that, Naruto is simply much stronger. But that actually inspired Sasuke to get stronger himself and train with Itachi, as well as even a little bit of Shisui. Though Shisui never really trained much, and especially not trained with other people, except maybe Itachi. He wasn't the one to take on a pupil. So perhaps Shisui would show Sasuke a move or two, but not really train him per se. And so months and months passed, when finally a year passed. They did some exams to finish off the year. Naruto was really happy, but he felt that he was being slowed down by how the system was. Usually, it was standard to go 4 years in the academy, but it was possible to, well, finish the academy earlier. For example, Sasuke's brother and his friend finished the academy at a much younger age than normal people. Now, granted, they did go to the academy earlier, at an earlier age than Naruto did, but it could still be possible, and he would try. And so he would ask if he could participate in the Genin exams. And Iruka was first opposed to this. But then, whilst having an afternoon free, he thought about it. He knew Naruto was very intellectual. Book smarts were incredible. And his fighting abilities were unquestionable. He was great. He was powerful, smart, fast, anything a shinobi could and should be. And so he proposed this to the Hokage. Now, for a variety of reasons, the Hokage, who's still Minato, didn't actually know about Naruto's existence. Well, okay, we'll have to backtrack a little. He knew about his existence per se. He knew there was a yellow-haired kid in Iruka's class, but he didn't know that it was the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, his own son. Naruto was really good at hiding his chakra, and never let anything slip, never said anything about his past, and never casually talked with anyone like that. And since no one talked much about Naruto except his academic feats, it wasn't known. No one was to know who Naruto really is. And so, neither did the Hokage. And then Iruka asked if this Naruto could do the Genin exams. But Minato was shook. Did you say Naruto? Naruto is obviously the name that he had given his own son, but he thought that it wouldn't be possible. How could he still be alive? Minato wanted to meet this Naruto himself. He had never actually met him. Well, he had seen him, obviously. He saw a photo of him, but never truly talked to him face to face. Obviously, he suspected this Naruto to be his own son, but he still wanted to meet him. And so it was arranged that, still on the same day, Naruto and Minato met. But it wasn't a formal meeting. It was actually so informal that Minato decided to get ramen with his Naruto at Ichiraku's ramen place. A place that coincidentally Naruto and Minato both loved. And when they met there, first there was some silence. Obviously Naruto knew that this was his father, and Minato had a suspicion, but they didn't talk on it. They ordered the food, and when the food just arrived, they started talking. Minato first started, "So, you want to take the Genin exams, do you?" "Oh, yes," Naruto responded. "And you're not too young for that?" Minato asked. "Well, I think I'm ready, and if you want to test me, go just ahead. But first let's finish this, okay? I really love ramen," Naruto exclaimed. "There's no need to test you. I believe you, Iruka. If he says you're ready, then you're ready. But I do have some questions for you. There's no clan or surname listed on your profile, So, would you like to add one? It's usually common for a shinobi to have a full name on the record, else you could be mistaken for someone else, perhaps. I mean, imagine if there was a criminal with the same name, Naruto. Then perhaps people would suspect you. No, I don't think that's necessary, Naruto continued. Naruto is a very unique name. Never met anyone else named Naruto, so I think I'll be just fine. Have you met a shinobi called Naruto? If so, please tell me. I'd love to meet him. Perhaps he's the same as me. No, sadly I haven't, Minato said, looking down at his bowl. Well then, I don't need a surname, Naruto said. I guess so, Naruto, as Minato looked down on his bowl. But just between us two, I must ask, are you from any clan that perhaps I know of? I am the Hokage after all, so I have an extensive knowledge of different clans, abilities, and families. So, what about it? Not really. I actually never really got to meet my parents, Naruto continued. I've almost always lived alone, so I don't know. There's not really a clan that I'm part of. I'm just Naruto. I'm just me. Alright then, if you say so. And where did you live exactly? Minato continued to question him, just so he could get the answer he wanted without having to ask directly. He needed to know if his son is alive. If this is his son. What if he treated his son wrongly with the biggest what if that Minato had had in his entire life? It had been bothering him for the past years, and he just needed to know. Because if this was the Naruto, then perhaps he would be at ease. Perhaps he would have done the right thing, as Naruto seemed to be a very relaxed and wise kid. Well, at least for his age, obviously. I'm actually not sure, Naruto said to snap Minato out of his trance. I just lived in a forest nearby. I came here only about a year ago when I entered the academy. And, well, I did actually join the academy a little late. I believe it was 2 months, something like that. I always forget, I'm bad with dates. But, yeah, I don't have much of a past. Konoha has been my life, so I'd love to continue it and become a shinobi, if that's okay with you, Hokage-sama. If you say so. Naruto, I hereby approve of you becoming a genin. Well, obviously not directly. First, you gotta actually do the exams. But after that, I'll accept it. So, tomorrow, please join the elder class to complete the assignments and tasks to formally finish your education at the Shinobi Academy. Yes! As Naruto was extremely happy, and even asked if he needed to pay for the food, but Minato said it was on him, so it was fine. Then Naruto went back to his apartment. Yeah, he actually had an apartment. He was living a little similar to how he lived in the canon story. He had his own little place, but it wasn't much. He got a little money every week, and with that he was able to buy food, water, whatever he needed. And sometimes the villagers even gave him some stuff for free. Everyone loved him. He was a great guy, a great boy, a nice kid. Adults and children liked him. And that was basically one thing the whole village could agree on. He's a nice guy. And I know that sounded really corny, alright? I'm not gonna repeat them. But anyways, so the next day, he does his genin exams and all that, and he passes them with ease, actually. Much easier than any of his peers, even though they're 3 years older than him. Naruto did all the exams perfectly, almost. He got 2 points off on the written exam, but he did the Shadow Clone perfectly, did his Shuriken hits perfectly, 10 out of 10, and that was it. he was awarded a Genin. He was a Genin along with everyone else, even though they were much older than him. And so was told to come back the next day and receive his sensei, his Jonin sensei that he'd be going missions on with, to rank up and perhaps become Chunin and Jonin later on. And perhaps, just maybe, become the Hokage someday. Though he wasn't sure if he wanted that himself yet. It would be a lot of work, and he wasn't a fan of work. So for now, he just wanted to be a shinobi. And now we're gonna skip ahead a little more. So basically, very briefly, Naruto got Kakashi as a sensei. Kakashi arrived late. They did the bell test. They introduced themselves, obviously, and they passed. Now, Naruto had a little help from Kurama, as Kurama sensed behind Kakashi's words it was a facade, and he sensed that there was actually a deeper meaning, and with a little back and forth, they figured it out. It was teamwork. Well, it was essential to a shinobi's work after all. So that must be it. And Naruto was able to convince his peers, even though he was much younger than them. The girl in his group believed him, and so the boy that kinda liked the girl followed as well. So they passed the Genin exams completely, including the battle test. Kakashi wonders who figured out that, team power was the way to finish this exam, and they both pointed at Naruto. Naruto obviously was quite humble about it, so he actually said that the other two were the key to fermenting the strategy, as obviously he can't be a whole team himself. And so all three of them immediately liked each other. They liked being a team because obviously it was working so far. And Kakashi was gonna look forward to this. This Naruto kid, even though he was really young, seemed quite bright, and it reminded him of Itachi quite a bit. And that did remind him a lot of his past days as an Andu. And it gave him chills. But he was glad that it was all over. And obviously, Kakashi wasn't as bitter as Canon. Minato was there, and so was Kushina. And that helped him a lot. And so all this was over, and now Naruto had started his journey as a Genin. And that's gonna be it for today's video. Hope you enjoyed, like, subscribe, and I'll see you next time. I know I've been kind of inactive, but I'm gonna start doing more and more. Perhaps some Goku what ifs, who knows. But I'll see you next time. Peace. What if Naruto is Prodigy Part 6? Let's go. So, now that Naruto is a Genin, I'm gonna skip over a few things. Obviously, he would do the bell test and all that, but that's already done. Then, him and his team would do quite a few missions. Obviously, they're all D-ranked, but they would have to be done nonetheless. Then, after a month or so, they would ask for harder missions, which Minato approves of. Minato is still quite cautious of Naruto and who he is, and has tried on multiple occasions to continue their discussion. But, sadly for him, it didn't work. So, Naruto does his D-rank mission, obviously, since, well, it's not really at the same time as in canon, but I'm still gonna have them do the same mission as in canon with the Land of Waves, Zabuza, and all that. So just imagine that, for whatever reason, it was put forward a few years. Alright? So, yeah, that's basically it for now. I mean, it was a C-rank mission initially, but it was ranked up and bumped up to a high C or a low B. They're not quite sure yet, they'll decide for a later time. But for now, it was ranked as a B rank. Oh, sorry, I meant high B, low A. Sorry, my bad. There, Naruto and his team fought against Zabuza, and obviously Haku got away with whatever he did, since Naruto wasn't quite sure if he, wanted to talk about his suspicions, since he didn't want to eliminate the team's trust in him, since if his suspicions were wrong, well, he could be under suspicion of whatever. So he was gonna hold back, but it turns out he was right. Obviously, Tazuna was safe throughout. Even the demon brothers who jumped on them didn't pose any threat, as Naruto took care of both of them immediately. Now, after a little more time, they would start their tuning exams. Yeah, you heard right, tuning exams. Naruto is insanely young and has only been a Genin for about 2, almost 3 months now, and he's going to start the tuning exams. His team seems to be ready, as all of them are quite capable, and even though especially Naruto is really young, Kakashi has trusted him, as he saw it time and time again. Naruto's instincts and prowess are on top. They're incredible. So, he believes in his team. And there, he was definitely right. Team Kakashi, obviously known as Team 7, as is tradition, sweeps through the tuning exams. The written test is quite easy, as all 3 of them are quite intellectual. By the way, it's a boy and a girl. The girl is obviously a little smarter, similar to, the Team 7 we know. And you can imagine them basically as the same Team 7. It's not really too important, but it's kind of like that. The boy is not an Uchiha, but he has black hair and acts a little similar to Sasuke. He's kind of arrogant, he wants to be the strongest, that kind of deal. And the girl's kind of still a blank slate. She doesn't exactly know what she wants to do, but she knows that she wants to help people. And that's it for now. She does like the other boy, but it's not like an obsession with Sakura in the original series. I wasn't a big fan of that, as it just took away character from Sakura. So, she likes him, but no obsession. Anyway, all of them obviously had the determination to pass the first exam, as that was being tested. The second exam isn't too hard either, Forest of Death. Now, even though they haven't known each other for a long time, the trio does really well. Naruto studied many past battles in his history class, with Iruka, without Iruka, and even Kurama told him whatever he was able to, since he had been a tailed beast inside Jinchurikis for quite a while, in various time periods. So, he knew some battles, how they went. So Naruto knew and recognized almost everyone's starting position, fighting stance, and whatever they did, and was able to read them open like a book. Especially with his improved senses and eyes, he was able to determine anyone's moves. It was a walk in the park. So after only an hour, they got a scroll by picking off a team that was actually chasing a weaker one. But Naruto decided to have some honor and take the mediocre team, not the true weak one. Especially because that was another Konoha team, and he didn't want to sabotage his own mates. So he got one of those. By the way, I know you might be screaming at me, shouldn't they all be Konoha teams? Well, not quite. In this one, there has also been an alliance between the Sand and Konoha a little earlier than the original. Now, not the same with Orochimaru taking advantage of that, but you'll see. But shortly, yeah, there was some sort of alliance between the Sand and the Leaf, and so they are, for the first time this year, actually hosting their tuning exams at the same time and at the same place for everyone to cooperate. So anyways, Team 7 got a scroll, bim bam bum, and, well, they went to the tower and ascended to the next challenge. And in this year, they were actually the 3rd fastest to ever complete the test. Well, 3rd fastest in that year, if that makes sense. Not 3rd fastest in all of history, obviously. There was one team that arrived 15 seconds earlier than them, and one team that arrived 10 minutes earlier than them. The one that arrived a little earlier than them was another team from Konoha, with 2 of their best students, and one that wasn't too shabby either. The other one was from the Sand. Quite powerful. Now everything is fine. There's no curse mark, there's no Orochimaru. Everything goes as it should. And so, Team 7 goes on to the next round. But there are once again preliminary rounds because they, for some reason, didn't think about the fact that there would be more teams due to all the teams that are coming from the sand. So, combined with the fact that the teams from the sand are actually really successful in this mission today, for some reason, well, there's more contestants than they thought there would be. So, preliminary rounds it is. 1v1s against your opponent. Whoever wins goes on to the next round. Really not that difficult. Now, Naruto surprisingly is up first, but his opponent is really, really easy. You can imagine it as someone at Kiba's level. And we're talking Kiba in the original, in the tuning exams. So, really, really not a big threat. And the boy in Naruto's group sadly doesn't pass, but the girl does, even if it is ever so slim. She does pass and win her battle. And so 2 of the 3 Team 7 go on to the finals. The rest is really not too important since, gotta remember, Naruto graduated as of getting earlier, so all the people we know and love are not in the shooting exams right now. They're just not. Naruto has 1 month to train, and here, he actually does do it alone. He's the only one, but, well, it helps a lot. He trains his martial arts every single day, and sometimes spars with Iruka, but at this point, Naruto's martial arts are simply superior to Iruka. Yeah, you heard that right. Iruka can't hold a T to Naruto. And so he's thinking about challenging Kakashi, but he's preoccupied training the girl for her to be successful in the shooting exams. So perhaps he will ask at a later time, when the two maybe even passed and became tuning themselves. But for now, he would have to train alone and sometimes spar with Iruka. Now, there was one incident where Minato caught Naruto training. It wasn't not allowed, obviously. It was just really interesting to Minato. He'd never seen someone so young train this hard, and he was just curious. Now, they weren't friends per se, but they knew each other, and Minato grew quite fond of Naruto, even though he was still interested in who he truly was. No one knew, and obviously Minato didn't either. He tried so often to bring it up, but Naruto shut it right back down every single time. And so he had kind of accepted that it was a sore topic, or he just didn't want to talk about it. He never truly said. And even when, it was really unbelievable. It sounded like lies, but at the same time, why would such a young child lie about family? Naruto had shown time and time again in his missions and in his work that he knew the importance of family, and so he would never lie about such a topic. Now, Minato wanted to spar. He saw Naruto fighting his own clones, and discovered that they were actually physical. So he wanted to see what Naruto could do against a real person. Naruto refused, but Minato tried to punch him. Naruto evaded, and almost punched back. But he refused. He held himself back. But that was enough. It was enough to see that Naruto was fast and skilled. His eyes tracked every inch of Minato, and even the slightest movement would be noticed. And Minato saw that his speed, obviously not as fast as his own, but quite impressive. Very impressive. It would be at a Jonin's level, perhaps comparable with Kakashi himself. It was insane. And so Minato left. He saw enough. He gave up, in his own words. And so he left back to the Hokage's office, never to bother Naruto again. At least for now. At least until the exams passed. Naruto should concentrate and actually train after all, not messing around. And Minato respected that a lot. So he left him to his own demise, perhaps? Or success. You would have to see. And so will you on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. I'm joking, obviously. No, but in all honesty, Minato would wait patiently for Naruto to actually compete in the final exam. And so it was time. Naruto entered the arena that was now completely full of people. He never arrived per laces very early. He wasn't as late as Kakashi, but he wasn't the early one, if you could say it like that. So most of the contestants were already there, most of them except for one. But as he later found out, sadly, that one contestant wouldn't show up. At least, not in the way that he thought he would. That's gonna be it for today's video. Hope I enjoyed it. Make sure to like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace! What if Naruto was a prodigy part 7? Let's go. Now the finals of the Chunin exams would finally begin. Naruto and all the others are in the arena, and so everyone is ready and prepared to fight for the title of Chunin. The fights would begin as normally, except for one person that was missing. Now, they were willing to continue with one fight and then see if the kid is still there. Well, if he's going to be there. So they'll give him a one fight buffer. If he's still not there, then they'll have to disqualify him. That was at the request of the Kazekage. For some reason, he's quite kind to children, and I'll tell you why soon. But Minato accepted. Obviously, he also was a very kind Hokage, not just nice to kids, but nice to anyone. He was beloved by anyone. And especially after recognizing that at least he could have perhaps done a better job with his son, he was nicer overall to kids. Now, he didn't fully regret it, as he knew that whatever they did, it would have probably ended badly. And so, just having bad feelings is probably the best outcome. As Naruto and the Nine-Tails could have seriously hurt people. But anyways, so a fight begins. It's nothing special. It's two pretty good students. They duke it out, and in the end, obviously, one of them wins. And then, the student, the Genin that was still late, did not arrive. And so, he had to sadly be disqualified. Next up was Naruto's fight. It wasn't anything special. It was against a low Chunin fighter, so actually one that should have probably deserved the title of Chunin. But sadly, he went up against Naruto. And well, Naruto is Naruto. And that did not go well for the Genin. But very likely next year, he would get the title of Chunin. His name was Benimaru, and in the future, he would very likely become a strong shinobi. Hopefully not one that Naruto would have to fight again, since he could probably pose quite a challenge. He had a lot of potential, and his fighting style reminded Naruto of Minato himself. He really didn't know much about his fighting style, but obviously he knew a little bit. And this kid, Benimaru, loved Minato. Both of them were from a basically no-name clan, and so he found it amazing that someone from a lesser-known clan was so powerful and such a good Hokage, and so that's what he strived to be in the future as well. So he wanted to be like Minato, and even had a similar haircut, even though his hair was more blackish. Not the yellow Namikaze colors. But anyways, even though this kid was quite a challenge, Naruto beat him in the end. And then another fight began once more. This fight was with a kid from the Hidden Sand, the one that finished the challenge much faster. The second one, that is. Well, it was at least one of the team members. And he was strong. Incredibly strong. Something Naruto had never seen with someone his own age. This person was at least Chunin level, perhaps even high Chunin level. He was much stronger than the one he just faced. Sure, the Chunin, Benimaru, was quite fast, but this one here, named Iruna, was incredibly powerful. So anyways, this Iruna of the Sand won his fight with ease, and then smirked at Naruto, who was sitting in the stands on the side of the arena, practically encircling Iruna. And then Iruna's teammate was almost next to Naruto, and for a second Naruto was wondering who Iruna was smirking to. But no, it was Naruto after all. As when Naruto pointed at himself, Iruna nodded, still smiling. As the audience clapped, the next fighters joined the arena, and the previous ones left. It was Iruna's female teamlet, who obviously was also in the team that finished the second exam extremely fast. She must be quite strong too, Naruto thought. And so she went up against someone who wasn't too weak either, around Iruna's level. Not quite, but almost there. This didn't seem to be his first year at the Chunin exams. Maybe second, maybe even third. He looked quite a bit older than all the other kids, so who knows really. But he looked like he had quite a bit of fighting experience, so who knows? But no. Iruno's female friend, Izuki, still annihilated him and won the match. As Izuki used a different move every second, so that even with all that experience, her enemy couldn't do anything. She was completely unpredictable as a fighter, and so it would be hard to fight against her if Naruto would have to later on. For now, he was happy that he passed to the next round. And then they called his name, Naruto. And so his fight to the next round, these being the semifinals of the finals, would begin. Naruto would be fighting another weird opponent. She didn't seem very strong or experienced. She looked quite young, not as young as Naruto, but definitely younger than the average person in the Chunin exams. So he was actually quite excited. If she was young, she must be quite talented. So let's see. And as soon as the fight began, she escaped any imagination that Naruto held before. She was fast, really fast. Faster than even Iruna was, who took direct inspiration from Minato. And Naruto noticed right then, she was an Uchiha. Black hair, traditional clothes, she was an Uchiha, and a very talented one at that. Young yet ferocious, and a great warrior. And before Naruto would finally stop dodging and blocking and actually go on the offensive, the fight stopped. It all stopped, and the audience looked to somewhere else. Not the two fighting, but to what seemed or should have been a wall, but was now a hole with a silhouette coming through. A young boy, and he was the one that had supposedly gone missing or was late to the exams. And this boy gave off a completely different atmosphere. He was different from all the other fighters. Didn't seem to have a lot of energy, a lot of motivation, experience, ferocity. He wasn't very young, and yet not very old either. As the spectators awed, the moderator of the battle, who kept commentating on the battles, told this boy to leave. But he didn't mention a name. same as no one's told a name before when they were talking about the boy that was late. Did no one know this boy's name? What was going on? And so Naruto was curious and asked him, "So, what's your name?" Silence. He didn't respond. Well, at least not in words. But where he did respond was in a fist. Immediately, he punched the ground as cracks appeared all over, and an almost earthquake shook the ground, with Naruto having to help the Uchiha girl that he was fighting just moments ago, and help her escape a hole that opened up underneath her feet. "What the hell are you doing?" As multiple Chunin jumped down to restrict this fight for the normal fights to begin and continue, but now there was a purplish sphere that surrounded only Naruto and this boy, and the Uchiha girl as well. Naruto threatened that if this continued and he didn't stop the barrier, he would have to fight. And Naruto was not messing around. He was serious. And he was, honestly, angry. The slightest bit of Kurama's chakra came through as his eyes turned more and more slit-like. But that's going to be it for today's video. Hope you enjoyed. Make sure to like, subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Peace! What if Naruto was a prodigy? Part 8. Let's go. Naruto is now going to fight the boy of the sand, teammate of Iruna, who previously was smirking at him for no reason. Perhaps he knew something like this would happen? Naruto wasn't sure. Well, Iruna's teammate, this kid, who wasn't much younger than Naruto either, similar to the Uchiha girl, but still noticeably. Well, he seemed to be fighting, or wanted to fight, at least. Naruto. He wasn't sure about the Uchiha girl, but he definitely wanted to fight Naruto. He was just trying to get rid of the Uchiha girl, so maybe he wasn't interested in her. But why Naruto? Why him? What was so special about... Oh... That's it, is it? So Naruto knew that a day like this would come. He didn't know that it was going to be so soon, but he knew that someday he would be hunted due to the Nine-Tails. And he thought that this was the day. "I can see the fox in you," the kid said. And so it is. As Kurama woke up from his nap, as he didn't need to be activated during his previous fights, Naruto, that is. And so it was only now that Kurama fully woke up. Now, ready for a fight himself. Be careful, Naruto. That kid is strong. He has something about him. This aura. I don't know what it is, but watch out. Noted, Naruto responded. As Naruto and his foe jumped at each other at the same time, and their fists met each other as a whirlwind of energy, both yellow and purplish, surrounded them in a tornado-like fashion. "You're strong," the kid said. "You aren't too bad either," Naruto responded. Many kicks, punches, dodge, and blocks ensued. As for any outsider watching, it was incredible. Speed unlike anything they'd seen before that day, as even Chunin, actual shinobi, had trouble even watching the fights, and Jonin weren't sure if they could replicate something like that, and they were only now getting started. The fight ramped up more and more, as now it was not just martial arts, but actual ninjutsu being used. He started out as a clone or two, and then using chakra in their limbs and muscle to do unnatural things, jump twice as high, punch twice as strong, and the battle kept getting more and more insane. It was mind-boggling, and Kurama wasn't even really being used. This was all Naruto. However, with his incredible reflexes, this kid was not a match for him. Sure, he was strong, but he wasn't just gonna show up and beat him. But the kid was not done. He now used an energy similar to what Naruto thought another monster would be. A monster similar to what he had been told the Nine-Tail was in school, etc. This monster was exactly what Kurama feared. It was the energy of one or even multiple tailed beasts all put together, and so it was absolutely monstrous. This energy surrounded the tornado, surrounded their entire battle, as the little Uchiha girl watching couldn't even watch the fight for her simply being not even close to their level. But it started to get dangerous, as she was in their sphere of influence. She was trapped in the cage, the purplish sphere made by the kid. Not the one that she was just fighting, Naruto, but the other one. The one Naruto was fighting right now. And so she started to get scratches and minor injuries. But as I said, the fight kept getting more and more intense. She tried to put up a barrier of her own, but it didn't last more than 3 seconds. She was helpless against this energy. The energy that seemed to replicate that of the tailed beast. When Naruto finally had enough, he was gonna use Kurama's chakra. Sure, he was powerful, but Kurama and him combined were on a completely different level. Kurama was the most powerful tailed beast of them all, after all. Except for Ten Tails, obviously. And so, this kid, even with his pseudo-tailed beast energy, was no match for the Nine-Tails himself. And so, the Nine-Tails came out to play, and Naruto offered his body for the Nine-Tails to take over. First, a chakra tail appeared, then a full cloak, then 2 tails, 3 tails, 4, 5, 6. Naruto, if you could even so call him that, was standing still, but as soon as he took one step, it was over. Both the arms of the kid from the sand were cut off, and he would have likely bled to death if Naruto hadn't saved him. With Kurama's chakra, since there was so much, he used it and guided it to the wounds to stop the bleeding. And whilst he wasn't gonna magically regrow limbs, at least for now, he wouldn't die. Afterwards, Naruto could see what he could do. He's not an actual doctor, but he wasn't too bad at medical ninjutsu. But just then, when he powered down and Kurama stopped controlling his body, well, okay, maybe I should take a step back here. It wasn't Kurama fully taking over his body, but it was much more than usual. So usually it's basically Naruto's fully in power, and he can do like a 50-50, but this was like 70% Kurama and 30% Naruto. Not that Naruto lost control or just couldn't control Kurama, but they trust each other with their lives. And so Kurama basically acts for Naruto when he needs to. Anyways, Naruto finally saw an emblem on the kid's chest. One that he had never seen before, but Kurama had. This emblem was a weird one, but he noticed it from somewhere. He wasn't exactly sure, but just then, they both noticed a chakra signature watching them from the forest. As the purple cage around them disappeared, due to the kid losing consciousness, Naruto disappeared as well, with the kid's unconscious, wounded body laying there. Only a small glimpse could be seen of Naruto, as he was almost a lightning bolt, an orange lightning, heading towards the forest. The chakra signature disappeared, but thinking about it, it really didn't. It was just fast, really fast. It was traveling underground at incredible speeds. Speeds that not even someone like Kakashi or my guy could replicate. It was speed similar to that of the body flicker, but honestly, even faster. Naruto at this point was going almost at supersonic speeds, destroying trees when he went past them. And when he finally stopped, when the chakra signature stopped, he was at the entrance of a cave. A cave with barely any lighting, but multiple extremely powerful people inside. Naruto went in completely fearless. The foe surrounded him, and without any negotiations, a fight began. But Naruto was sick of it, and so he called upon the full power of the combined Nine Tails and Naruto. With all Nine Tails appearing, it was almost as if the entire Nine Tails was there along with Naruto's own power. It was insane. And before he knew it, he was on his way out. Kurama dealt with everything, and Naruto trusted him with that. And so, he didn't even think 2 seconds about giving full control to Kurama. They're a family, and Kurama knew exactly what he was doing. So, it was over. Naruto left the cave, and behind him were dead bodies, including the one he tracked to get there. Incredibly fast, but not a fighter. Yes, by the way, he also got black sets, if you were wondering. And so, it was done. Going back to the village took 2 days, as he didn't have any more power left to go at such speed as he did before. So, he went at a pretty normal pace. He did go quite the distance after all. Many kilometers. And so, when he arrived back, the boy that he had severely crippled, it was found out that he was manipulated by this almost cult. And then the Akatsuki took control of him. The Akatsuki was an almost terror organization, known as the most feared and powerful foes in the land. Almost the only ones truly threatening the current peace. And coincidentally, Naruto took him out in a few seconds. Well, it was 1 or 2 minutes, but doesn't really matter. Matter of fact is, he took him out, along with Kurama, obviously. And so, the boy started to somehow regrow his arms. It was awkward. None of the nurses knew what was going on, and the doctors didn't either. But then Naruto helped them out a little bit. He told them that with his chakra, even though he wasn't fully expecting it, obviously he healed him, but he wasn't expecting that with his chakra. Obviously he was talking about Kurama's chakra, but he couldn't say that in front of them. This boy was healed, and so somehow his limbs started to grow back as well. I know it ended somewhat abruptly, but that's basically it. I really hope you enjoyed, and